Now you found yourself a nigga. You looking for a nigga? Nigga here now, see?
My mind is so spectacular. Open up your aperture. You don't like the light that I be shining, bitch, you Dracula. Southern dry vernacular, flip you like a spatula. Knew that I was built to put this word up on my scapula. I've been on this road so long, my tires bald. I don't wanna text and no, I don't wanna call. Came in this shit running, bitch, I don't know how to crawl. We ain't never folding, I'm holding the highest card. Look, okay, grew up running post routes. Now I'm on the cash route. Better call the plumber, that boy spitting like a bass spout. All these bad women in this club, fuck is you mad about? Word to all my estheticians, boy, I'm about to lash out. Straight from St. John's to the east side, jigging since knee high. Watch the way I put on for my state, nigga, yeehaw. Respecting no one retard. Crazy how I made it to the league from the bleach eyes. Boy, my shit hair on, black, rich, and bare arms. Smoking on that yogi, this shit stronger than some bare arms. Goku, I'm in rare form, you cannot prepare for him. When I swing, it's like a carnivore, this shit ain't fair for him. Brought intellect back to this rap shit. You niggas need chapstick. Shit been dry for way too long, and I'm the matchstick. You niggas Nickelodeon me, I'm more like Cap Nick. Cap a nigga, throw him in front of me. Party favors on the table, you can pick and choose. I would be lying if I said that I don't get confused. I'm just playing the game and I don't pick the rules. Why trouble always seem to find the ones with shit to lose. About to blow like we just lit the fuse. We double dutch into this dough, I get this shit in twos. Push the button, get it started, put that shit in cruise. A little dust up on his heart, I barely get to use. A fool flatters himself, a wise man flatters the fool. Man, I just came to get it started like mechanics with tools. Cause in my hood, if you don't pack a tool, you planning to lose. These young boys deserve Oscars, they be acting a fool. A couple loose screws, but they hammer accurate. Ooh, I know some niggas stuck on drugs and manufacture it too. School of hard knocks, we all got our bachelor's. Food, no cap and gowns, but we all had to master. Party favors on the table, you can pick and choose. I would be lying if I said that I don't get confused. I'm just playing the game and I don't pick the rules. Why trouble always seem to find the ones with shit to lose. I'm lit, it's about to be a late night. Fresh wax, shawty, show me what it tastes like. Niggas know me in my city like I'm Wayne Wright. Got them looking up to me and we the same height. Ooh, I got it bad, deep in my bag. Foot on the gas, they cannot last. Swimming with the sharks, bitch, that's a great white. Never stopping, we don't even need no brake lights. Say she don't smoke, but she always smoke with me, yeah. Backwards in the air, back up in the ovaries, yeah. All my ops, they stay running like they over easy, yeah. Even my masseuses can't just get too close to me, yeah. Shout out to Next, soon as the ink dry, we count out the checks, yeah. I never flex, I bought up a business, you bought up a section. I'm at the top of my class, yeah. Y'all never learned from your lessons. Skywalker gave me the force, yeah. Turn this into an obsession, yeah. I couldn't wait on the team, cooking shit up with just me run play, yeah. Things never are what they seem, but we know the facts, yeah. Charging that shit to the game, but now I pull up with a battery pack, yeah. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, and we can just leave it at that. I'm dumb lit, it's about to be a late night. Fresh wax, shawty, show me what it tastes like. Niggas know me in my city like I'm Wayne Wright. Got them looking up to me and we the same height. Ooh, I got it bad, deep in my bag. Foot on the gas, they cannot last. Swimming with the sharks, bitch, that's a great white. Never stopping, we don't even need no brake lights. Big bro, why they call you big bro? Every time we hit the bank, we deposit zip codes. Well connected with the streets, like we out in Skid Row.
You ask all my teammates, the one thing about Michael Jordan was he never asked me to do something that he didn't fucking do. When people see this, they're going to say, well, he wasn't really a nice guy. He may have been a tyrant. Oh, well, that's you, because you never won anything. I wanted to win, but I wanted them to win and be a part of that as well. Like, I don't have to do this. I'm only doing it because it is who I am. That's how I played the game. That was my mentality. If you don't want to play that way, don't play that way. Break.
What's good, everybody? Welcome to the Pull-Up Show. I'm your host, Mr. BJ Matthews, aka B Jizzle. Before we get started, follow us on the YouTube page, the Pull-Up Basketball Podcast. Like, share, subscribe all of our YouTube videos. Hit that like button. Y'all come in here to share, subscribe. Hit that Venmo, y'all, at BJ/MATHEWS. That is our Venmo. If you guys have not donated to the Venmo, perfectly fine. You can do so by hitting the super sticker and super comments button in the chat box. Y'all hit the $ symbol in the chat box that y'all typing in right now that y'all looking at. Y'all can donate that way as well. Make sure you guys hit that $ button, whatever in your heart, to donate and contribute to the Pull-Up Basketball Show. If y'all don't do that, just make sure y'all give me a heads up with the like. It's free of charge, and the subscribe is free of charge, man. You guys can contribute any type of way which you guys feel on your hearts. But we back with another banger. We've been at it for 2.5 weeks. I'm talking about 8-hour lives, 9-hour lives, 11-hour lives, 10-hour lives. We had another 8-hour live last night. And all I can say is I got to give a shout out to everybody that's been a part of this movement, because it has just not been myself. I've had plenty of people come in and give me their thoughts, and we talked about a lot of different things. And I definitely appreciate you guys from the bottom of my heart. But let's get to business, man. Let's get to the show, man. Let's talk to y'all about what's going on, man. Let me go into this comment section. Pop Raj said this is going to be hot. Yeah, it's going to be a good one. It's going to be a banger. Like I said, these topics that we putting out here, man, are not basic everyday topics that y'all see around the YouTube streets or social media. These are well thought out, real, highly intense topics. You can just tell on the engagement that people have, the amount of time we're on this live, and the amount of people are in the comments who are constantly watching. Like, that's just showing you this is great content, whether you agree or disagree. We're bringing a lot of heat for the summertime. No basketball's being played, so I said to myself, why not come up with a series of topics that are going to be engaging to the viewership? And so far, it's been doing great numbers. Horizon Vibes, he says, dude had 3 super teams and wants to be called the GOAT, LMAO. Helly, he says, 76er GM Daryl Morey says NBA staff around the league agree the Lakers 2020 NBA title isn't genuine. Okay, appreciate you, my guy. The one and only Bo says, some people naturally get super teams like in the past, and then like 2008 Celtics, you get old guys together or crazy like LeBron. You get you draft buddies, which opened up the floodgates for today. All right, Bo, appreciate you, my man. Sonny Adamson said he had only one super team. Y'all stop lying on here. He had the Lakers, was no super team, and he said the Cavs are not a super team, LMAO. So Sonny thinks that the only team he had was a super team was the Miami Heat team. We're going to talk about that. He says, facts, 2020, Antoine and AD was the only 2 players that made an all-star NBA team on the Laker, no super team. Okay, so he's talking about the 2020 team that failed after the bubble. No, he's talking about the one. I'm talking about the one after the bubble, not the one in 2020. That wasn't a super team. I'm talking about the one after that. He says in 2016, that Brown was the only one that made an all-star and all-NBA that year. Plus, Cavs didn't have a big man that can protect the rim like Tristan Thompson, was more of a rebounder. He said Miami was a super team. I admit that, but I don't care about having a super team because super team been around since the 60s, including the big 3 Celtics in 2000s. So this guy believes the same thing with Sonny believes, that LeBron only had one super team. And this topic ain't going to be surrounding LeBron. It's going to be just surrounding about multiple teams that we looked at that have been successful and unsuccessful. And we're going to define what a super team is, right? We're going to talk about what a super team is. Shout out to my boy Tune In Sports. He says super teams have always been around, just changed throughout the years on how it was formed, and LeBron taking power into his own hands. Appreciate you, my brother. Salute to my man Cottage. Salute. Hey, Pull Up Basketball Podcast. How you doing, brother? Appreciate you coming in. Let's continuously go through some more comments. So Crazy TV with the salute. Appreciate you, my brother. Joshua Mars 22 said the question. Answer the question is yes, as always. Yes, appreciate you, my bro. Andre 76 says no. Super should create super teams hurt your legacy. No, why penalize a player for moving forward? Move from a move a general manager makes. Okay. My boy Real Elise, he says BJ with the nonstop content, y'all better donate. Hey, I'm just telling y'all, man, this is some content that's really engaging. And if y'all want to show y'all love, man, continuously show your support and donate. We've had people donate within the last few days, man. I definitely appreciate people appreciating the content, man. By that, it means the world. So y'all continuously show y'all love that way, man. Continuously pull up, continuously engage, subscribe, like, donate, whatever is on your heart to do so. Let's look into a few more comments and we'll get started. My boy Jonelle says, don't y'all get chills watching this. Wow, MJ the greatest player ever. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got a bunch of different comments. We got Salam Stockman with the praise symbol. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, brother. Taiwan Gan with the fire symbol. Kill Switch R6 was good. Gil fan, what's good, brother? How you doing? Hey, this is great, man. I appreciate all the comments. I appreciate all the love. Shit. Let me give a couple more. He said, taking power in your own hands, so it sounds crazy, so crazy to win championships. Okay. All right, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go through a little bit of a history lesson, man. Like I said, man, everything's gonna be on the screen for everybody to see. I think it's been a good idea to put it on the screen. I want y'all to let me know and give me y'all a reaction. How we put things on the screen here is why I feel a lot of people are starting to be engaged in these topics. And shout out to that dude came in last night from New York who was a Laker fan, posing to be a Kobe Bryant fan, but he came in out of nowhere, just was on the line for 2 hours. That was an interesting topic, but that's what you get with these topics, man. Get people from different outlets and people places want to pop up out of nowhere. So it's good. It's good encountering me. But let's get started, man. Let's talk about what we're going to talk about today. And the video I played was, of course, of Michael Jordan, his commercial. I think it was a great commercial. I thought it was a good idea to play that commercial, in my personal opinion. So as a matter of fact, let's do this. Let's go ahead and play it again. I just want to play it again because people are just coming in. Let y'all kind of see what we had to talk about. But I thought it was a great commercial. So let's play this one more time. It's about 1 minute and 20 seconds, and we're gonna get started. All right, here we go.
You ask all my teammates, the one thing about Michael Jordan was he never asked me to do something that he didn't fucking do. When people see this, they're going to say, well, he wasn't really a nice guy. He may have been a tyrant. Oh, well, that's you, because you never wanted anything. I wanted to win, but I wanted them to win and be a part of that as well. Look, I don't have to do this. I'm only doing it because it is who I am. That's how I played the game. That was my mentality. If you don't want to play that way, don't play that way. Break.
What a great commercial. What a great commercial. I know other people may have different opinions, but that's one of the great commercials of recent time. And it highlights a few things about it. I don't want to get too off track, but it just highlights the story of the mindset of Jordan, how he thought the game and what he did to achieve certain things. And in that short span, you can just feel the emotion towards the end where he got kind of choked up, and he said, if you don't want to play that way, don't play that way. Meaning the process it took him to be the GOAT, universally known, and accomplish what he accomplished. It's a lot of stuff that people don't see that you have to go through to reach that point. And people look at the outside and say Jordan was such a maniacal, tyrant, which at times he probably was, to reach the level of psychotic like that. Like, he was obsessed with winning. When you get a chance to reflect and you retire, you get a chance to get old and reflect on what happened. It's at a part where it's emotional because you see yourself as, damn, like, I really went through all them days of hardship and struggle, and I didn't know how not normal it was until I finally stopped. Right. So, that just goes into the mindset, because Jordan don't really do, nobody really gets a chance to really talk to Jordan. He did very few interviews when he was playing with Ahmad Rashad. So nobody really got a chance to see the other side of Michael Jordan. He was always the mystery, or that person that, you just want to just be able to touch. Right. So I think that's one of the great commercials, but it ties into the subject today. And the subject is, should creating super teams hurt your legacy? Should creating super teams hurt your legacy? Should creating super teams hurt your legacy? Right? And my thought process is, we got to first understand what a super team is. We got to understand who are the ones that have been the ones creating these super teams. We got to talk about, there's other teams, there's certain teams that, have been successful, and there's certain super teams that have failed and have not reached the certain level they're supposed to reach. Right? So a lot of times when, people want to change the definition of what a super team is, what it entails, can you say they're stacking the deck? Can you say that they're putting, all their chips in one basket? Like, people forget, like, nobody really talks about what a super team is. They look at, in my personal opinion, the results rather than what was the expectations leading up to whatever the desired result is, as you're coming to hit that like button. But when people see this, they automatically thinking I'm thinking about LeBron. Well, again, like my boy Tune In Sports said, as y'all gonna realize, that this is something that's been around since the 70s. But there is a certain thing where the rules have changed because of the action LeBron has taken. And that's called player empowerment, which was celebrated at one point. Look at it in a negative way as pretty much you bending the rules. I'm going to get into my opinion of what I feel about players moving around and, getting their teams in a minute. But I just want to stick to this point. Should creating super teams hurt your legacy? But we got to first understand what a super team actually is, right? So let's go ahead and go to the famous old website, Wikipedia. Now, not just Wikipedia, but, other places you can find out what a super team actually entails. But we're going to start off with this. As y'all come to hit the like button. So, y'all can see super teams in the NBA. A super team in the National Basketball Association is an arbitrary term to describe a team that uses player acquisitions. What is that? Via trades or free agency, right? Trades and free agency. I want y'all to pay attention to that. In a short period of time to create a higher than average concentration of top level players. Now watch this. While there is no viewed as a team with 3 or more Hall of Fame, All NBA, or perennial All-Star players that join together to pursue an NBA championship. I'm going to read that last statement again. While there is no official definition, it is generally viewed as a team with 3 or more and a half, 3 or more Hall of Fame, All NBA, or perennial All-Star players that join together to pursue an NBA championship. That is what a super team, according to this, is. And there's a reason I'm using it, because I completely agree. See, the thing is with a super team, people want to choose when to use it and when not to use it. They look at it like they have the expectations before it happened. Oh, this team is going to be a deadly team. This team is going to, win this amount of games and win this amount of championships. And then when the super team does not work out, they thought they would. Now they want to say, oh, that wasn't a super team. That's why I was getting in my comment section a lot of times. Because the results didn't revolve around a super team, they want to try to take it back. That's not how super teams work. Super teams are based off of expectations and the caliber of players you bring together. While you do it, you're doing to create a common goal. When you have 3 or more All-NBA or All-Stars or Hall of Famers come together, it's for a reason. When the Boston Celtics accrued Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, and Ray Allen at the same time, all number 1 options on their former teams, that was for a reason. That is not normal. That's not something that just happens on a regular trade. That was by design. It took a lot of draft picks. It may take you having to move other key pieces around. So that what makes it super. Super is obviously above what's normal, right? So if you get 3 guys coming in who are number 1 options on their teams, who are all NBA team players, who are all stars and Hall of Fame, future Hall of Famers, if you get them on your team, that's not normal. That's why the word is called super team. Do we understand? When you do something like that and you bring these caliber players together, it's called a super team. Right? But we have to go a little deeper as y'all come to hit the like button. When you talk about super teams, it's been around, according to history, since 1968, when the first notable super team was Jerry West, Wilt Chamberlain, Elgin Baylor, Gail Goodrich. Now, 3 of the 4 players. Now, again, you got 3 Hall of Famers, 3 perennial All-Stars, and 3 All-NBA team players. That's Wilt Chamberlain, that's Jerry West, that's Elgin Baylor. Wilt Chamberlain obviously came from Philadelphia. Some people even got this man as the greatest of all time, right? An older version of Wilt Chamberlain, but you brought him over. Jerry West, who was an all caliber player, arguably the best player in the league at this time. And then you bring in Elgin Baylor, who is, the youngest of the 3, I believe. An unbelievable scorer, all-star caliber player, all that stuff. So they yet labeled this as a super team. So they were able to get a championship. So they deem this as success. Right? But again, it's not about the result. It's about what you assembled leading up to the season. When you have the expectations to put 3 all-star Hall of Fame players together, you create a super team. That's what you created. So what you did is you put the odds in your favor. Now, of course, during this time, this was the mostly off of ownership and management. So it's a correct statement. This has been around for quite some time, but you didn't really hear nobody talk about it because in this and in their eyes, they're doing something that's part of their job description. When you're a manager, when you're a GM, or when you're owner, your job is to assemble a team to give your team the best opportunity to win the ultimate job. That's your job. But as time went on, actual job description. Now they want to play the GM, they want to play the coach, they want to play the best player on the team. So now, like, okay, well, you get out of your job description. They call it player empowerment. That's where the pushback comes in. Now you're doing the job of your general manager. You're making rules. There was a time you couldn't. All you did was just go out there and played. Now, based if that's okay, if that's acceptable, or if that's right or wrong, is up to you. But I'm just telling y'all, the rules changed when certain people came in. But it is a true statement. Super teams have been around for decades, but it was not scoffed out because it was done by the people whose job was to navigate their teams. If we look at the 79-89 Lakers, as I've told y'all before, that was one of the greatest teams assembled. Yesterday we did an entire 8-hour live where I was highlighting the hypocrisy that we have to start being honest about as y'all come to hit the like button. Apparently, the rules have to change again. And like I say, and I hope y'all understand where I'm coming from. I don't have an issue with people's opinions and where they have certain players. My biggest issue is the word on the screen. And people want to change rules and change guidelines for the people that they like and they want to root for. That's why I did the show I did yesterday. I don't know what's in the air, but people want to sit up here and want to make rules for one side, not make rules for the other. As I highlighted yesterday, that 1980s Lakers team was one of the greatest teams assembled. Not because of what Magic and Kareem only were, but when they added James Worthy to that team as well. James Worthy was one of the premier offensive talents from the mid-'80s to the late 80s and beyond. A national champion out of North Carolina, and towards like the first, after his third year in the NBA, he already averaged 20 plus points a game. And he was their leading scorer when Kareem Abdul-Jabbar left in 1988. They had 3 perennial all-star players on this team, 3 Hall of Famers, and if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. If I'm not mistaken, if James Worthy made an All-NBA team. But even if he didn't, this was still considered a super team. But nobody barely brings this up. They just say he had a great team. Magic never got docked from it. Kareem don't get docked from it. They just get appreciated but for their greatness. That's fine, but you can't come back and tell me that the 2 guys on the left get disqualified when they were just a dynamic duo. Hell, they didn't have no James Worthy. They had Glenn Rice, an older Glenn Rice. They had Rick Fox. They had Devin George. They had Derek Fisher. They had Brian Shaw. They had Robert Ory. They had no James Worthy. A James Worthy in this era is like a Desmond Bain or a Jalen Williams. It's a guy that's gonna give you 20 plus, who's athletic, who can run the floor, who's a vital weapon. That's what a James Worthy is. With a team with already 2 guys who are top 5 players on a lot of people's lists. That's a super team. That's what you assembled. Right? So again, super teams have been around for quite some time. Let's look a little bit deeper into this. The Celtics with Larry Bird, Kevin McHale, Robert Parrish. Now, this one's a little bit tricky. This one, I think more so the results were the reason why they called this a super team more than what the Lakers were. But you could classify this as a super team as well. You had Larry Bird, Kevin McHale, and Dennis Johnson were all all-star players. Again, the definition is all NBA, all-star, and Hall of Famers. All 3 of these guys are Hall of Famers. All 3 are all-stars. right? You just need 3 of them. You don't even need, after that, it's optional. It's just icing on the cake. When you got 3 all-star caliber players assembled together, you have a super team. Again, super. I want y'all to look at super. It's not, it's supernatural to put 3 all-star caliber players on the team. 3 perennial all-star players. Perennial. I'm gonna put perennial in there, not just all-star, perennial. It's supernatural to put 3 first to second option, first option players on the one team. And again, these are super teams that have won. The Sixers with Dr. J, Moses Malone, Charles Barkley. Moses Malone coming to the Sixers with Dr. J. Moses Malone can be arguably one of the top 15 greatest players of all time. You got Dr. J, top 15 arguably of all time. You had a young Charles Barkley. You had Bobby Jones. But they won a championship. Much like this is, I would say, like, again, and also I'm going to look into this also as y'all smash the like button. When you talk about super teams, it's another concept people actually pay attention to. When did they get assembled? Did they get assembled when they were all in their primes? Did they get assembled when they were all older? Did they get assembled when one guy was in their prime and, 2 of the other guys were, younger or older? You got to look at when they assembled, because a lot of times people just say super team and leave that out. My only thing is 2 things when you build a super team. You got to win more than you lose, and when did you assemble these super teams? Because that tells a lot how much you're trying to stack the deck in your favor. All this stuff, all this movement around, whether it be the management doing it or the organization, they're doing it to try to put the odds in their favor. And we're going to go to the original question. It's different from an organization. We're talking about the player. If a player outwardly goes and tries to create super teams for their advantage, after many failed attempts trying to lead their own team and they want to stack the deck, should that hurt their legacy? I'm going to get to that question in a minute. The Chicago Bulls, a super team. They had Dennis Rodman, Michael Jordan, and Scottie Pippen. Now, this is where things get a little bit interesting. This is arguably the most successful team of all time. So just by that, by default, they label it as a super team. But what's really going on is that you got guys like Scottie Pippen, who was an all-star caliber player, no doubt. You have Jordan, who is, we ain't got to even get into that. And then you have Dennis Rodman, who was on a tail version of what he was in Detroit. Right? But he served a purpose as the best rebounder in the league when he joined the Bulls, and he was part of that back to that three-peat, that second three-peat. So right now, when you look at the 80s to the 90s and you go into the most suitable super teams, this is when you start getting to the players actually getting involved, right? If you look through NBA history, as y'all are seeing, there's only like about a handful of super teams that were successful. So what happens in 07, 2012, they built a super team with Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, and Ray Allen. And then later on, Rajon Rondo. In 2010, it became a super team or a quadruple team. You had 4 all-star caliber players playing with each other. When they were first assembled, it was KG, Paul Pierce, and Ray Allen. You had 3 guys, right? You had 3 guys playing with each other. That was known as a super team. Now they're going to say the ownership is the one that brought them together. I think it was partially that and the players one. I think KG, Pierce, and Garnett, KG, Pierce, and Ray Allen all wanted to play with one another. And I think they talked about it before it happened. But this is the last team that really ownership was the one that made it all work together. This is the final team. Everything after this you can say is the player empowerment movement starts to come in. And that's why I labeled this stacking the deck, because again, the question people ask their own question all the time. They're saying, well, the owners can do it, so the players can't do it? That's the question you'll get back when people bring up this subject. You say, okay, well, the owners can trade who they want to trade. Managers can trade who they want to trade and move who they want to move. But as soon as a player chooses to do what they want to do and put their team together, it's a problem. No, it's not a problem, but you have to own up to what the difference is. If we're going to ask the question, should creating teams, super teams, hurt your legacy? That's something that you did in your own power. You had a choice to do it or not to do it. And based off of certain people's mentality, some people believe they need more help than others. When you talk about the next super team that was assembled, it was the only one where you had a group of people get on a press conference, yell out, they're going to do not one, not two, not three championships. I had somebody come in the other day and talk about this wasn't a super team. I immediately dropped them out of the chat, because what I'm not going to do is deal with ignorance. For somebody to bring that up and say that's not a super team, it just goes to show you that certain people don't want to be honest. When you talk about having Dwayne Wade, who is arguably the best shooting guard in the league next to Kobe Bryant, you have a Chris Bosh, who is the perennial all-star on his own Toronto Raptors team. And then you bring in LeBron James, who some people, not me, had him as the best player in the league. How is that not a super team? When you took two of the top 5 or 2 of the top 7 in LeBron and D Wade, and 3 of the top 15 with all 3 of them together and put them on the same team. So wait a minute. If I go out there and play on the blacktop, if I go out there and hoop, and I can pick whoever I want to pick, and I pick the best players, and I give myself the advantage to win, that's what you're doing here. Okay, cool. Now, my only rule of thumb is, if you're going to do this, you better win more than you lose. The previous examples I shown, they won with those super teams more than they lost. Or they tied, they tied, whatever the case may be. We talk about this super team, they went 2-2. Won 2 and lost 2. Went to 4 finals in a row and was dominating out the East. People say that LeBron James has been to 8 straight finals. That is very true. But also you got to put in there that Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh also were there going to those finals with him. So when the people forget to put that in there, I have to make sure to remind them. But that was the next super team that was created that was actually pretty successful from 2010 to 2014. As you'll come here and smash that like button. So you built that super team up, you go 2-2. And look at this. Oh, so 2014, 2017, the Cleveland Cavaliers. I had a person come in my chat and say that wasn't a super team. Right? Now, LeBron James makes the conscious choice to leave Miami, in my personal opinion, because he felt like the team was not going to be competitive, mainly because Dwayne Wade was kind of on his last legs, even though 2 years later, I believe he made an all-star team after. I think he was an all-star 2 years later. And what's crazy is that they met up again in Cleveland and tried to make a super team again with a bunch of hurt players. I'm going to go into the failed super teams as well, because I think it's only right. If we're going to talk about what happened that was good, we got to talk about the other side as well. Again, a super team is not based off results. It's based off what you try to do leading up to the results. You're stacking the deck in your favor. And if we're going to the original question, should creating super teams hurt your legacy? That's the question I'm asking. If I'm purposely doing all this to try to give myself an advantage, I'm asking two questions. One, how good are you? If I gotta do this, all this player empowerment movement and get all the best players, how good am I? And number two, if I lose more than I win, does that do anything to my legacy? I think that's very important to ask. But back to the point, this was a super team for sure. You had Kevin Love, who was a perennial all-star and an all-NBA team player. For those that y'all don't know who Kevin Love was before he came to the Cavs, the Minnesota Timberwolves were a horrible team. Don't get it twisted. They were a bad team. But again, first option. Kevin Love was averaging 20 games, not having it one time and having another time here. He was averaging multiple games of 20 games, 20 games and 20 rebounds. They made the conscious effort to grab Kevin Love to put him with LeBron and Kyrie Irving. They went to 4 straight finals together, or was it 4? It was 3. It was 4, I'm sorry, 4, from 14 to 17. That was a super team, and they built that super team, right, to contend with anybody else who wanted to build a super, because right, we're in the super team era now. Understand something. Now you're in the super team era where players are just moving where they want to move to. And if we're going to be honest, LeBron James is front and center of that. My only question was always, bro, if you're going to do all this, how good are you if you have to do and stack the deck in your favor? But saying this wasn't a super team, you had Kyrie Irving, who was already a 2-time All-Star before this team was assembled. You had Kevin Love, I think, was a 3-time All-Star. Perennial All-Star players, and you get LeBron James, who's the best player in the league, and you're telling me that's not again, it's not normal. It's supernatural. You put 3 All-Star caliber players on one team. So what do they do with this team? They go 1-3 in the NBA Finals, or 1-2 in the NBA Finals, 2015, 16, and 17. Now, Kevin Love was actually hurt before the series even started against Golden State. Kyrie Irving got hurt in game 1. 16, we saw everything that happened after the 3-1 lead, controversial. And in 2017, they get ran off the court. That was considered a super team. If you continuously go on after that, we already know this, the next team that was considered a super team. And I'm just going down the list of all these teams who are super teams. 2016, 2019, the Golden State Warriors, we already know what this team was. This was one of the teams that were highly assembled. Now, when we talk about this subject, this does not go to just LeBron James. When Steph Curry and Kevin Durant, they built this team, now they're trying to pretty much tell people that certain players aren't as good as they're supposed to be. You have Steph Curry, who was the MVP, 2-time MVP, unanimous one of them years. You had Kevin Durant, who was arguing on their top 3. It was him, Steph, and LeBron, top 3 players in the league. So you took 2 of the top 3 players and put them on a team. And you got Klay Thompson, who was the best two-way shooting guard in the league, who was already an all-star his own self. You took, and he was, I think, maybe not this year, but a couple years later, a year later, he was already the best two-way shooting guard in the league. And then you got Draymond Green doing what he do, right? This team was created through free agency outside of with just Kevin Durant. I'm sorry. But what you also got to remember is their team was homegrown. Steph Curry and Klay Thompson were drafted in Golden State. Draymond Green was drafted in Golden State. So before they got KD, they were not a super team. That 2015 team that won a championship wasn't a super team. It was a super team when they grabbed KD, and that's when you say, oh, Steph, how good is he? KD, how good is he? So what Steph did after KD left, he proved he can win a championship in 22, which elevated his greatness. He had to get that off his back so that the narrative can get pushed off of him. But if you look at everything in totality, there's only about 7 to 8 teams in NBA history as far as super teams, when you talk about putting teams together in free agency and acquisitions, that actually work. That should tell people something, that super teams are not usually, by the numbers, don't usually work out. And that's what you have with a lot of these teams that fail, that people don't want to call out as super teams, whether it because they didn't win a championship or they didn't win as many they thought they were going to win. It doesn't matter. It still counts as being a super team. When you talk about the 1996 to 1999 Houston Rockets with Charles Barkley, Clyde Drexler, and Hakeem Olajuwon and Scottie Pippen, that was a super team. Now, context, it was a failed super team. And all these players, Charles Barkley, Clyde Drexler, Scottie Pippen, are coming along with Hakeem Olajuwon and his team trying to win a championship. But you know why it doesn't hurt Hakeem Olajuwon as much as, say, I don't know, a Paul Pierce or a KG or something? Because Hakeem could prove he can win a championship, 2 of them, without a super team. And it's funny, when you get a super team, you getting beat year after year, even with Michael Jordan not even being around. But also, they were older then. Charles Barkley was in his mid-30s. Clyde Drexler, Scottie Pippen, they were older versions, or Hakeem Olajuwon, they were older. But it's still considered a super team. That 2003-04 Laker team, super team. I remember when they got that team, when they assembled that team. You had Kobe Bryant, Karl Malone, Shaquille O'Neal, and Gary Payton, all Hall of Famers. You picked 2 of the 4 guys up in free agency. They lost in 03 to the Spurs, so they tried to get some type of edge. But this was done through the front office. This wasn't something the players put together. The front office did. But it was an ultimate fail. You can put in injuries to Karl Malone, but also you have to also say, like, Gary Payton wasn't good in the triangle offense because he was not a knockdown 3-point shooter. Gary Payton was known as being the guy at the point guard position to kind of run his own flow, run his own show. With the triangle offense, you got to be extremely disciplined. You got to be able to shoot and within a system. That wasn't Gary Payton's game. Derek Fisher was surprisingly a better fit. Karl Malone was a good fit, but he couldn't stay healthy. And then Kobe and Shaq got their little thing they were going on. But so it was an ultimate fail. So when people come to me and say that was a super team, yeah, it was. Karl Malone was old. Gary Payton was old, though, but this was a super team. The 2012-2013 Lakers was a failed super team. Now, again, you got Steve Nash and you brought in Dwight Howard. There are some super teams that fall apart because players can't stay healthy. What people don't want to mention is Dwight Howard was dealing with back issues for damn near the whole entire year. This was the year that Kobe tore his Achilles. You know why he tore his Achilles? because he was trying to make up for all the other injuries on the team. Steve Nash couldn't even move. The Lakers made the playoffs because Kobe Bryant pretty much had to exalt himself playing 40 minutes a game. And I think at age 35 years old, to the point where his Achilles gave out. Much like Kyrie Irving this year with his ACL giving out because he was pushing himself to play an extreme amount of minutes because Dallas had so many injuries one after another. But yes, when they assembled, they got Dwight Howard, who was arguably the best center in the league, and they bring in a former back-to-back MVP in Steve Nash, even though it was like 7-8 years prior. This was be considered a super team. And they built this team because they lost to the Oklahoma City Thunder and then the Dallas Mavericks back-to-back years. As y'all come in here and smash that like button. They were trying to find a way to get Kobe Bryant an opportunity to win one more championship. But you know what's funny? They didn't even have to bring in Steve Nash. All they had to do was like Chris Paul come there. So really, they didn't really do Kobe a favor. All they did was hold him back because all they do was give Chris Paul to the Lakers, but they gave him to the Clippers. So it is what it is. But this super team failed mainly because of injuries and age. Meta World Peace also wasn't. He wasn't. I don't know why he's even in this picture. I just grabbed this picture, but Meta World Peace was not part of this quote unquote super team. But yeah, some teams get hurt. When they get hurt, you can't really gauge them. We all know what happened to the Clippers super team. Kawhi Leonard, 4 years in a row, missing the postseason with this trio with Paul George. Paul George missing time, missing one playoffs. Right? You had Russell Westbrook for 2 years. Right? 2 playoffs. He couldn't fit because him and James Harden both need the basketball. So this was a super team that was assembled together to really. This was like it's an LA thing. They were trying to build something for the hometown, but they didn't get the opportunity because the big dog got hurt. So again, still a super team, still failed, but also highlight what's going on. Is there injuries? How old are the players? All these guys outside of, I think, Russ was considered in his prime. James and Russ are not in their prime, but they're still. James is good enough to be a third option. Russ at this point was good enough to be a third option and a starting point guard. And Kawhi and PG are still in their primes. So, failed super team. Now, back to this. The super teams that failed since 2012 are primarily designed from the players. Primarily. Now, there's a couple cases where you can say like, oh, the ownership, saw the best player on the team was, struggling and he needed some assistance, like this Thunder team when they picked up PG and Carmelo, right? You saw Russell Westbrook, Kevin Durant left, and the whole thing was, well, Russ ain't got nobody around. This is another thing people don't talk about too. That year that the Thunder lost and after KD left, there was echoes that Russ needs somebody to help, so they bring in PG and Carmelo that first year. Now, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but when you got 3 players who've been number 1 options on their teams, people's roles has to change. They brought PG and Carmelo in to try to alleviate the pressure off of Russell Westbrook. And that's why it's highlighted as a super team. So there's certain things like, in the 2010s, there's certain times where the ownership will look at a player and be like, we need some help and assistance. Let's bring on some players to help them. But for the most part, these guys are trying to team up amongst themselves to win championships or try to compete for a championship. Very similar to the Laker one in 2020. I heard somebody say that wasn't a super team. Again, what was the conversation when they brought that team together? When you talk about that team with LeBron, AD, and Russell Westbrook, that was a super team. Because again, you brought in Russell Westbrook and Anthony Davis, who are not held. That whole super team was not drafted by the Lakers, right? But they brought in Russell Westbrook after the Lakers lost to Phoenix that year. So when you win a championship, and I hope y'all seen the pattern, every time one of these teams lose the year prior, they want to make these moves. So what the Lakers did after they lost to Phoenix, they got rid of KCP, Alex Caruso, Kyle Kuzma, and Montrezl Harrell, and they got Russell Westbrook. Do y'all understand? The year before, when Russell Westbrook was with the Wizards, he was all NBA third team. That means he's one of the top 5 point guards in the league. Go check it out. Russell Westbrook was all NBA third team. They had to move 3 players to get him from Washington. He was still an all-star caliber player. We know what Anthony Davis was as perennial all-star, and you know what LeBron James was. But this was another super team that LeBron James created with Anthony Davis. They were all on board trying to bring Russell Westbrook in. Management did not vouch to get Russell Westbrook in LA. That was a player empowerment move. But when people want to sit here and say, well, it didn't work out, it's irrelevant because you're getting 3 all-star, all-NBA team players on one team. That is a super team, sir. Based off how you fit is completely your business, but we're talking about the caliber of player. Russell Westbrook was all NBA third team. But like a lot of different stops LeBron goes to, and I don't mean to make this, but it's just a fact. Every third option the man had, you got a bunch of people always blaming that third option. You got Chris Bosh when he was in Miami. You have people trying to devalue his name. You had Kevin Love. People who saw him be a 2020 guy in Minnesota. Somebody that LeBron and Kyrie both wanted on the team, and they devalue his name. People saying Kevin Love didn't do this, didn't do that. I heard it all. He was a 2020 guy and a perennial all-star that they brought over from Minnesota. They're thinking, okay, what third option can we get to help, bring out another super team? You go to the Lakers. You bring in Anthony Davis after the first year, right? With the Lakers, you don't get nothing out of that year. And then the second you go out there and get Anthony Davis, y'all get a championship. But also don't forget they had Dwight Howard on that team as well. They brought a lot of different pieces in. And then after they lose again to Phoenix in 2021, they bring in Russell Westbrook. I think somebody told me that LeBron James's teams led by him are responsible for like the most trades. Somebody can correct me. But the patterns and the behaviors, it's not far-fetched. Every team he goes to, you're going to see a lot of different moves and trades. You talk about the Ray Allen team when he goes to Miami. Now, I don't have no proof that he vouched for this. I'm just saying Every team he's been, there's always going to be moves and trades done if certain things don't get done. Now, I'm not saying that you're supposed to sit where you're supposed to sit at, but again, the question is when you do it yourself, creating a super team instead of building with actual role players around your skill set, because you're visibly trying to stack the deck, does that go against you? Because you're trying to stack the odds in your favor. If I go out to the park, if I go to the court, if I go to the gym, we're playing pickup, and I just say I'm going to pick up the 5 best guys on my team, and I'm playing against a bunch of average to middle class players, and we whoop their ass 8 or 10 to 2 or 10 to 1, what did I really accomplish? And what's even worse, if I end up getting beat, even though I try to stack the deck, now I'm really embarrassed. That's all I hear about that 2021 to 2023 Laker team. Oh, because Russell Westbrook didn't fit because he's a primary ball handler like LeBron, it didn't work. But that sure as hell was a super team. That Brooklyn Nets team, we know what that was with Kyrie and James Harden and Kevin Durant. They were calling that team a super team out the gate. You took 3 perennial all-stars and put them on one team. Now, the difference with the Brooklyn Nets is that they didn't have the opportunity to really reach their peak because of injuries. That year when they lost to Milwaukee, when James Harden bothered his hamstring, and you got Kyrie Irving, who had his foot slid under by Giannis Antetokounmpo, that was the only chance they really had. So you really didn't get a chance to see that Brooklyn super. Outside of that, could they have won a championship? I don't know. But I think they would have beat Milwaukee if all 3 were healthy because they were already whooping up on them those first 2 games. So again, when you talk about who's had the most super teams as far as, the player empowerment era and who has been the one like having not just a super team, but when they're at their peaks or their primes, I mean, you see the guy on every single screen, on every single team is the one that's been primarily responsible. You can't lie about this. Player empowerment is this fancy word people will use to try to scape over stacking the deck. I don't have an issue with player empowerment. But when you look and you honestly see a player stack putting multiple guys on the same team, it's the common denominator is one person on the screen. And these are just the teams that went through. There are reports, right, of players that didn't actually go through, but he was actually trying to recruit to come, who he was in connection with the front office to try to get those moves done. But when people see that there was something else that happened, it doesn't get to be called a super team. Before Anthony Davis or before Russell Westbrook came, LeBron James was trying to get Kawhi Leonard to come to the Lakers. Now ask yourself a question. You got a guy who is your competitor at your position, who, if we're going to be honest, is the only one that's had success with you head to head, and that includes Kevin Durant, because Kevin Durant didn't really start doing any damage against LeBron until he joined Golden State. The only person that really has had success to you head to head is the guy that you recruited. So you try to go out there and recruit him. But Kawhi Leonard instead he said, I'm going to do my own thing. I'm going to go to a different team. But that was a real report LeBron James was trying to recruit Kawhi Leonard to come to the Lakers. Here we go.
Was there a point this summer when the team was chasing Kawhi that you thought that was going to happen?
Yeah.
And
'Cause
then
I'm a positive guy.
Were you surprised you beat the Clippers?
Say that again?
Were you surprised you beat the Clippers?
No.
Why not?
Yes and no. I'm not surprised about anything, really, to be honest. But also don't get too excited. If you ask me, was I getting excited about it? I don't get too excited and it happened. But yeah, I thought we had a chance, and that's all you can ask for. We put ourselves in position to have a chance to get him. And when he went to the Clippers, I thought it was just as cool. So it was great for our league, and he had to do what was best for him. And we all respect him.
what do you think swayed the decision for him?
Man, how the hell can I
Oh,
answer
you
that?
said you saw him.
I don't know. Ask Kawhi.
So this is what I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna go ahead and end it here after. As y'all come to smash the like button. LeBron, along with the Lakers front office, were in connection trying to grab Kawhi Leonard. You just heard it out of his mouth. We thought we had him. We had a good chance to get him. We put ourselves in the best position. It just didn't happen. LeBron also and Anthony Davis met with Kawhi Leonard to try to persuade him to come to the Lakers. Now, I'm not saying you don't go out there and try your best to get yourself an opportunity to win, but you have LeBron, you have Anthony Davis by your side already. And you went out and tried to still grab him. Which, in reality, is a good thing you didn't get him because you end up winning a championship anyway. Now, it was in the bubble. It's still considered a championship. So you really, again, didn't need him to you need. There needs to be a competitive balance in the league. I don't have an issue with dynamic duos. I really don't. I sour my mouth with super teams, as y'all. I'm pretty sure y'all can see by now. It's 3 All-Star, All-NBA, perennial All-Star caliber players that joined together. But there was no competitive balance in the league like there is now. Before, it was the Cavs and the Warriors over and over. There was no competitive balance. But back to what I was saying, this would have been another super team assembled. And the point I'm highlighting is that, yes, super teams have been around for 40 plus years. But again, the guy that's the one that's been primarily responsible for this player empowerment and trying to put teams together and super teams together is the guy that is on pretty much was just on the screen. And then you gotta ask yourself a real question. It's the same questions I'm asking. How good are you when you have to do all this? And number 2, if you don't get it done, does that hurt your legacy? Just like with Kevin Durant, I got the same smoke for him. KD has taken LeBron James's blueprint and tried to model it. Ever since he left OKC, Kevin Durant does not want to be on a team where he has to pretty much be the guy and lead by himself. You leave OKC, you go to Golden State. You leave Golden State, you go to Phoenix or go to Brooklyn. You build a super team there. And then you build a super team in Phoenix, which, by the way, Chris Paul, if you substitute him with Bradley Beal, that was a super team. It was a super team. Chris Paul was an all-star caliber player when KD first got there. And all they did was switch out Chris Paul for Bradley Beal. It's a lot of super teams that don't be successful, and people want to say, oh, that wasn't a super team. Yeah, it was. It just didn't work out the way they thought it did. because super teams throughout history tend to not work out. I'm talking about when they just put them all together. When you talk about the Lakers and the Celtics, you know why those super teams worked out? Or that really wasn't even, it's super team by definition. But as far as the system and how they were homegrown, that's why they're able to be more successful. When you look at the Warriors, they were homegrown. When you look at the Lakers, it was around Magic Johnson and his system. He elevated his teams to be better. But like I said before earlier, this was a time where they brought James Worthy in through the draft, or they brought James Worthy in through management. And that's why I'm saying players are trying to take general managers' jobs and how to build a team. And that's why these super teams are they're not coming together like they thought they're supposed to come together. You can't just put the best players on a team and think that's going to work. And then when it doesn't work, you want to blame and say, well, it wasn't a super team. Well, damn, you sure as hell, you telling me these three guys, would you have thought they didn't make the playoffs and then we got swept in the first round? But because the fit, you have three primary scorers who all need the ball. They don't have no balance on the team, is why the results y'all saw the results were. But with KD, he's done went to 3 super teams his damn self. Now he's with the Houston Rockets now. They're not going to be playing that. But again, it's the same thing. Like they trying to stack the deck in their favor. That's why Kevin Durant on my top 10, top 15, top 20 list, he's going down. Because it's not, you're showing yourself, you got all the skill, all the talent, but there's a component inside of you that you don't want to lead. You tried that in Oklahoma City, and you said to yourself, I'm going to try to do things a different way. I'm going to try to find players the best way that fit, that are all-star caliber players. It's the same thing as LeBron. I don't just hold this to him. Anybody that's doing this, I'm questioning how great you are. So I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to go ahead and drop this link. And I'm going to let y'all come in here and cook. I think I've talked quite a bit. And yeah, we're going to go there. Joke is Murray, Westbrook is a super team. No, they were not. What's up, Bookie?
Yeah, what up, man? What's the deal?
What's up? What you got?
Yeah, the 2010s into what about 20, that LeBron, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh. The thing about them, they always top 5 picks from the same draft class when they all teamed up, and they was all franchise guys that led their team to playoffs before. That's like if Michael Jordan kept losing and he was like, let me team up with Hakeem and Charles Barkley from his same draft class. I ain't never seen that before. And yeah, you right though, when they try to backtrack and say it's player empowerment, they try to use that when they fail. That's all I really had to say about that. But yeah, they tried to backtrack it when the teams don't work. Everybody tried
Yeah.
to play the GM.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's why
Like people.
that's why they keep failing, bro. Is you trying to do a
Yeah.
job a job that you not trained to do, and you think you can just build it, you can just put a bunch of pieces together and it's gonna fit. Okay, you can do that, but who's going to be the one that cleans up the mess? If I spill water on the floor and nobody cleans it up, nobody gets a mop, nobody gets any type of towel, you're just gonna let the soda or juice stay on the floor. You ain't
Yeah,
gonna clean it up.
yeah,
Like somebody gotta clean up the mess. Somebody gotta be responsible for that.
yeah, because the year they tried to get Kawhi, that was the year Kawhi had just won the championship and won Finals MVP. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I remember that year. They were trying to. The
And they said Kawhi said
reports
when you
was reports was is they wanted, LeBron wanted to get Chris Paul for Kyrie, and then I heard PG was supposed to go to the. I'm like, this dude. I mean, this is what his mindset is, and that's like basically, well, how good are you if you gotta keep doing all this?
and they tried to before Kevin Durant went to Golden State, Cleveland was trying to get him too.
Yeah,
The yeah, he was trying to get Kevin Durant to join him and Kyrie. They was trying to do something. But no, yeah, that's crazy. That guy don't want to compete. He want all the best players on his team to win. And then when he lose, it's always he ain't got no help. Like, dude, the dude been played with probably more Hall of Famers than anybody in the history of the league.
Oh,
He's
it
always
ain't no question. It ain't no question. And he's
yeah,
playing with these players.
in his
He's
prime.
playing with these
Not when
players in their primes.
yeah,
He's playing with these dudes at their primes and their peaks. And it's like, bro, if you he needs to take that approach for choosing a coach. You know, they say, well, he's never played with a great coach. No, he don't want to play with a great coach because he's gonna have to be able to. He's gonna have to adjust his style of play. And
yeah.
he's had great coaches. He's had Eric Spoelstra. He had Frank Vogel. We won a
But
championship with his last championship with.
what was that guy name they had when he went back to Cleveland? What was my man name?
I forgot. I know what you're talking about.
The guy from
They fired
overseas.
him. He was the first seed. They were the first seed.
Yeah, they was trying to run a system, but LeBron didn't want to play that system when they had to move the ball and stuff. Oh yeah, that's another reason Kyrie. They said that's the main reason Kyrie. Another reason Kyrie left too, because he wanted to play in an actual system.
Yeah.
When you
They
heliocentric like that, when you get to the finals and you play against smart coaches that know your style of play, that's another reason he lost a lot. It ain't because of the competition he played; it's his style of play. When you dominate the basketball like that,
exactly.
and there's no ball movement, and everybody
Hmm.
keeps on defense, you don't move the ball.
Right.
That's how you gonna lose.
Yeah. It's a flawed system, bro. When you talking about, you're winning as far as against competition, bro.
You
Like
can get
your
numbers. You can get
system
your
is not
numbers.
a winning system.
Yeah, yeah. You can get your stats and stuff, but it's not a winning formula. That's why I call. That's one of my older cat told me one time. He like all LeBron is. He's a Wilt Chamberlain of the perimeter. He can get all his numbers, but it didn't really result in a lot of winning.
Nah,
He,
facts. If you look at, he ain't the only one. Luka Doncic, James Harden, they play the exact same way, bro. That ball dominant system ain't gonna win, bro. It ain't, and they've been on. Hell, James Harden, how many top players he done had? He didn't play with.
yeah, he didn't play. He didn't play with Dwight Howard. He didn't play with Embiid. He didn't play with KD, Kyrie, Russ, um, Kawhi, Paul George.
It's not a winning system, bro.
Yeah, when you got the ball in your hand 90% of the time and there's no ball movement. Yeah. And then I hate when people say too, if you put LeBron with Prime Shaq, he would have won too. No, he would. How them dudes wouldn't have been able to fit together. You gotta you gotta be skilled to play with a guy like Shaq. You gotta be able to knock down perimeter jump shots to play with a guy. The lane gonna be clogged. LeBron ain't never showed he could play with a dominant low post big man like that. That you got to come down and throw the ball to him in the post. I don't see them winning. When people say that, they just don't know basketball. They just be saying anything.
Nah, I'm telling you, bro. It's kind of like it's like I said, bro. It's they. Some people they don't either understand it or don't have the IQ to understand it, bro. You just can't put the best players and try to say, "Ah, it's gonna make me win." Like you had the best players and you still done lost with these same best players. So what's the problem?
Yeah, cause think about it. LeBron was looking like a head with his chicken head cut off in 2011 when they lost. Dwayne Wade had to dial his game back, change his role for them to be successful.
I'm telling you. That's how basketball is, bro. It's about who fits with who. Like when they brought Russell Westbrook in LA, that was a super team. It's just that LeBron's game and Russell Westbrook's is too similar, but it doesn't change the caliber of player that Russell Westbrook is, nigga. So
Just
let me
like
get to my boy E real quick, man. What's good, E?
Salute. Can y'all hear me?
Right. Yep.
BA, what's good with you?
what up, the real elite.
Hey, salute, BJ. Make sure y'all like, share, subscribe, and donate, man. We gotta flood that man. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, y'all. You know what I'm saying? A little bit goes a long way. I'll say it like that. Whatever you can. $1, $2, and shit. It don't matter. Hey, yeah, the super team, bro. It's I just for me, bro, I'm a competitor. Like when it comes to anything that I do. Like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody know that about me. I hate losing. So I always like when you brought up that point about just going and everybody who play, I'm pretty sure most of everybody in the chat or you know what I'm saying that comes on these that be on YouTube have played basketball either in high school, collegiately, AAU, some form of organized basketball, like rec leagues, would you have referees? Like when you go to the rec, bro, LA Fitness or wherever you play basketball at, right? And that point that you made about people be trying to get all the best players in the gym just so they can have an advantage so they won't lose. To me, bro, I don't like that. Like I can go into the gym and I can play with anybody, whoever want to be on my team, bro. Let's run. I'm not sitting there saying, "No, I got five." If it was somebody sitting there waiting to play, no matter if he looked like he might can't play or not, I like just give me whoever, bro, and we gonna play our hardest and we gonna try to win. I don't care who we playing. We can play the best team in all the open run gyms, all the open gym runs and everything. But when these NBA players, like when these players try to get together and say, "Oh man, let's play together, man, y'all. I think let's go try to win some championships." That defeats the whole purpose of competition. Like, I want to beat you. I don't want to play with you. You my partner, you my dude, you my family. I want to beat you. When y'all see Seth Curry and Steph Curry play against each other, they not hugging and laughing and hee hee ha. They like, man, nigga, I used to dog you in the backyard. Nigga, I'm way better than you. Seth Curry to this day probably feel like he's better than Steph Curry from a competitive standpoint. You get what I'm saying? Nikhil Alexander Walker, um, Shea Gildas Alexander. When you seen them matching up, like, did you like? You know what I'm saying? It was getting a little chippy. All the players from the Canada national team. You know what I'm saying? Andrew Nimar, when he matched up with Shea, when we was pushing Shea, he throw a couple of cheap shots. He was trying to get up under Shea's skin. It was that competitive nature. But what if they just said, man, let's, you know what? Let's just put the whole Canada team on one team on one, like, you know what I'm saying? Let's just put the Canada national team, get all of the Canada national team players on one team. Like, you know what I'm saying? That make the game weak, bro. Like, why would you want to do some AAU type shit in a professional setting? Like, don't you want to beat these players? For the simple fact that you call Kawhi Leonard, you see how when he was getting interviewed, right? And this goes beyond LeBron James too. But I just want to highlight when he was getting interviewed and you heard the reporter kept pressing and kept he started to get a little irritated by that because they were asking him tough questions. It's like, we need an explanation for this, bro. Like, you're trying to team up with all these guys. Like, I understand, like, you're scared of Kawhi Leonard. But guess what? When you're scared of a bully, what your mom do when you come in the house and your dad, when you get your ass whooped, you better go back out there and beat that motherfucker ass whoop, or else you're gonna have 2 ass whoopings. Like, you're scared of these dudes, bro? Like, why do you feel like you need to team up with motherfuckers? Like, I never understood a motherfucker who want to be liked that much. In the competition, I don't like you. That's why I love Russell Westbrook so much. Russell Westbrook, you would never know if he has one friend in the NBA. You wouldn't be able to tell. Russell Westbrook don't fuck with people like that, but they love him to death because he's one of the greatest teammates from his peers that ever been in the NBA. But from a competitive standpoint, he's one of the fiercest competitors. You could talk about his game, you could whatever you want, but I just want people that want to compete against the best. Like, you get what I'm saying? So the whole and we could criticize and blame people. Sometimes people are put in situations that's beyond their control because you draft players, but you never know what that player's actually, you don't know their plateau. You don't know what they're going to turn into. So if they happen to turn into an all NBA perennial all-star, I would say that super team was built organically. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, Kobe Bryant, really nobody really knew nothing about him coming out of high school except for people who follow his career. Like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody thought he was really not that good. They seen the air balls. And then once he emerged, then they said, oh man, but he played with Shaq. But Shaq was already traded there. If you want to, if we're gonna do that, then you could say when Shaq was traded to the Lakers, they had a super team because Eddie Jones and Nick Van Exel were perennial all stars on those Lakers teams. You get what I'm saying? So it's just I don't agree with it, bro. Like, why try to cheat the system to win, bro? Like, I want to play against you. Let's see who the better player is. Like, Kobe had a chance to play with KG, Carmelo Anthony. He could have took Allen Iverson, Tim Duncan. He could have took that high road. He could have took the high road and said, you know what, let's just go run the table and win as many championships as we can win. He said, no, I want to beat each and every one of you because I want to be regarded as the greatest player to ever play this game. And that's why he got rid of Shaq, because he knew that he was always going. The media, even though he felt like I'm the guy on the team, but the media narratives was he can't win without Shaq. So he say, organization, you make your choice. It's either me or Shaq, bro. Like, like, you feel me? So they chose Kobe, and then he said, well, let's rock. Just give me a couple okay players, and I got you. But they gave him garbage players for a long time, and then once he got Gasol, you know what I'm saying, and he turned it around, and he was able to get, you know what I'm saying, 2 more championships before he ultimately got injured and body start breaking down. So, but sports is all about competition, bro. Period. I mean, you can love people to death, but I don't want to play with you, bro. I'm sorry.
Facts. That's how I feel too. Let me go to 2 cents, man. What's good, 2 cents? Welcome back, bro.
What's good, fam? Yeah, a little bit about what I'm about to say is it's kind of playing devil's advocate, to keep the show balanced on it. But if sometimes you get, I don't know if you ever played poker. Hold on, I got a message. Yeah, I don't know if you ever played poker. Sometimes you think you got it with a pair of jacks. You don't always have the best hand. And what happens is, and what's the NBA, you don't draft people to make the league balanced. I want everybody to be where I'm at. We know that. So for people to ignore, every time I get a player, I'm trying to make my team better. Now, if I'm able to do it and you're not, I get my sincere apologies for it. You're not able to do it. That's like you get mad because I come to the club because I got VIP, I got chains on in a nice car. And man, I can still pull women too. I don't need all that. And that's what happens with a lot of these teams. They think they get a super team and they'll have all these all-stars and it don't pan out all the time. Just like when you go out, a dude can have all of that and you can still get that person that they're talking about, or, that type of deal. So if you can understand that dynamic on what goes on in the NBA super team, it did not start with LeBron. You can go way back to the 70s and stuff like that. It is what it is. They stack the deck. It don't pan out all the time. Just like you got your Lambo and your chain and you looking a fly, it don't always pan out. You don't get everybody that you want, but it be on some old hater shit sometimes, man. I'm like, man, I get tired of hearing people hate, but that's their opinion about something. It's not always hate, but I hate the haters when they say a lot of things about people because it don't work out in your favor. It don't work out in your favor. Okay, move on. Shit. I pause right there, Bo.
Okay. I want to read a comment real quick though from Love and Aries. She said, yes, you can do it, but don't get the best players in the league and then proclaim to be the best. And that's kind of my stance on it. You can do it, but if you do it, you got to ask yourself, how good is you if you have to do all that? And if you don't get it done, what does that say about you? If I go to the gym and we playing fives and I get the 4 best players in the gym, we know who the 4 best players in the gym is, and we run everybody off the court, what did I really do other than really just get the unexpected result, the expected result?
Yeah.
Is it me doing it or is it my team, or who gets the credit?
Okay, yeah, that's a great analogy to what you're saying. But okay, what if I'm the best on the best people that I pick? And this is where is your people
Well, who
opinions
says
that come
that
in.
though?
No, I'm saying look, I got the best team. Everybody know
Mm-hmm.
I got the best
Right.
team. And then when I win, now
Mm-hmm.
you're like, oh, well, you were supposed to. You were supposed to because you got this. Yeah, it's a lot of
Right.
supposed to's happen. And it's hard to distinguish, because a lot of people are not going to play fair. They don't want to play fair because a lot of times you are way better gifted or whatever. They don't want to play
Mm-hmm.
fair because it's game over if you do.
But nobody ever joined another MVP though. Like that's what I'm saying. Dwayne Wade had already won a ring. He was an MVP. That means he was the best player like during that time. Why would I want to go? I want to beat you, Dwayne Wade. Let's see who's better. You get what I'm saying? Okay, Chris Bosh, let's see who's better. Like you feel me? I'm gonna walk y'all down and just let you know that I'm the real king, if that's what everybody calls him. Like you get what I'm saying? It's like that's the standpoint that I'm coming from. Like, okay, G Wade, I see what you're doing, bro. Okay, I'm gonna go to Chicago then, or I'm gonna go somewhere else. Then I'm gonna go somewhere else where the kid where it's a balance as far as the competition, and then we can match it. If you didn't want to stay in Cleveland, you could have went to somewhere else who was equivalent to Cleveland, maybe a bigger market. Maybe the Nets. I don't know. Maybe somewhere else. Like, you know what I'm saying? Who wasn't really good at that time, who really didn't have the superstar on their roster. And you could have turned that franchise into a contender by your self proclaimed greatness. That's what my thing is. If you're great, make that team great. You don't need to add people like the best players and the all NBA talent you're playing with the best players that they're the best at their position at the time. You're getting these
Hey,
players when
Bookie,
they're at the top
hold
of their
on. Hey, let
game,
Bookie
though.
mute his mic. Bookie got to mute his mic because it's doing something to when what you saying.
Yeah, yeah, you
It's
got
Bookie.
like you're trying to play with the players. You're trying to play with the best players at their peak, like you know what I'm saying, to give you an unfair advantage when it comes to the competition, the balance.
Yeah.
You feel me?
I,
As
I,
far as competition, and if you lose, come out and just say, you know what? I don't. The first thing out your mouth shouldn't be like, "Oh, I was playing with a broken thumb." Oh, we needed these players because they was doubling me and we didn't have enough shooters. Like that, you can't do that, bro. Like you have to take
okay.
accountability. I didn't get it done.
Mm,
I gotta get stronger. I gotta work on my jump shot. Michael Jordan never made an excuse when he was getting walked down by the Detroit Pistons. He said, "I gotta get stronger for the physicality." And he went and put the work in and came back and then slayed them motherfuckers. So I respect that grind right there. Kobe Bryant shot air balls. What did he say? I wasn't strong enough to shoot those shots. So what did he do? He went to the weight room. He went straight to the gym right after those occurrences, and he got better. Like he didn't say, "Oh man, damn, I can't be. I didn't win, so fuck. Let me see if Tim Duncan gonna come help us win over here." Like you get what I'm saying? Like who does that, bro? That's not fair.
okay.
That's
Real. Yeah. Let me. I know I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I'm a few years older than you. But what I'm gonna say to you, you think life is fair. I really do. The way you talking, you think shit is fair, bro. Life ain't goddamn
Oh
fair.
no. If you know me, I'm one of the motherfuckers who understand how life
Well, you
works.
okay then?
Like,
Well,
you
you
know what I'm
know what
saying?
time it
So
is. If someone got the money, I don't
if
care.
we
Even
know
when
that it's not fair, why would you try to make it fair? So you're trying to make an imperfect world perfect. You get what I'm saying? You're trying to put yourself in a best perfect situation, and that doesn't exist. Perfect doesn't exist. So why are you trying to be in a perfect situation? Everything has to be perfect in order for me to be successful. That's not the way life works, bro. You got to go through adversity.
yeah,
Adversity
you
builds
think.
character, bro. Like you feel me? Trust me,
Okay,
I've been there too many
yeah, okay.
times. I
I
get it.
know you. I know you got a lot of the answers as well. But what I'm saying to you, understand things in life definitely is not fair. You sound like you're African American FBA or whatever you want to call it. You were set behind the eight ball. I already know you was, whether you acknowledge it or not. And people was doing things to make you be set behind. These basketball teams would do things in these big markets. I can still remember with the Yankees, they had all this money. They was paying everybody and they was whooping everybody. But they a lot of times they still couldn't win. Now I get pleasure out of somebody trying to cheat and I still beat you. Now that's me. That's just me. Now, a lot of people are like, hey, I bet you won't put no level playing field because I know who you are and I know who the other person is. They don't want a level play. They got to put something in your drink. They got to damn cheat with the referee. They got to do. I understand that. That is life. We can't change it right now. It can be during your time and you can change it in 20 years. There's no way possible you can do X, Y, and Z. But you don't even know a lot of these people are playing behind the eight ball. It's a reason why you don't say every year the Charlotte Hornets, they can win. Yeah, they got a chance. Yeah, don't be on no dumb and dumber. So there's a chance. That's what you're talking about. These people, they got the deck stacked. Quit falling for three card Montes in the shell game. Man, it's built for you to lose. You don't even understand that. And it's hard for an older guy to even let you know, man, it's rigged against you. You find a way, because I know you're smart enough to find a way. You back, baby? Okay, baby. Go ahead, bro. Sorry to be so long on that one.
Let me
Oh no. I feel
let
you,
me
bro.
let me get to Kirk, y'all. Let me let y'all get back to it. What's good, Kirk?
What's good, BJ? Elise was good.
What? Go ahead, bro.
I be fucking with you, bro. What's good, bro?
What's your rebuttal, cuz? Because the world love rebuttal and eat lazy though.
No. Of course, not. But I like the other dude that's talking to. He spit some knowledge yesterday. BJ, we on like day 20, bro. This is crazy. But super teams. So the question is, should creating super teams hurt your legacy? I think I'm yes, in the all-time like debate, top 10 players, top, where you're ranked at. I think yes, that has to, everything is added. So yes, super teams does hurt your legacy. And the thing about super teams to me, like you just said, they've been around for years. But obviously, like, LeBron kind of changed that paradigm, which I don't blame him for. I don't blame LeBron for doing that, but it does hurt your legacy because you're not, especially if you don't win. That's why it really hurts your legacy, because you're not winning. So it's like you're creating these super teams and you're not winning, and now everyone's pretty much doing it, and it's like Elise said or BJ said, like, where's your, how can we rank how great you are and how how great you are against your competition if you're trying to add your competition to your team. And LeBron hasn't done that obviously for his whole career. I give it to LeBron, he's tried, obviously until that 2010 decision that he had, probably the biggest decision in NBA history. But I mean, he tried, but at the same time, like he was a 2-time MVP before he switched over to that team. He made one finals appearance. So obviously we know how great LeBron is and was before he went to D-Wade. That's why it was so big of what happened. And we already knew how great D-Wade was because he won on his own team. He didn't have a super team. Shaq went to his team. So I just feel like it does count against you, but I don't think it counts against you as much as you losing on a super team. You can create a super team, yes. That takes off points. But when you start losing, then that's a whole different conversation. And you're losing the teams that have nowhere near as much talent as you. 2011 LeBron. I mean, come on, y'all. That team was.
Hey.
I'm not saying that. Well, actually, I can't even talk shit about that Dirk team because they beat some really good teams on that run. But at the same time, that Miami Heat team was built to win championships immediately, and they were up 2 games. And obviously, we already know what happened. So that takes like a lot of points off when you lose that championship. And then Miami he won championships after that, obviously. So that's cool. Okay, fine. You get your points back, whatever. Then you go back to Cleveland, and then you do create another super team, Kyrie, Kevin Love, and you pretty much just dominate the East for I don't know how long. And you lose to a player that has not ever been to the finals and pretty much was just starting his NBA legacy up because he was not a top 10 player when he went to that 2015 finals and pretty much beat LeBron, and not convincingly, but he pretty much showed LeBron like he showed LeBron why he was the MVP of the league, and pretty much he showed LeBron why he was becoming damn near the best player in the league soon. Like, I think him and LeBron pretty much were like neck to neck. But yeah, like that's my thing. And it's obviously not just LeBron. I mean, obviously you said Kobe had, the Lakers had failed attempts. I'm not gonna say Kobe was like, give me a super team, but sometimes you have no control. Boston, like you said, joined together. Like it's like the super teams like have been a part of the NBA for years. So I don't dock anybody for really. I mean, you dock them off, but I don't really like, oh my gosh, why would you ever make a super team? Like this is the history of the NBA. You can look from obviously Bill Russell, the team he played on, but obviously that was from the drafting players, but they had hella players. So, but like I said, when you start losing, that is the real conversation after that. And yeah, like you have to me, if you start before you make the super team, you have to gauge what that player was doing before the super team. Like I said, LeBron, he did have 2 MVPs. He didn't win, obviously, so that's big. But he did lead his team to the finals and already had 2 MVPs. So we knew LeBron was a superstar player. But he didn't. Obviously, he needed some players. I give LeBron this. At least he had self-awareness for himself, not for every other player. That he probably was like, maybe I need really great players to win. Maybe he just knows that he's not that great, and that's okay because that's self-aware. Self-awareness is very key in life. You have to have that. Maybe that's what I'm not giving LeBron no excuses, but that's why he's not the GOAT, or he's not better than a couple players. And that's just what it is. But I think he probably just has self-awareness. And there's nothing wrong with it. He might not admit that, but he probably was like, hey, I can't do this by myself, or not even by myself. I just can't elevate my team. Some players can't elevate your team, bro. That's just what it is. Some players take away from your teammates, and some players just make your team worse, bro. I'm not gonna say LeBron made his team like dog shit, but LeBron, he didn't really elevate his team the way the media puts it out like that. So he probably understood, hey, this is what I need to do. Hey, I'm not mad at you, bro. At least you know you needed play. At least like he knew that he made that decision like for himself. He didn't make it for anybody else. And I can't get mad at a person for doing that. But all time we talk about top 5, bro. And now we talk about top 10 conversations, and yes, you have to look at that. You have to be like, okay, LeBron, you couldn't elevate what you had in Cleveland. You damn near you can say LeBron couldn't elevate the people that he had with the super teams. And that's sad to say, because that 2017 Cavs team versus that 2000 Warriors team they was on par with each other to me. I mean, Kyrie, Steph Curry, Kevin Love, Klay Thompson. I mean, LeBron, Kevin Durant. I mean, I know Draymond Green was a sneaky piece, but still, I forget who the hell their center was. I think Tristan Thompson. They had a pretty talented team, and the Warriors pretty much just like mopped them. And that wasn't because the Cavs weren't talented. It was because they didn't have a system. So that's where I start docking you. Like, okay, bro, like you need a lot of help. So yes, players should be looked at differently, because what Giannis has done for that Bucks team, even though that super team Brooklyn, they could have beat them, but they didn't. So maybe that was just their bad luck. Giannis won by himself. You gotta give Jokic his credit. We even gotta give Shea his credit for what he's done, even though he wasn't drafted to that team, but he didn't force that trade. Kawhi for San Antonio. He didn't have a super team in the Raptors. He still found a way to win. Like, it's just, you have to look at players. Kobe found a way to get to, even without, after he had the most dominant player, he still won with Shaq and after Shaq, and was very impressive. I mean, even though he asked for a trade, but Kobe still elevated his team. So you have to give players their credit and take away credit from what players have not done with a super team. That's just what it is. That's just my take.
All right. Appreciate you, Kirk. I'm gonna get to Tyson now. What's good, Tyson?
Oh shit. What's up? Salute, BJ. Salute everybody. I see y'all done wore Kirk down, man. He did a complete 360 over the last 5 days. This nigga said went out sad, bro.
Wait, Tyson, first of all, I've been saying that for a long time.
Stop it, bro.
I never changed my ranking from no players. What are you, Tyson? I've been talking about this for years. Hey, DJ, please
that's what keeping it real solid, though, Tyson. That's what keeping it real solid.
Anyway, this nigga done.
That's crazy.
Shay, he went from blood to crip in 4 days. But anyway.
So look, like that for a while before you get on the chat.
Anyway, I'll get into the super team thing. Like y'all said, like y'all previously spoke, the super team thing been around for a long time. Players won with super teams, players lose with super teams. The differentiation, y'all know what I'm trying to say. The difference is, what y'all trying to say is that when an organization does it, it's okay. When a player does it, it makes the competition less, or that makes that player weak. I don't necessarily agree with that. I understand the player empowerment thing has came a long way. And sometimes it hurts the team, right? When you force these trades, You know what I'm saying? If you don't acquire these guys through free agency, essentially you hurt your team for one piece. And that failed in a lot of instances because you trading for these players. When Phoenix Suns go get Kevin giving away they giving away half their team to acquire these dudes. So in that situation, that really makes it tough. The thing about LeBron, he was a free agent in these situations, so he really didn't have to force a lot of trades and sell the team short trying to make these moves. And we saw that with the one time in LA, and that that hurt the team as well, having to go trade out a lot of assets to go get Anthony Davis. But I just think the player empowerment thing, I think a lot of players would be smart in their careers to adopt some type of approach where, say, like Kevin Garnett, when he spends 12 years with a horrible Minnesota Timberwolves franchise, it just hurts his legacy at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? What if, you could do the what ifs? What if he would have got out of there after 5 years or 6 years after that rookie contract was done and goes to a better organization? How would his legacy be affected? When you stay with a team like that, it in a lot of cases, it hurts your legacy. It's a lot of great players that didn't, take advantage of their so-called power and not force trades, not do certain things, and their legacy has suffered because of it. So I think LeBron James has, kind of switched the narrative on that. And to me, it's not necessarily a bad thing. I know certain people have certain opinions, and that's fine. I'm not discounting your opinions on how you feel about people moving or whatever have you. But at the end of the day, your legacy is made. Kevin Durant is a 2-time champion. You know what I'm saying? And nobody's going to take that away from him. You could say this, you could say that, and 2 finals MVPs. You can say all those things, but at the end of the day, that's what he has on his resume. So, and that's vaulted him into a lot of people's, top 15. If he didn't have those, maybe he wouldn't be in that situation. So you could say it hurts their legacy, but I think it far helps their legacy more than it hurts it. At least it's a discussion now. You know what I'm saying? At least it's a discussion for these players to be in these all-time conversations. But, Magic playing with Kareem and all these things, just because the organization did it, like you said, what if Magic didn't go to the Lakers? What if they didn't fleece whoever they got that first round pick, number 1 pick from, and it goes to that team? You know what I'm saying? How does his career look different? So at the end of the day, you're going to praise these guys for playing with super teams if it's organic, but you're not going to praise them because they're taking their legacy into their own hands. I don't necessarily agree with that notion.
Okay. That sounds good.
Hey, Tyson.
I feel you on that. But it's a difference, though, bro. If the organization is Kevin Garnett, Ray Allen, and Paul Pierce didn't collude to say, hey, y'all, we can win one in Boston. The organization traded them guys to those destinations. Like, it's a difference between when you get on the phone. Hold on, Tyson. When you get on the phone,
go ahead.
After you see Kobe host that trophy and throw that ball, in the air, and then you pick up the phone and you be like, D-Ray, come on, bro. We got to get together and beat this nigga, man. Like, really? Come on, bro. That's what you worried about? You should be worried about
that's what the organizations are doing, Lizzie. But that's what the organizations are doing. They're doing the same thing.
Player empowerment, super teams, and then organization taking that power and saying, nigga, I'm trading you where I want to trade you.
I get what you're saying, and that's not usually how it goes. Even with a Kevin Garnett, he's has a lot of input on where he's being traded. Would you agree?
But Kevin Garnett didn't want to get traded. He didn't want to go. He didn't want to go.
I'm saying,
he wanted to stay in Minnesota, bro.
I agree. I'm saying, but even when that trade is being finalized, sometimes it depends on the player. I agree with you, but a lot of times the team will go to Kevin Garnett or Kevin Durant and say, hey, how you feel? We about to send you to Boston, blah, 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 blah. No, I'm not going to play for them. You know what I'm saying? That's what Kevin Durant was doing. I'm sure they gave him several trade proposals.
Kevin Durant did that. Yes, Kevin Durant for sure handpicked his team.
Right, even though it was a trade. So I don't know necessarily.
Kevin Garnett ain't like Kevin Durant, no.
I get what you're saying, but it turned out for a better situation. At the end of the day, it's a better situation. If he doesn't go to that situation, He's stuck in Minnesota, and who knows what happens. You feel me? He's a 0-time champion, a great player nonetheless. You know what I'm saying? But he doesn't go to. Even though Kobe wanted to go to the Lakers, so let's make that clear. You know what I'm saying? He said as much, right?
You said he wanted to go to the Lakers?
Yeah.
Before he got drafted, dude.
Yeah.
Before he drafted, that's what he said?
Yes.
That's true. He said that. Kobe said that.
Okay.
Yeah, he said
and
he said
Jerry West made all that happen, though. That was all Jerry West.
I understand that, but all I'm saying is if I got a bum because Jerry West has that cachet within the league to make those type of deals. If I go to a bum organization that has no cachet within the league and is not facilitating trains to, and I'm just stuck there. If I'm Dominique Wilkins and stuck with the Atlanta Hawks, not saying Atlanta Hawks were horrible, I'm just saying I don't think they were as good as the Chicago's Bulls team or several other teams in the NBA at that time. If I'm stuck there and I'm out there with Mookie Blaylock and whoever else, which I'm not saying Mookie Blaylock's a bad player, I'm just saying.
Rest in peace to Mookie.
Oh, I didn't know he passed away. Rest in peace.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is that's my legacy on the line. And now I'm a no-ring player. Where do we rate Dominique Wilkins in the all-time rankings?
Hey, I love it, bro. I love those players. Like we can talk about the players that spent their whole entire career, but the player that never did say, you know what, I'm gonna try to beat you, Larry Bird, every year. You're gonna have to walk me down every year. I love that, bro. I give Dominique so much praise for that. And guess what?
But you
He just
don't,
didn't
though.
get it done,
At the same time,
he didn't get it done, bro.
But you don't, though, because he don't have rings, and you value rings.
I value rings when you're the best player, yeah. But then I also value your skill and your talent, though.
I know, but you value rings over everything. I think we established that.
Yes,
I think
and then
we
I look at
established
how you won. You feel me? So
I got you, but I still think you was. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
and
ring
another
culture
thing
is a thing, bro, because that's what we play the game for. Yes, you're right.
Exactly. I got you.
Yeah, it's true.
Right.
And it's a team and an organizational game. No,
Dominique didn't chase though.
But here's
So
my thing,
I respect that way more than a nigga chasing the win. I respect the nigga stand 10 toes. Hold on, Dirk Nowitzki, he could have been left. When he got walked down by the Warriors, we believe team. When he was the number 1 seed and the Warriors was the 8 seed. When the Warriors just had snuck into the playoffs the night before when they beat the Portland Trailblazers.
Steven Jackson.
And then, guess what happened? Jason Richardson, all of them. Matt Barnes. Hey, what happened though? Dirk Nowitzki say, fuck that. I'm riding this shit out until my legs is old and I can't move as fast. Even though I never been able to move fast, I really can't move now, but I'm walking niggas down though. What he do? He walked Kobe down. And then what he do? He walked Duncan, Durant, walked them down. And then what he do? Super team, come here. I'm walking you down. I respect Dirk championship more than anybody's. I respect that. Because he didn't run from the grind, bro. He didn't run. He could have, though.
Hey, hold on. Can we speak logically on some of the stuff that we're talking about? All this stuff that we're talking about. Yeah. If we're talking about, if Dirk Nowitzki was so cold, why he only got 1 championship? He's so cold.
He stuck it out with his franchise, bro. That's
but man, ain't nobody talking about you want to play this way, that way. I'm talking about factually. You want to talk about something hypothetically.
Dirk was one of the greatest players in NBA history, bro.
Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. It doesn't mean Karl Malone wasn't a great player because he didn't win a championship.
I never said that. I never said that. You sound like LeBron James now, bro. That's what LeBron James said. He said the same exact thing.
Hey, listen,
saying that these players aren't great.
Hold on.
Lazy. Let them get it all, bro. You keep on cutting people off, bro.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I didn't even, the conversation I just said, I didn't say LeBron and none of that. But what I'm saying to you, some people can recognize a great player on a bad team, and it happens all the time. But I heard dude say earlier that he was talking, he called LeBron James trash. Okay, I say if LeBron James is trash, I can't remember his name right now or whatever. He did, and I'll play it back. And the dude said LeBron James is trash. And if that's what you believe, that's fine. That's an opinion.
Right.
And at the end of the day, that's what he said. If he's trash, what does that say for the rest of the league? What you doing?
Yeah, LeBron's not
Yeah,
trash.
hold on. No, hold on. Hey, one time for the mind. Hold on. I don't know who it was.
I give it to LeBron. He's trash. Obviously, it's not too.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, yeah, no, I can see his picture. Hey, that nigga called LeBron trash. I say if LeBron trash,
He
everybody
underachieved.
playing.
Kurt. That's Kurt backpedaling.
Yeah, some people, sometimes people just be saying,
Hey, he's trash to me too.
he called it trash. Yeah, but he's trash.
I just think his hoop game is I don't
Hey,
know.
but look, I'm about to land it. Hold on. Let me say this, and you can slide back in. Let me say this little quick part.
You got it, bro.
But here's the thing that some people are trash. It's now if he said LeBron trash and went losing championships, he can't finish a game or something. If he put a caveat on it, but he just said trash. And when I say he did say that, I was like, okay, if he's trash, I mean, put a caveat on it. Yeah, it's a lot of things that LeBron can't do and didn't do. I call him trash, but you can't call his whole career trash. Come on, man. You can't call his whole career trash.
I mean, but if you want to be honest though, bro, I was trying to say earlier that even if you have a super team, you can still be better than other players. I'm just talking about being the GOAT, the best player ever. I think that takes points off of that. But
2011 eliminated all of that shit, bro.
Yeah,
if you're talking about being better than the player, because I still, like I said, I still think LeBron better than Kobe, even though he's been on super teams.
Hell no.
That's just me personally. That's just me personally.
This is crazy. You can't go backpedal and then start.
That's not back. What I said is backpedaling. I told the truth on everything I said. It's nothing backpedaling what I said. I said it takes points off your legacy. You can still be better than players, and it takes points off your legacy.
No. This is evaluate your basketball game and how
even when Kobe's done in his career, it takes points off his legacy.
Be better in the competition. That's what I said.
You gotta take points off everything. It's not just the super teams. Everything you get.
It's just not about getting points, bro. It's like, how did you get your points? Who was guarding your points? Like, you feel me? Like, was it easy? Like, was you going against the top defenders, or like, what's going on? I evaluate your hoop game, your skills.
But you gotta evaluate everything when it comes to top 10.
The clutch factor, all of that.
Hey,
your willingness to win, your desire to win at all.
Look, I respect that, Eleasy. I respect that.
Let me go.
Hey, Real. Let me address Real after he finished saying he was saying something. I want to address Real.
Hey, play the tape, rewind the tape.
Yeah. See, at the end of the day, I'm like, man, sometimes look.
No, he got it, BJ. He got it.
Hey, okay, check this out. Real, check this out. Well, not even you in particular. I'll take that back. When I can say Shaq was trash on shooting free. Hey, no, hold on. Let me finish.
Cook his ass.
Now let me finish it, please. Let me finish.
Cook Shaq's
ass. Hold on. Let me just finish this statement.
Shaq had a left hand the other day.
Hey, it's a hypothetical. But what I'm saying, I can say Shaq was trash in shooting free throws, which he was. Two things can be right. But I'll be damned if I let you say he did not dominate and do this, that, and the other, and you couldn't stop him. Two things can be right. He was trash in free throws. Nigga, you ain't never, obviously, you ain't never played basketball like that. That dude right there, I fear him more than Kobe Bryant.
No, he underachieved.
Okay, he underachieved, but he was still better.
Hey, Shaq was dominant, so Shaq achieved it. Hey, Shaq did his thing, dog. I ain't gonna lie though, but his overall hoop game, though, bro, he wasn't no Patrick Ewing, David Robinson, or Akeem Olajuwon. Not even close. I'm just talking about.
He was better than Patrick Ewing. Are you saying Patrick Ewing was better?
No. Hold on. I'm just talking. Like, let me evaluate. If you're a basketball player or a hooper, I'm a hooper, bro. I'm just talking about your real game. See, you have to understand. The NBA goes to find the most athletic built players in the world and say you're an NBA player and put them on a hoop court. But them niggas don't have no footwork. They don't understand nothing about the game. They just big and athletic and you put him on the hoop court, and you be like, damn, Joe
Nigga,
is
I
hella
know fucking
good, bro.
Shaq.
Like, you
I'm
feel?
not. No,
I'm
hold
like,
on.
come
Stop it,
on, bro.
fellas. Stop the motherfucking show right now,
Patrick
nigga.
Ewing
I
got
know
more game than
motherfucking
Shaq.
Shaq.
Yes, he do.
Listen, I know Shaq. I knew him when he was in high
Shaq didn't
school
have
when he
no
was
skill,
playing.
bro. Stop it. He didn't
Listen,
have skill.
at the end of the day, just
He was
like
bigger than
LeBron
everybody,
James,
bro.
that motherfucker moved like a gazelle at
That's
6'9".
yeah,
Your little
exactly. That's
six.
my point. You just made my point for me. Thank you. Thank you.
Exactly. Don't act like these people wasn't
He moved like a
athletic and
gazelle
this,
in the
that, and
But
first
other.
game.
game, you
He
not
had
listening
no
to
Come
what
on,
Word
footwork.
man.
saying,
He
bro.
You
wasn't no
You not
tripping.
even
Carmelo
listening.
Anthony. He was not a Carmelo. If you look at them niggas'
You not listening.
basketball skill and game, Carmelo, he clears LeBron. Easy.
That's not true.
I
That's
don't
not
think
true,
that's a
Easy.
horrible take. That's a
That's not
horrible
true.
take.
That's
That's
a
That's
not
not
horrible
no
true.
take.
horrible
No,
take,
Yeah,
man.
bro.
that's
Carmelo
a
All I'm
horrible
Anthony
saying
was
take.
a
about
three-level
accolades and
scorer.
all that.
You could. It was no defense you can run for Carmelo Anthony to shut his game
He
down.
ain't
Tyson,
play no
Jamal
ball
Tyson
So
against
what
really
Melo.
about all the y'all talk
Y'all
about
niggas, we
LeBron? What
gotta
about
know
all the
basketball.
what about
We
all
gotta
the
know
playoff
basketball.
letdowns Carmelo Anthony
We
had?
ain't talking
Yeah,
about
because he
that.
ran into Kobe, nigga. So there
No, that's
it
not
is.
true. That's not true.
That don't account for him playing
And then
bad.
when he went to the Knicks, nigga, he didn't have nobody.
Wait a minute.
Garbage
Wait a minute.
team
Wait.
better
Bruh,
Hold
than
up, wait a minute.
Knicks.
Wait a minute.
Obviously,
Wait a
bruh,
minute.
he
bruh,
never
bruh,
played.
bruh.
Yeah, he talking
But here's the
YT
thing.
Comparing Carmelo
But,
basketball.
Anthony to
Nigga,
LeBron James is
but for y'all,
ridiculous.
it's not even just about Eleazy. It's not just
I'm
about.
just talking about their skill and their hoop
We
game,
talking
bro.
about
That's
they
all I'm
But
talking
skill,
skill
about.
and
but
hoop game
y'all
don't
niggas
have
talking.
nothing to do
Yes, it
with
do.
production
Yes,
and
it
who's a
do.
better
But
player.
you're a basketball player, bro. I'm saying Carmelo is a better basketball player, but LeBron
That's not even
achieved
true.
more. Yes, that's true. Hold on, two things can be true. Is
Wait, wait,
Carmelo
wait.
more skilled than LeBron? But did LeBron have a better career than Carmelo? Yes,
So
two things can
okay,
be
so
true.
skill don't have nothing to do with evaluating skill to me is for scouts and those type of people. We not scouts out here. We judging the career
I'm a
is done.
scout. I'm a scout.
Carmelo, hold on.
Shit.
Carmelo's career is done for. We seen what he did. We don't have to evaluate his skill. We can go look at what he done. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to.
As
Oh, he's
far
a
as what?
3-level
What he
scorer.
done as
He's a
far as
this.
what?
He's a that.
Accolades or
That's all.
what?
Hold on. Let me finish, Lacey. That's fine. All I'm saying is we can see with all that skill he had. We see what he done. We're not evaluating him as a player at this point. We can see what he's done, and it's not close to what LeBron James has done. So to say
I
he's a
know.
better basketball,
I said that
to say
already.
he's a better hold on, to say he's a better basketball player to me is just disingenuous. Yes, he can have all the skill in the world.
Okay.
But if we already see what his career what it was.
He's a top 10 scorer all time.
But it's not just about scoring though. Skill is
But you're
very
bringing up,
Exactly.
important.
hold on, but you're bringing up LeBron to be better than Carmelo based off of what he done statistically, right? Is that
But
your
no,
argument?
we're talking about like so basketball. It's a foul.
Everything, accolades, statistically, winning,
That's
everything.
a
Hold
stat,
up, but
bro.
hold up,
Awards
hold
and
up.
statistics. That
Let me
makes you.
explain
That
something
makes.
real quick though. But like even like I
So
wouldn't even say Carmelo's.
what are we talking about
I wouldn't even
then?
say Carmelo was a. I wouldn't say Carmelo's a more skilled basketball player than LeBron because
Stats makes you a better basketball
no.
player.
At least you're
That's
Stats
not what
don't
I
make you a
said.
better player,
That's not
wait a
what
bro.
I
minute.
said.
Hold up, y'all. Hold up 1 second. But y'all talking about scoring. Like skill is also rebounding, assisting. That's actually a skill.
And Carmelo
Defense,
rebounded at his position. Are you out of your mind?
but he didn't pass
Come
better.
on
But
now.
LeBron's a better skill overall player than him. I think LeBron could do it
The only
a lot more
thing
things
that
than scoring.
LeBron clears people in is passing the damn ball, and he got the most
He
turnovers
cleared
doing that.
Carmelo
So
on
I don't
defense
understand
too.
that,
He
bro.
cleared Carmelo on defense too, and he can rebound just
Well,
as
I
good as
can't
Carmelo.
tell, bro. Shit,
And he
I
can
don't know.
score just as good as Carmelo.
The
Carmelo's just a better.
NBA and the NBA also markets who they want to promote.
But
So
skills
as the
now, I'm
best
just telling
player,
you, Elise,
What does
skills
that
not
have
just
to do?
scoring
Come
though.
on, bro.
if Carmelo, hold on, y'all being disingenuous. If Carmelo, you can't tell me Darko Milicic is better than Carmelo Anthony, nigga.
You said
If
who?
Carmelo Anthony, Darko Milicic, who was drafted to the Detroit Pistons ahead of Carmelo Anthony. If Carmelo Anthony is drafted to the Detroit Pistons, we're not talking about LeBron James as one of the GOATs, nigga. It's Carmelo Anthony because you know he won 3 or 4 championships
You're
with
talking
that
about
roster.
scoring though,
So
just
now you're
scoring
making
though.
my point.
Like the game's more
But
than
it's also
scoring.
your situation too. But I'm just talking about your pure basketball game. That's it. I'm not
LeBron
talking
just
about
has a
what they
better game than
achieved.
him. He's a better scorer, rebounder, assist. Like he does
Okay.
everything better than
All right.
Carmelo. Like, what's the
Okay.
what are
Bro,
we
And you know
talking
don't
what?
do
about?
It's
everything
subjective
better
because
than
that's your
Carmelo. That's a
opinion.
Hey,
goddamn
That's your
lie.
DJ,
opinion.
hey, put your
That's a
cash
That's your
app
no,
goddamn
no.
in,
lie,
That's your
bro.
DJ.
opinion, bro. I'm not gonna argue that because that's your opinion. I know what I
That's
see,
facts though.
but
I ain't
that's your
gonna lie though.
opinion.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can't change a nigga mind who say Carmelo.
Yeah.
I mean that LeBron shoot threes better than Kobe. You can't
can't change the nigga mind like that.
Who said that shit?
No, hey, BJ, put your Cash App on scrolling on the stream, bro.
Yeah,
If you don't mind.
Bro, that's what I'm talking about. Get the
I think we're
donations
being
up, man.
disingenuous if we just base some
Game's more than
players off
just scoring, though,
skill.
bro. It's just more than scoring.
Vince Carter is one of the most skillful basketball players ever, but you know he didn't. But he didn't get it done. So we just gonna say,
Vince Carter not top
he's.
10 all time in points though. Like,
But he's still one of the most skilled. Now you going off the stats now? That's what y'all just told me. You going off the stats now?
But y'all gotta be honest though. How many
y'all having the both?
all-time
Stats
in
don't
points
matter.
is
He has some of the most top 10 points. Which one is it?
That's an accomplishment. You ain't heard me say nothing on it at all though. So I don't know.
How many
So the stats matter to you, brother. What's the name? Skills? What's the name?
Oh, damn.
Swish. So stats matter to you, right?
I don't really rank off the stats, bro. I've never
Yeah,
been that type of dude.
stats matter in all sports.
Game, bro.
Okay, thank you. All right.
I
So
said
whatever
stats
you,
matter.
because guess what?
Stats matter.
The stats
I said for sure.
incentive. Stats are just an incentive, bro.
Stats is
Because if you're playing
stats
basketball
matter.
and you're a great player, you're going to accumulate stats, bro. That's
Magic
just what it is.
Magic Johnson game was a lot bigger than 19 and 12 a night. So stats don't tell everything.
No, they don't tell everything. I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with
I
that.
say if you line niggas up and you line them up by their hoop game, just
But Carmelo Anthony is more skilled than Magic Johnson as well, right?
That's not true.
Yes.
That's not true.
Okay.
That's not
Okay.
true.
But so skills don't matter is what you're saying, because.
But hold on. But guess what? Hold on. Magic Johnson is more fundamental than a lot of these niggas, though. Because you forgot that's what those players.
Nobody said that. I said he's more skilled than Carmelo. Carmelo is more skilled, so skill don't have nothing to do to your contributions to the game.
He was a little bit more agile. He was better. He had a little bit more skills in certain areas than Magic. But Magic was more fundamentally sound, though. You know what I'm saying? Magic didn't have to hit you with 100 jab steps, up and unders. Magic was effective in the way he approached and played the game because he was fundamentally
Carmelo
sound.
got all that too.
No, he don't got no.
I think we gotta say
not like Magic.
Carmelo got a cold jab step. What you talking about? That triple? He played out the triple threat. That's what he did.
He got the coldest triple threat in the game, though. Hey, but let me tell you this.
You know that dribbling the ball is
let me tell you
fundamental,
this.
right? Magic Johnson handling the ball. That's
yes, that's fundamentals for
that's
sure.
Fundamentals, bro.
But guess what? I can tell you one thing that Carmelo couldn't do that Magic did.
Carmelo don't
Magic could go. Hey, Magic could go grab that
Magic
motherfucking
averaged
rebound.
4 turnovers. Where that turnover
I
total
don't
for
care
Magic?
about no turnovers. Stop telling me about stats. Watch the game.
You keep bringing up stats.
He said turnovers, bro. He said turnovers. What are you talking about?
Turnovers.
You did. You said LeBron James got the most turnovers, and he's the best
Man, got the most ever. So why
that's a long time ago.
He only played 9 years, or with however many years.
Hey, the one thing I'm gonna tell you, the one thing that a lot of people can't do
myself.
that Magic did. Magic was grabbing rebound. Can I finish, bro? Magic grabbed that motherfucker off the board, off the glass, over 7-footers, and pushed that motherfucker in transition. Like
that's fact.
I'm talking about. You want to talk about LeBron doing shit, man? Magic, he hit you with one of them motherfucking in and outs, boom, boom. He look this way, look that way. Niggas wasn't doing that. Niggas wasn't doing that. And you forgot that Magic had a skyhook too.
And he had a
Magic and
jumper.
Kareem had the same damn skyhook.
That's a skill.
And he had a J.
And if you leave Magic open,
Magic did not have a good J.
Magic did have a J. Ain't nobody trying to hear that cap ass shit.
I said good. I said good.
No, man.
Yeah, he did. He shot 90% free throws.
You gotta understand, Magic Johnson can shoot the ball, bro. But that wasn't the strength of his game. But that don't mean he couldn't do it effectively.
He could shoot, bro. That nigga, he was a good shooter.
Magic can shoot. I watched Magic whole career, bro. That's one of my favorite players.
Bro, niggas was just watching this film earlier in the Discord, bro. Niggas be capping saying he can't shoot.
I didn't say he can't shoot. I said he was. Nobody said he can't shoot.
Hey, Swish, bro. They don't look at the details of the game, bro. They look at stats.
You go under the screen. That niggas going under the screen on Magic. He nailing that bitch, bro. I was just watching it this morning, bro. Step backs, all that shit, bro. Running hooks, spin, sky hook, post fades, all that shit, bro.
That's
real
tough,
jump shot.
But yeah, bro.
If you don't go back and watch a full game, bro, and you watch highlights, I could put together a highlight package for the weakest player in the NBA. I could put together. I could show y'all a video right now. It's on YouTube. Go look it up. PJ Tucker. You would think that nigga's an all-star. You can go look at Patrick Beverly right now. What he doing overseas? I just seen a video on him. This nigga look like the MVP nigga of basketball with the shit
That's
he
why
been
we
doing.
don't watch highlight. That's why you can't judge a player off of
And that's
highlights.
what, and that's why I say y'all have to watch the actual full games to see, bro, because they could put together a highlight package and you'll think, damn, that nigga doing, damn, he the best player.
Yeah,
But
you can
no,
do
you gotta
you
break
can
the
do a
game
highlight
down,
package of
bro.
anybody. Everybody
With
got
anybody,
highlights.
with anybody.
Yeah,
That's
for
what I'm
sure.
saying.
No,
That's what I'm
I
saying. So
agree.
if y'all think that
So
Magic
saying
wasn't a
Magic
good
Johnson
shooter, that's
throughout his
just not
career
true,
was a
bro.
good shooter. He got better. I agree.
He
He got
was a
better
good
over his
shooter, bro.
career.
He shot 90% free throws, bro.
What does that mean?
Hey, no,
If you don't
Bro,
understand
hey,
you
what that
can't
means,
tell
you
me.
just
no,
don't
hold
Hey, you
on, hold
can't
understand,
on.
tell me
bro.
that. How you gonna be a bad shooter, but you shoot 90% from the free throw line? That don't even make
Oh,
sense, bro.
okay. Hey, hold on. Hey, let's do this. Let's do this. If you don't believe what people on the internet is saying on a panel, you got Google, you got Chat, GPT, and you got some stuff to clarify what people are saying. That man, when you talking about Magic, is just because I didn't do something, don't mean I don't have the capability of doing it. And
Exactly.
that's what we're getting confused. I'm like, man, shit. Okay, Shaq dunk and rebound. Okay, now you can hypothetically talk about, oh, he couldn't assist the ball, like Joker or something like that. And nobody said he couldn't. He didn't. Michael Jordan didn't shoot 3-pointers. D Wade didn't shoot 3-pointers early on. But imagine if I tell you I can't go left and I beat your ass all night, right? Oh my God, that hurts. I still can't stop.
Manu
I can't
Ginobili.
stop him.
Manu
I,
Ginobili killing everybody. Nigga could
I
never go.
can't
Even when
stop
he
him.
go right, he
I,
shoot left-handed. So shit.
right,
No
man.
right hand at all.
You know what? I'm in Texas now. I'm in San Antonio. Man, that was so exhilarating. I don't even like the San Antonio Spurs. I had a homeboy that had season tickets in the upper deck. But at the end of the day, I still watched it with him because I still say they was a boring ass team, but they knew how to win. You
I
cannot
hated
take.
them motherfuckers.
Oh
Goodness.
my God, man! I was like, man, is this entertainment?
Right.
That's what I was looking at. But they knew how to win, and they
The
did
big
it in their
fundamentals.
way. They did it in their way to win. And you see, it's a blue collar type of thing going on here. And that's what they love. And that's what happened. LA is different winning than it is in San Antonio. And I know that. And man, I thank God that he allowed me to still stay on this earth so I can explain to people that are younger. They don't understand it. We don't have the same frame of reference. I don't expect my nephew to understand what the hell I'm saying. And you old head,
Right.
this, that, that. Yeah, it's a fact. I can't get mad at him because he don't understand it. He doesn't have the frame of reference. If you never seen a human being fly, you'll be like, man, you an idiot and this, that, and other. But once someone else, I'm like, shit, damn, he did see a motherfucker fly. And
Right.
once you realize what it is, and it's hard to explain to the younger generation, I'm like, man, I'm here to help you. I ain't here to help hurt you in no way, shape, or form. Just take any information that I say because it's too many scammers out here. Yeah, you getting scammed by a lot of people. So you supposed to protect yourself.
Yo, let me
Please
go to
do.
my fault, man, bro. Let me go to KB film room and then I'm gonna get back to you. What's good,
Yes, sir.
KB?
KB.
Hey, what's good, y'all, man? What's good, BJ? Hey, BJ, this shit like the club, right? We meet up every night, I guess.
Same
This is one
spot.
of the hot spots, man. I appreciate the basketball content, man. As far as this subject, I don't have a problem with players leaving their teams at all. I believe if you spend 7 years with a franchise, that's enough time for you to either win or not win and decide what you're gonna do next. My problem is what you do after that, right? So you should find a new home and stay there, right? I don't like a lot of moving around. Whenever you face adversity, you just get to leave, pick up and leave, and then start over and keep stacking. I don't like that because to me, that's cheating the game. You know, just the frequency of it. You know what I mean? Maybe you get together and you say, hey, I want another guy to win with, and you choose one more other guy, and then you try and make a run, and if you can't win, you can't win, right? And I think the fans are smart enough, and the people who watch basketball are smart enough to have your back if you don't win. They say, hey, look, this dude did the best he could. He didn't get it done, and it's okay, right? I'm a big KD guy, and I had to admit over time, I was just like, man, there's got to be something about you. Not saying KD is not a great player, because he's obviously one of the greatest players to ever do it. But there's obviously something about you, whether it's leadership or certain intangibles that you don't bring to the table that's not getting the job done. And I think there's a certain time where you have to acknowledge that about somebody. Like, one of the best things about basketball is when you're not getting it done, you get in the gym in the summertime, you work on your game. And I think like the super teams kind of take away from that, working on your game and coming back with something new. Because if you're able to just leave your situation and hop on the next, you really don't have to improve. You just, hey, let's add another guy and then we'll win. And therefore, you know, you're able to kind of elevate yourself or manipulate people to making you think that you added something when you didn't. You know what I mean?
Who has a super team? Tell me who has a super team to back up what you just said. Who? Tell me the team.
What you mean?
Just go back last year. Who has a super team to back up the logic? No, yeah, you can go last year or the year before that. I don't care.
Last year,
super team.
I don't even know who had a super team last year. I think if technically, if you ask, some people might say Phoenix, right?
Yeah.
Or
What about
What?
I don't really count.
What? Oh, come on,
No,
man.
the
Stop playing.
Celtics, man.
No, go.
No, but
No,
I'm
come
saying
on,
when
stop.
Phoenix. Oh, let me finish. When Phoenix first got together, right? I wasn't saying this, but I'm saying what other people are saying. People were saying that the addition of Bradley Beal would make them a super team. You see what I'm saying? Bradley Beal, you had Devin Booker, and then you have KD. I don't believe they were a super team, but that was the logic behind it. And so I don't know if there were any real super teams last year per se. But I'm not just talking about last year. I'm just talking about in general.
Okay, go back 2 years. Okay, I give you the benefit of that.
We ain't doing that. The Clippers got a motherfucking super team. They got 5 Hall of Famers on their team right now. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, that was the super
right now. The Clippers.
Chris Paul, James Harden, Kawhi Leonard. I gotta keep going. Bradley
Don't
Beal.
say CP3.
Okay.
Don't say CP3.
Now,
CP3, yes,
no,
that's a
okay,
super team,
hold on.
ain't it?
And CP3 is not
Okay,
a super player
hold on.
right now. That's
It
crazy.
don't matter. It don't matter.
Okay, no, hold on.
No, it don't
What you
matter.
He
saying?
had Ray Allen, nigga. He
No,
wasn't
it
no super
does.
player.
It does. Because
If the
see
Lakers
what
had
you're
a super
doing.
team with them niggas,
Okay,
Chris Paul, he's
Well,
a super team, on the
Nigga,
Clippers.
Magic
Stop.
had
That's
old Bob
crazy. That
McAdoo. He
nigga,
was a super
Chris
team.
Paul
I'm
ain't
not
made no
saying
type
you
of
oh
All
my
can't
Star
go
God.
team,
wherever
no
you want to
nothing.
go.
Chris
Okay,
Paul, man, he
I'm
was a
just saying.
perennial
I'm just
all-star.
saying.
What are you talking about?
Larry Bird had
that's
old
it.
Bill Walton. He was still a
Was.
super team.
That's his opinion. That's his opinion, and we're gonna respect that. But at the end of the day, I can go get Michael Jordan right now, best player ever, and I can go get Moses Malone or somebody like that. They were great players in their time. Mike Tyson he could knock out a lot of people. And guess what happened after you're gone and you still try to do what you think you can do, Pacquiao or whatever. They are not the same people. And if you don't understand it, that's okay. People understand things. You've been in school. You didn't get it until later. You be like, oh, that's what that meant. If you want to play that crazy game that you want to, they got this. Man, I don't care. Go get Karl Malone, Stockton. Get all of the greats. That doesn't mean that's a super team. If that's your opinion of a super team, hold it.
But that's what a
Stand
super
on
team
it.
is. You
Stand
gather
on it.
superstars.
No,
You gather a
stand
bunch
on
of
that.
superstars.
That ain't no. Hey, you could say they are superstar players. That's
Man,
not a
Gary Payton
super
was averaging
Yeah,
team.
20
when you put
points the
them
year before
together,
he
they're a
came
team.
to the Lakers.
They're not a
That's what
super
super
team.
team.
Yes, they is.
Oh my God, Michael
I
Jordan.
disagree,
That's
but
a super team, boy. What we talking
Oh my
about?
they're
God. Oh
super,
my
and
God.
you
You technically say like those players, if they're not
put them.
like
They're
if they're
super
not current all
players, and you
stars.
put them on the same team.
Oh
That's
my
a
gosh.
super team.
Right.
Hey, history. Hey, look. Hey, listen to this. History will show you this, whether you ignore it or not. I can still remember when the Lakers picked up Paul Malone, Gary Payton, and all them. Bro, it's too late.
What
They're
was
not
Gary
the
Payton
same
averaging the
person.
year before
Hey,
he
look,
came over there?
Michael Jordan is not the same Michael Jordan that you know.
Bro, what
Just
was
because
Gary
you
Payton
get,
averaging the year before he went over there?
You talking about the old superstars getting together, like the
Bro, what
old
was
washed
Gary
up ones?
Payton averaging
yeah,
the year
man,
before he
come
went to
on,
the
man.
Lakers?
Look, man, people get past their prime,
Yeah,
and
he
it's
don't want to. He don't
okay.
want to.
It's
He don't want
okay.
to answer that. What was Gary
Oh, what?
Payton doing the year before he got to the Lakers, sir?
Oh, I can Google it for you if that's what you
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
know.
Still
yeah.
averaging 18 and like
Hey, ho. Hey, don't act like he was averaging 30 and 15
You don't
assists.
gotta
he
average
ain't
So,
never
30. You
Nah,
don't
he
gotta
averaged
wasn't.
average
30.
30.
look,
Payton
we'll
ain't never
Google it.
averaged
We'll
30.
Google
He
it.
averaged his
He
career
was still a good
numbers.
player.
He was
He
still
was
averaging
still a
his
good
career
player.
numbers.
He was an all-star. What are you talking about? He was an all-star the year before he got to the Lakers, sir. He was averaging a dub in Milwaukee, if I'm mistaken.
Yeah, he was still a good player.
Didn't he average a
He
dub in
was.
Milwaukee?
He was killing it in Milwaukee.
Did
Yeah,
he not average a dub in
I'm trying to
Milwaukee?
Google it for you. I'm trying to Google it for you. But
He
what
might have
you
averaged
don't
20
Nah,
dubs in
understand.
he was
Milwaukee.
still a good player. Like him
Hey,
and
He
look.
LeBron. They were
wasn't an
still
all
good
star. He
players.
was all star caliber. I agree. He
Okay.
wasn't an all star though.
He
Yeah,
made
I
the
know.
all-star team, sir.
When?
The year
Yeah,
before
he
he
was a
got
good
to the
player,
Lakers,
bro.
if I'm mistaken. I'm not
Okay,
Googling it right now.
Stop playing. You can make the All-Star team
Bro,
with a
no, I'm not trying to hear that. I'm
broken
not trying to
median
hear your
start.
He didn't
theory.
make the
All right,
all
No,
star
pull
you
that
team. He
can't.
man's
didn't make the
stats
all star
up.
No,
team.
What did that man
no,
produce the year
no.
before he got to the
All-Star team.
Lakers?
No, say
He was all
all
star
four.
caliber. I'm agreeing
No,
with
no,
you. I'm
hold
just
on,
saying
hold
he
on,
wasn't an all star though.
Let's pull his averages
No,
up. That's all I want to
say
see. What's his
all.
averages
What
at?
did the man
Because,
average, bro? That's all I asked,
listen.
bro.
Okay,
What was he
hold on.
averaging before
I
he
give
came
it
to
to
the
you right here.
Lakers?
I give it to you right now. I give it to you. Gary
He was
Payton
on two
stats.
teams, but he averaged like
Not GP
Hey,
though.
20
no,
How
and
no,
many
shut
years
the fuck
transfers
up.
are not GP though?
He said, "Shut the fuck
I
who he
mean,
talking
bro,
to?
hold on.
up."
Get the
I said
fuck
he
out
was
of
all
here.
star caliber. I said he didn't make an all star team. What who he telling to shut the fuck up?
No, I'm talking about what you saying. You acting like he was that dude 10 years ago.
No, answer the question about what he averaged, bro. That's all I asked, my nigga.
I gave
That's
it to
all we
you. I
asked
gave it
then.
to you.
Hold
I
on,
gave
what's
it
his
to
No,
numbers?
you.
no. I
I
want to
didn't
know
hear
his
it. What was his
stats.
numbers?
That
What was
was
his
your
numbers?
point.
I didn't hear nobody say that man's
Hey,
stats across the board, bro. I want to hear his stats.
that was your point of emphasis. I Googled that shit while we was on here live. Because
I'll look
if
it
it
up
was my
myself, bro. It's
show,
cool.
I
I'm
promise
cook
you,
it
Can
I
right
you
could
now.
pull
state
it
it to
up.
It's
everybody?
cool.
Can you
I'll look
state
it
it to
up.
I could
everybody his
pull it up
stats
real quick.
the year before?
That nigga kept that shit to himself.
No, just say his
Oh,
stats, bro. It's
hold on.
okay. It's
Oh
not
my God.
about right or
Wait.
wrong, bro. It's
Oh
not
my
about
God.
right or wrong.
I just want to hear the
5.3.
nigga stats, bro. That's
Hey,
it,
no,
bro.
hold on. Shut the fuck up, because you got
Oh yeah,
Google.
yeah. Oh yeah, I'm
Hey,
done.
no,
Y'all got it.
hold
Yeah,
on.
y'all got it.
The nigga
Yeah.
average
Yeah, he
5.3.
getting mad. He getting mad about Gary Payton
Bro,
knowing
he
his
an
stats.
Listen.
OG, bro. He ain't take his
Hold
mans,
on.
bro. That's all.
No.
Yeah,
Embarrass him. Hey, embarrass him. The nigga averaged 5.3 points.
That's a lie.
And
That's
hold
a
on.
lie.
And
no,
hold on,
That's a
hold on,
Hold
hold
lie.
on.
the
on.
year
That's a
So
before.
lie.
hold
He's
on.
That's
talking
a
about
So
the year
lie.
who?
before.
That's a lie. That nigga lying,
Hey,
bro. This nigga sad
okay,
as fuck,
He
Google it.
bro.
averaged
Hey,
5.3
This nigga
points
sad,
with the
bro.
Lakers, I think,
This
hey,
nigga
though.
sad,
listen.
bro.
I'm Googling it right now.
He ain't,
5.3 points.
bro. You lying, bro.
Nah,
You,
GP
hey,
was still
bro.
good, bro.
Bro, this nigga cooked,
Hey,
bro.
put
He
GP
it
was
gonna
in the
still
tell me to
good.
Hold
jumbo
shut the
on,
fuck
chart.
bro.
up. He
DJ,
Just,
gonna
put it up on the
hey,
screen,
no.
bro.
Hey,
The
BJ,
that
expose
season right
him.
before he joined the Lakers.
Hey, No, expose him on the years that he was talking about
No, nigga. You
Expose his
exposed.
ass.
You exposed, nigga. You
Hey,
exposed.
look,
You exposed.
the last 3 years.
No,
The last
no,
3
no,
years.
no, nigga. Don't cap.
No, the last
No.
3 years.
No, you ain't take your meds
The
like
last
they said, nigga. I asked that nigga 5 times, what did Gary Payton do before the Lakers?
Gary
I asked him
Payton was still
5
good,
times.
bro. He was still
I
good.
asked that nigga 5 times, what did Gary Payton do the year before the
Hey,
Lakers, bro?
listen. His last
7
year,
times.
he
This is 7th
averaged
time,
5
bro.
points. He averaged
That's a lie.
14
That's a
points.
fucking lie. You lying. You
14.
lying. You lying.
Nigga, okay.
You lying.
What did Google lying?
We talking
That's
about
What
03,
Google
bro.
lying? What Google lying?
No.
Put it in the
That's 03.
jumbotron. Put it in the jumbotron. Just put in
No,
his
you
stats.
lying, bro. You lying. I'm done talking to you, bro. You a cap ass
Hey.
nigga, bro.
Yeah, he averaged 28 and 4.
No.
28 and 5.
Hey, Google right now. Hey, BJ.
Nigga, I know for
28
a
and
fact
4.
Gary Payton averaged a dub.
And that's my fault. I apologize. He didn't make an All-Star team. I was looking at
I
both
know he
teams,
made an
Seattle and
all-star.
Milwaukee.
Y'all
No,
niggas just
shut
none
the
of y'all
fuck
Yeah,
up.
that's me.
talking.
That's me. That's me. You got
Shut
it.
the
You got it.
fuck
You
up.
got it. You
Read
got it.
it. Read
Y'all
it.
niggas just
No,
chatting,
shut the
bro.
fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Read it.
This nigga's
Read
drunk,
it.
Who y'all
bro.
talking
That's why I
to?
don't drink alcohol,
No. I ain't let your old punk ass get away with
That's
that
why I
shit.
don't drink, bro.
Like, who
I
y'all?
said 14.6 points.
That's why I don't drink.
What was his
With the
points?
Lake, that's not real. He
Man,
averaged 20
you are
points. You don't know
ignorant.
what
I
he's
can't
talking
see
about.
it. What was it? What was it?
This nigga looking at stat muse. That stat muse not real, bro. Basketball
Oh,
reference
points
on
per game. It say
NBA.com.
20. It say 20 points.
No. Google right now.
No, you
Just
It
slow.
say
type
20.
in.
You slow.
Just type
It's
in.
right here. It say 20
Nigga.
points. 20
No, you talking
points per
about per
game.
game. You talking about a game. Go
What? What is he
screen.
talking
What are
about?
you, what are
Look
you
at the
talking about,
Bro,
bro?
go to
screen.
Go to the
basketball
screen.
reference, bro. Go to
Okay.
basketball reference.
OG, look
Hey,
at the
BJ.
screen.
I'm about to
OG,
send you
look at
something
the
in the back
screen.
chat.
Look
I'm
at the
about to send
screen,
it to you in the
OG.
back chat. Screenshot.
Bro, y'all let this nigga
Screenshot.
crash
Screenshot of
out,
what? His
bro.
stats is
You
right
must be
there.
looking at one game, bro. You
I
must be
don't want to
looking at
hear
one
it.
game, bro.
Hey,
He was selected
Yeah,
to
you
his
don't know
ninth.
basketball. You don't know
He was
shit about
selected to his ninth
basketball.
All
He
Star
was.
game.
That was my
He
fault.
was still good at that time.
Yeah,
This nigga
Tyson.
don't
You
know.
see that, right, Tyson?
This nigga
No,
don't know
he
shit
was
He was
about
selected to the
18
All-Star. I
and
was
basketball.
looking
8.
at Milwaukee and
BJ,
Seattle. I didn't
in the
see where
back
it said
chat.
above. He made the
without
All-Star
me
team. That was
even
me.
I'm gonna see if I
knowing,
can send it. I'm gonna see if I can send it.
Hey,
Hold
without
on.
me, without me even knowing, I'm blindly.
No, I'm gonna see if I can send it to you in the back chat.
Man, don't send us shit, nigga.
It's on the
No,
screen,
because
bro.
you
What are
don't
you
want to
talking
see
about?
what it is. You
No, you
already
Wait,
look
know
at
the
that.
screen right
Go to
now.
basketball
Hold on, bro.
reference, bruh.
Real
No,
Go to
quick,
let
real
me
quick.
send
basketball
it.
reference.
What
This
are you
nigga
saying,
crazy,
bro? That
bro.
he didn't average 28 and whatever?
No, I didn't say that.
What
You
are
I
you
didn't
did
saying?
say
say
that.
that.
No, I did not say he didn't.
Oh my God, this
No,
nigga
what?
cooked.
Nigga,
This
hey, look at the
nigga
shit that
cooked.
he. Hold
I'm trying to
on,
ask
you
him what he's
clown
saying.
ass nigga. That shit
You
that he
cooked.
just said.
Shut
What?
your dumb
No,
ass up. You cooked,
Google.
nigga.
Hey,
Your ass
Google
cooked.
what the fuck I
You
just
cooked. You
said.
don't know
Just
shit about
Google it.
basketball. You a wino,
No,
nigga.
no,
Yeah, he
Google what
cooked.
the fuck I just said.
You a wino.
No, Google what the fuck I said. I ain't talking about an individual game. I'm talking
We
about
ain't
what
talking
this
about no. We
nigga
talking about
averaged
for the
the
season,
last year
dumbass.
with the
What are you
Lakers.
talking about? Who talks
The
about an
last year
individual
with the
game?
Lakers.
Oh, bro. Hey, bro. I gotta
No,
get off this YouTube
But that
shit,
was for
bro.
the
no,
season, bro.
man.
This nigga stupid. I'm out.
Bro.
I'm out. This
Bro,
nigga
listen,
dumb.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. That's for the
No, let
season,
me
bro.
send you what I'm talking
It
about
is.
right now. Put it in the jumbotron. Hold on, how I send it to you? Hold on. Let me see something. I got
Yeah,
you.
but
I
bro,
got
that's
you.
for the average.
He not talking about the year
No.
before the Lakers.
You
You talking
talking
about
about
with the Lakers? What are you
I don't
talking
want
about?
to hear nothing about no individual games or nothing. I said what he
No, it's the
averaged with the
season.
motherfucking Lakers.
With the Lakers,
No,
okay.
not with the Lakers the year before
Okay.
the
No,
Lakers.
nigga, what
That's what the
Seattle?
confusion
Ain't
is.
nobody talking
Okay.
about no goddamn Seattle. I'm talking about with the Lakers. That's what we
But
was
that's what
talking
he
about.
was talking.
Don't try to move the goalpost.
That's why I'm tripping.
Hey,
Like,
no,
y'all
we was
yelling. Y'all
talking
can't be
about
talking about the
y'all
same
was talking
thing.
we was talking about super teams and talking about how old players was, but we said that when GP came to the Lakers the season before, he was still playing like GP. That's what the whole argument was. Like,
Yeah,
He was
it's
not
all,
GP.
you know what I'm saying,
He
correlated
was
to the
not
super teams
GP
topic.
then.
So
He was
He
not
had a different role
GP.
with the Lakers, obviously. But
he was
he was
Okay.
still the
playing a
year
different
before.
role.
obviously he was the
and he was
all-star player.
Okay. Yeah,
but
if you said a couple of years before and all that, I'm talking about when he was with the Lakers, Karl Malone, Gary Payton. This is why Detroit beat they fucking ass.
GP was
They-
solid. It was
I
Karl
understand.
Malone who
Listen,
was
bro,
garbage. So
bro,
Right.
I understand he ain't play well, but the year before,
BJ.
that's like when we talk about what they had going
BJ.
into the season.
Yeah, BJ, you can see his averages. It's right there with the
Yeah, but we're
Lakers
not
that
disagreeing with
last
that.
year. Okay, yeah, he should have did better and all that. Ain't nobody want to argue no hypothetical. I'm talking about what he actually did. Look at the fucking numbers, man.
Yeah,
You try to
I
act
mean,
like
he
he
was
averaged 30 and 5
no, no,
and
no, no, no,
12.
no.
I
Listen,
mean,
I
no, he
get it.
was. I think he was still a star player. Well,
Oh my God.
with
Yeah,
the
he's
with
still a
Yeah,
star because
GP
when
played a
you're a
different
star,
role
you're a
with the
star.
Lakers, though. GP
yeah, he's
wasn't able
still a
to be
star.
GP. He had to run that triangle
Hey,
offense.
okay,
I mean,
okay.
he was
That's a fact,
decent, but
y'all.
it won't.
I'm giving you
You know
keeping
what
it
I'm
100
saying?
with you.
Like he was at the end. He was at the end of his career, but
What?
like he was
No,
still
no,
And he was playing with
good.
Kobe and
no.
Shaq.
Hold
He was
on.
playing with
What
Kobe
I
and Shaq.
said to you was he averaged 14.6 for that season, and his assist amount was below. All that shit was below what he did. That's all I
Yeah, but
said.
that's going.
You want to try
But
to
that's
argue with me about what it is? I'm talking about the
no.
numbers.
But that's understandable given
Yeah,
who he's
but you're
playing
talking
with.
about with the Lakers.
Like
That wasn't our argument. We was talking about what he did prior coming to the Lakers.
Man, no, okay, that's what you was talking about. I'm telling you, you trying to talk shit about a motherfucker. Nigga, I can beat Michael Jordan right now. I can beat Michael Jordan right now.
I
Shit,
don't
what
know
the hell
about that
you
one,
talking
bro.
about?
I don't know.
I
You might
mean,
be
come
Nigga, I
on.
bet you can.
I don't think it's
Hey,
about
if
what
you
Gary
doing that, I
Payton did.
can
It was
too. Fuck
about his
it.
role,
Let
bro.
me hop on that
And that,
train.
Nah,
real
it's
quick,
exact. Hey,
I don't
it's
know.
that's
You might
another
be
that's
wrong
another
now, bro.
thing about super
Nah,
teams.
it's
I think we get
exaggerated.
lost in real quick.
Yeah.
Is that you get Bradley Beal over there with Phoenix, and his role changes. So, but
Yeah.
he's not. He maybe doesn't excel in that role. So yes, it's a super team on paper. But if you get
Right.
somebody who's a better third option that can do third
Man.
option things like rebound, play defense, steal, and knock down a 3-pointer, that might be better suited for that team than
I know,
somebody who's
but
a
Bradley Beal
ball
can't do none of
dominant
those
scorer.
things.
I
Bradley
know
Beal
it's
can't
cap.
shoot, play defense, and get a rebound. That's
No,
basketball.
I'm just saying
Look,
somebody who's not doesn't have to be a ball handler. Maybe he's not the best ball handler like Bradley Beal. Maybe he's not the
Right,
best
right,
this, but he can
right.
excel in the third option role better than the Bradley Beal is what I'm saying.
But hey, and you know what, bro? And that's why I don't respect a lot of these players because niggas can't change their role. Y'all know Lou Dort was the man in high school, right? Y'all know Lou Dort was the man at Arizona State, right? Lou Dort changed his game to fit into a role to have success in the NBA as a professional athlete.
Yeah.
Everybody can't be the man, my nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
exactly. I
you gotta
know
be
that.
some.
Yeah, I agree
No,
with
you
that,
can't.
Leezy, and that's
I'm
why
not. No,
these
look,
super teams don't work.
when you get to the NBA, it's way more political than that, bro. Like everybody can't be that guy. They pick and choose who they want to be that guy, and then you have to fit around that. That's why Jonathan Kuminga is struggling to get minutes right now because he believes that he's the best player on the team. But the coaches say, no, we want you to play a certain way. I want you to be Andre Iguodala. But I'm like, he's saying, I'm not Andre Iguodala. I'm Jonathan Kuminga. I can do more.
Look,
So it's just what it is, bro.
yeah, he lost me in the argument about Gary Payton and Karl Malone. Them who their
That was a
regular
super
selves
team, but
was.
then we could just
That's
say
not.
like them niggas was dinosaurs though. We gotta put super teams in the right perspective. If y'all niggas is 100 years old and you trying to chase a ring, nigga, it's an old ass super team. Let's keep that 100.
Bro, they had two of the top 5 players in the world with an all-star.
Oh my god. Listen, man. Okay,
Go ahead,
Michael
Book. Hey,
Jordan.
was Book? Hey,
Michael
you was
Jordan.
talking Book?
Michael Jordan is
Yeah.
a all-star, all-pro, and all that.
Hey,
You
let Book
cannot
go. He
put
been
him
waiting
on.
for a minute,
Hold
bro.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me say this.
Hurry up,
Oh,
bro.
yeah, no. At the end of the day, you keep talking about shit that you don't know what the fuck you talking about. That's why Michael Jordan, the best player in the world, couldn't make the Washington Wizards win a goddamn championship. You goddamn dumbass.
Hey, nigga, I like Remy, nigga. I drink dark. Stop it.
Man,
Go
I
ahead,
don't
Book.
give a fuck. You stupid ass.
Oh no.
I get tired of man. Yeah. Hey,
Niggas finna
BJ.
talk crazy to you,
Hey,
Elise.
Did
I'm
you hit the
Gucci. I'm
Venmo, nigga?
That's
Gucci,
Hit
why
the
man.
alcohol used
Venmo.
to be
Man,
Hey,
I'm
illegal.
take a
Gucci. I'm
chill
Gucci
pill,
on
nigga,
that
and hit the
stupid
Hey,
ass
hey,
Venmo,
shit.
hey,
nigga.
hey, E.
Hey, time
Leezy.
out, time
Because
out.
you
E.
was
Leezy.
an
This why
all-star.
alcohol
Hold
used
on,
You're
to be
not an
Slim.
illegal
all.
right here,
You're not an
man.
all-star right
Hold
now.
on,
You're
hey,
not
hey,
an
hold on.
all-star.
Hold on. I gotta
Nigga,
get Bookie.
hey, I will
Hold
whoop
on.
Michael Jordan ass right now, 1-on-1, nigga.
Hold on. Let me get Bookie real quick. What
Oh
you got
yeah.
something to say, Bookie? What's
Oh
good?
yeah. The year before the year before Gary Payton got to the Lakers on the Bucks, he averaged 19 points and 7 assists. He just didn't fit in the triangle offense. That's what that was.
Right.
Cook his ass.
Couldn't fit in.
Did he win?
He couldn't fit in.
Nah, they lost against Detroit.
Nah, they lost.
Huh?
They lost.
Okay, that doesn't mean he's still not good. He
No, we
wasn't
didn't say
great.
he wasn't good. That's the point. We're
Gary
not
Payton
saying that he
won a
wasn't
shit
good.
with Miami Heat. What is you talking about?
I'm talking about the fact that you think because they
He
were
followed
good.
Shaquille
Okay,
O'Neal.
no. Hey,
Bro,
I'm
ain't
gonna try
nobody
not to
said
take.
the fact.
Listen,
Hey,
listen what I'm saying.
that Miami Heat
Look,
team nigga had dinosaurs on that team. Antoine Walker, Jason Williams, nigga.
Okay,
What
it
the fuck?
happens.
They
It
didn't have
happens.
one young player on that team. Mike Bibby was
Okay,
on that team.
okay.
Goodness
Haslam, nigga.
gracious.
Listen, it happens. Sometimes you can be, look, man, if I was real good, I'm not as good as what I was when I was in my 20s.
Right.
And it's the same thing that happens with these basketball
LeBron
players.
is,
Man, they
though.
go, okay, man.
No,
Look,
it nah,
no,
hell no, hell
no,
no.
LeBron is still
listen what I'm
averaging his
saying.
career numbers
Nah,
right
that nigga
now.
used to be fast than a motherfucker.
Man,
That
he cut
nigga
off
trash.
nasty.
That is true.
Yeah.
Man, that nigga used to be
His impact is
fast.
not there
That's
no
how you
more.
know that nigga numbers don't
You
have
can't
no
cut no.
impact, nigga. He's still
Hey,
averaging his career numbers, and them niggas getting walked down.
That's
I
facts.
know.
That's facts. That's facts. His impact's not there no more for sure.
No
this nigga
like
impact,
young as
bro.
fuck,
Come
bro.
on, man.
Just like Kevin
His
Durant
impact been
putting
gone
up what?
since he joined the
Just like
Lakers. To be
Kevin
honest.
Durant putting up all them numbers, and it ain't.
That nigga made all the second team. That's crazy. You
Nah, I'm
can't
about to say
tell me
LeBron
Cade
right now. You
Cunningham
can say
wasn't
like
better than
LeBron right
LeBron
now
last year. Stop it.
LeBron right now is stat pattern like shit. We all know that. I mean,
Yeah, that nigga whole career been a stat. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's been a stat pad. Ty Lue told that nigga in the NBA Finals, I don't give a fuck about stats, nigga.
that's
Go
real,
win
that's
the
real.
game.
That's real. I particularly say the Lakers. He's definitely stat pattern, but I would definitely say like in the earlier LeBron, he was better for sure.
Hold on, where Tyson at? Tyson, you remember that game where with the Lakers where that nigga had this? He took the stat sheet off the score table and was looking at the stat sheet on a bench. Who does that in the middle of a basketball game when you're trying to win?
I do that shit in 2K, Leezy.
Right. Thank you. You just made my point. He's a creative player, nigga. That's some 2K shit.
Y'all wildin'. I do that shit in 2K. I'm like,
It's the Russell Westbrook.
One
One of the games he was sitting next to Westbrook looking at the
Come on,
stats.
man.
You said what, Bucky?
I said one of the games. I mean, Greg Popovich called him out for stat pad in 2014 when they beat them.
Oh damn! Did he?
But I'll give this to LeBron, bro. I'll say this, Bookie. He did give Miami Heat their only win. He did. I
He gave him their only win. What in the bubble?
No, against San Antonio in 2014. He gave.
Oh, you talking about when Tim Duncan was when one of the best rebounders in NBA history was on the bench? What the fuck?
Who the hell thought was
LeBron
that?
actually shot
Greg Popovich gave them niggas that championship, bro.
That was game 3. Yeah,
that shit was a movie, bro. Stop it.
He funny as shit. I don't know.
You can't tell me.
You can't tell me that you got Ginobili trying to box out Chris Bosh. How do you even match up a guard, nigga, with a forward on the rebound, nigga, in the lane? That don't even make sense. Ginobili should have been up top, nigga, outside the paint at the top of the motherfucker, outside the 3-point line to line up. He didn't even need to be right there. You put your big man, and then, nigga, you got the inside position. You put your big man right there. You had Ginobili on the low block, nigga, on a free throw matched up with Chris Bosh. If Tim Duncan is in the game, because you know how I know it'd be phony, because they show a picture of Tim Duncan sitting on the bench looking frustrated, like, what the fuck is going on?
You could tell
nigga, like, that's how you be knowing this shit.
Tim
Be
Duncan's
like,
ass
I'm
be
like,
big as
oh,
shit.
okay. That was dumb as hell, bro. You know Greg Popovich is way smarter than that. He's a way smarter than that. Come on now.
No, they smoked them niggas the next year. That shit was bad.
I mean,
And I'm talking about smoked them though, and they were older. You mean to tell me you can't guard Danny Green and Gary Neal and Patty Mills? I'm not even talking about Ginobili and them niggas. Them niggas was non-factors.
I mean, that's what happens when you
Them niggas got cooked by Patty Mills, Gary Neal, and Danny Green. And Kawhi only averaged about, how many points Kawhi averaged? About 17, 18 points?
Yeah, he averaged 17, I think.
That's not no superstar. Like, think about it, bro. Andre Iguodala averaged more points than Kawhi. Nigga, the finals off the
That's how
bench.
you know simple basketball. I mean, fundamentals work, bro. They just pretty much out. They just.
But how do you get cooked, nigga? This is what I'm saying about LeBron, bro. He has some of the worst finals losses in the history of the NBA, bro. Let me tell you the players he got cooked by. He got cooked by Danny Green, Gary Neal, and fucking Patty Mills. And then he get cooked by Jose Juan Barea and fucking Jason Terry. How do you get walked down by those caliber players, bro?
Okay.
And you supposed to be, but y'all telling me this nigga better than Jordan, though.
Bro. Nah, you real bogus. You real bogus on that shit that you saying. You acting like
you can't
LeBron
guard
was
them, bro.
second.
You can't guard them.
No. Stop with the bullshit. I ain't gonna let you slide with
Austin cook you, nigga.
Listen, at the end of the day, you cannot say LeBron. You saying LeBron was checking each
LeBron
one of
got
these
cooked by Mikael Pietrus and Hedo Turkoglu, bro. What is you talking about?
Man,
That's
not.
That's not.
You ain't never played no back. You know what? I'm arguing with a person that don't play sports and don't understand it.
That's not
I
true.
guarantee you.
That's far from the truth.
You
what
don't
just
understand.
said.
Well, why are you saying LeBron was checking these goddamn people the whole time?
So
and
who
you know
he
he
guarding
won't.
then?
He wasn't. Man, stop the bullshit.
What you mean?
You
He
a
wasn't playing
fucking liar.
defense? What you mean?
Nigga, you a liar. You a fucking liar.
So who was he guarding then? Go ahead. Tell me who he was guarding. You got it.
Listen, at the end of the day, listen. If you play basketball, a dude can put up a lot of points.
That's true.
And I guard him one time, two times.
Right.
He scored 50 points. That don't mean he scored it on me. And you know that's not the case. But why are you trying to start this rumor and this little you a little instigator. You an instigator, man.
God damn, bro. You trying to...
No, you an instigator.
Okay. You know what? Let me ask a question
LeBron
then.
didn't check them
Let me
motherfuckers the
ask
whole game.
Let me ask a question, bro. Who is he guarding, though? Who is his matchup? Who is his matchup? I'm asking you. Who is his matchup? Because y'all said he guarded Derrick Rose, though. Everybody say he locked down Derrick Rose, though. So, like, you can't have it both ways, bro.
No.
You can't lock Derrick Rose up on one possession and say, "Oh, when LeBron switched on Derrick Rose, he locked him
I
up."
ain't gonna lie, he had like 4 straight possessions on Derrick Rose where he actually stopped him. He did actually have possessions where
when you say stopped him, does that mean Derrick Rose passed the ball, or he just missed the shot?
He stopped Derrick Rose and made Derrick Rose pass the ball. Like he pretty much clamped him up like in the fourth quarter. Like
he clamped him up.
Not the whole game, at least, just in the fourth quarter when they needed
just like 2 possessions, though, right? Because I don't think he was guarding him like that.
It was like 4. No, it was like 4 possessions. You
can
watch
it was 4 possessions. So you counted the possessions. So okay. I'm gonna give you 4 possessions. I'm gonna give you that. All I'm saying is that why he didn't do that against Jason Terry and Patty Mills and all of them guys.
He had a mental breakdown.
Nah, the difference.
Breakdown. It was that the defense was in rotation a lot of times. They was dumping the ball to Dwight Howard, getting double teams, and the defense was in rotation a lot of those times.
You could explain all that.
He was in rotation a lot of those times.
That wasn't it. The problem.
That was it.
Nah.
Dwight was killing them boys.
You see those
and pick and roll. It was a lot of stuff. It wasn't just LeBron one-on-one.
With other great players and who better defenders at their position.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you the difference between Jason Terry and Derrick Rose. When LeBron was on Derrick Rose, he gave Derrick Rose about 10 feet and dared him to shoot. And Derrick Rose couldn't shoot.
Right.
He could not do that with Jason Terry.
Facts.
Jason Terry would have lit his ass up like a cigarette.
He did.
I'll say this: he allowed Jason Terry to do that because, like I said, he had a mental breakdown in that series. That's just my opinion, bro. Like he played. You could clearly see that he was playing good, and then he just took a backseat for third and fourth quarter. So it was pretty bad for LeBron.
Let me just say
what year did he take a backseat in the third and fourth quarter?
I'm talking about in the 2011. Like he played his stats were pretty after I think
yeah.
He took a backseat in those third and fourth quarters. Like it was, you can clearly see LeBron was going through something.
You can't play like that and be considered to go. That's all.
Oh, y'all talking about 2011. I thought y'all was talking about Dwight Howard.
At
No,
least
hell
go
no.
out on
I'm
your
talking about
square. If you a
12-11.
great scorer, at least try to go out scoring the
Nah,
ball. You
yeah, he
didn't
took a
even
back
like.
I'm
seat.
only talking
And,
about
yeah, he didn't
12-11.
play well at all. He was passive. I
I
don't
know,
know what
but you
was going
can't
on
say
this
that
year.
about like the other great players that's on the top 10 list. You can't
Yeah,
say,
the
"Oh, they
Penny
didn't play well in the finals." Like you can't do
Well,
that.
Kobe,
Real,
you can say that about Kobe. That's
real.
true.
Nah,
When
Yeah,
did Kobe
but
play
real.
bad in the finals?
No, no,
04.
man. Look,
Huh?
real,
04. That's the finals he didn't play good in.
real. Check this out.
No, Kobe.
Sometimes you
But
got to
what I'm saying,
understand
Kobe was
they
aggressive.
got
Whether he
they
shot the
got a
ball a
game
high
plan.
percentage or not, Kobe was
Listen,
still the aggressor, is what I'm saying. LeBron wasn't even
hey,
aggressive. That's what
Oh,
I'm
okay. I see
saying.
what you're saying. I see what you're
Kobe
saying.
went
Yeah,
out
nah,
on
but
his
real,
square.
okay, I
Kobe
feel
real,
went
you.
out. He came
I'm
in the
about to say he
league
played
shooting.
a
I'm
bad
going out
finals
shooting.
though,
That's what
but
he do. He a shooter.
he was
yeah.
definitely
listen.
aggressive for sure.
You know the irony of
Y'all don't
LeBron
watch
James.
NBA long enough to know that the coaches can control. Okay, I want you to guard him and
Right.
you to guard him,
Oh, okay.
and
Right.
that happens a lot of times. I'm like, sometimes some of the shit is entertainment, and that can make
Right.
the game balance out.
Right.
You know for a fact, goddamn, they not putting LeBron James on Steph Curry the whole fucking game.
He tried guarding
Even
Steph
Michael
though. He didn't
But
Jordan,
get
why
fouled.
even
not though? You'll win a championship
no,
if you do
but
that.
listen, but it's not all about him. The coach, man, I play ball. You don't play ball. You know your coach can say something. If you do it and you don't do what he say, you can get benched.
But you
But the
okay? Let
power,
me respond to that real quick. You know, just like the coaches can tell the players, "I want you to guard him." The players also tell the coaches, "I'm switching on him. I got him." They have that leeway on the court.
That's facts.
Especially LeBron James and Derek and Dwayne Wade.
I was about to say, especially LeBron probably got the number
Especially
one.
LeBron. I seen
Yeah,
Kobe
LeBron
do it. Kobe shut T-Mac down. Remember that game, that infamous game where T-Mac and Kobe was going back and forth? T-Mac had 27 first half points, and Kobe guarded him most of the first. I mean, well, Kobe switched off on him on some possessions, but in the second half, Tracy McGrady only ended up with 31 points total for the game. Kobe had 40.
I
Hey, let
remember
me go
that
to
one
Kobe
game
guarded,
where
and Kobe
hold on.
guarded T-Mac. Kobe guarded T-Mac that second
yeah,
half.
he did the same thing with Carmelo when they played the Nuggets in the I think it was the Western Conference Final, and
Yeah.
Kobe got on Carmelo
He was
and
guarding him in a post,
yeah,
banging
yeah.
with him in a post, banging with
Melo
him.
was still cooking.
Let me get let me get Mass in real quick, y'all. What's good, Mass?
Salute, man.
Hey, salute, fellas. If my mic is messed up, then let me know because I'm driving.
nah, it's perfect, perfect.
Okay, cool. Super teams. I don't like it. It's hard to gauge a guy's greatness if you're playing with the best players, bro. I mean, this is competition. I want to play I want to play against the best. I don't want to join the best. I mean, listen, there's a cost and there's a price to be paid to be called champion. Like KB touched on it. Like there's a reason why Steph Curry started crying in 2022 when he beat Boston. There's a reason why MJ was holding that trophy like it was one of his kids. You wanna know why? Because they heard the talks. They know the conversations that were being had. MJ win. A scoring leader can't win. Larry and Bird and Magic had rings on their fingers, right? Oh, Steph only won because Kevin Durant. They can no longer beat LeBron. They needed Kevin Durant. And so I respect dudes who do it the old school way, stay put. Listen, if you don't leave, if you serve your contract, like KB said earlier, I'm okay with that. But go to a destination where you yourself. Don't take the easy road and go join somebody. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not going to respect it. And if you do that, then you got to be okay with the conversations that are going to be had, like we're having right now about certain guys, Kevin Durant, LeBron James, right? And so it is what it is, man. And so listen. I mean, Charles Barkley said it best years ago. These dudes don't want to compete, man. It's like, how great are you, and how great can you be, or how can I judge your greatness? They giving out MVPs to LeBron James back-to-back seasons playing with D Wade and Chris Bosh, but the same voters said Steph and KD couldn't win, right? So I mean, come on, bro. And so I don't respect the super team thing, and we gotta
We don't.
and I wish that we can come up with a definition because there's so many different opinions about what is a super team. You know what I'm saying? Heard you guys talking about Gary Payton and what he did the year before or the year of and blah blah blah. I mean, listen, guys. I mean,
people's games and roles change. Like, you think Chris Bosh forgot how to play basketball in Miami? No, he just had to play a role. You think Kevin Love forgot how to put the ball in the basket? Last time I checked, then he scored down there like 37 points in a quarter, or like 37 points in a quarter on Cleveland. Like, he was still a great player. He just had to take a step back and play a role, right? And Leezy had a very, very good point. We praising dudes, bro, who can't adjust and modify their game for the better good of the team. These dudes want to go to situations and still be the man when it's not required to be the man. Like, take a back seat, right? Go try and do something else, man. Listen, on this roster, I don't need you, Bradley Beal, to drop 30 points a game, bro. Give me 15 to 20 points with the Clippers, play some defense, play make, and go sit your ass down. This ain't the Wizards. And so a lot of guys nowadays, bro, it's like they don't know how to take a step back and play second fiddle. And this is why I give Steph Curry so much credit,
LeBron.
right? Yeah. Oh, Leezy, for sure, especially him. He could never play second fiddle to nobody, bro. I mean, we know he's selfish, but and listen, this is why I give Steph so much credit, is because he can still be himself on a quote unquote super team, take a step back, and it doesn't take away from his teammates. He can let KD come and shine. Listen, I still thought Steph was the best player on that team, right? Just because KD killed in the finals didn't make him the best player, right? I mean, Steph took a step back and says, look, for us to win, I'm going to do this, right? Kobe Bryant, right? Game 7, I'm not shooting it well, but hey, I'm going to grab 15 rebounds. It's like these dudes ain't versatile. They're not complete players, right? A lot of guys are one-dimensional, two-dimensional, and that's why, you know what I'm saying, guys like Kawhi, Kobe, MJ, Tim Duncan, Hakeem Olajuwon, these are what I call Kareem, these are complete basketball players, right? On both ends of the court. You feel me? Like, the game is called basketball, right? And I'm not going to judge a guy just based off his points or his box score. Like, that's a casual thing to do, right? I mean, you can impact the game in so many different ways. And so
Mr.
I'm not
Mark,
with this. Yeah. Go ahead, bro.
I mean, every time I hear people speak about things like that, you thinking life is fair. It's not fair. It's not.
All right, bro.
I understand.
Hey, bro. I've been listening, man.
Oh no,
Hold on.
it's not.
Hold
No,
on.
hey, don't cut me off, man. Don't cut me off, bro. Don't do me like that. I mean, I promise you, I'm gonna go 45 seconds.
Because this
Stop.
guy wants to butt
Yeah.
in and fucking have
No,
like a fucking counseling therapy session and shit, bro.
No,
Nigga, I know
Mr.
life
Mars,
ain't fair, bro. I know
Mr.
life
Mars,
ain't fair, man.
stop.
Let me
Mr.
finish, bro.
Mars, stop. He
Hey,
stopped
BJ,
because
can I finish, BJ,
listen,
please?
He
Mr.
already
Mars.
gave me that life isn't fair speech already. I feel you, 2 cents.
Right.
2
Let me
cents,
finish
I
what I'm
feel you,
saying,
man.
bro.
I
Go
feel
ahead,
you.
Ness. Go ahead. You got it.
Yeah. Bro, we know life ain't fair. We know sports ain't fair. We know parity in sports ain't always the case. I'm not arguing that, bro. Like, you saying something
You
that we all
mad.
know. We know life.
Just say you mad.
Bro, didn't BJ ask you just to relax, bro, and let me finish, man? This is crazy. Wow. The disrespect. Let me close on this note. I mean, I know life ain't fair, sports ain't fair. All I'm saying is this: if these athletes are going to do this, then they better be okay with the conversations and their place in history that comes with it if they choose to do it. And so that's all I'm saying. But they can do what they want to do. But I'm not respecting no dude who had to go team up or only got rings on a certain type of roster or a guy who can only win with certain type of players. I respect complete players and complete basketball players. And so, yeah, so that's my take.
Okay.
I think LeBron did deserve those MVPs in Miami, though, whether you
Oh.
like that or not, man.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
BJ, can I put my 2 cents in about this, about the
No,
super
don't say
team?
2 cents. It's trademark. Don't do that.
I'm sorry, brother. Can I chime in? Okay, I'm assuming I can. All right. So, well, first of all, when you talk about life is not fair, we're talking about competition, right? And in the spirit of competition, like everybody's saying, is a difference between fairness and then wanting to beat the best. If you want to join the best, then you're already saying you're not the best. You're not good enough. I remember when I was a kid, I asked my father, USC football. They're known as tailback U. And I used to tell my father, why would a running back want to go to USC, knowing that there's a chance that they might play behind another running back, and they can go to another college, another big college, and get shine there. And my father said, well, if you feel you the best, you're going to go to you feel you can go anywhere, and you're going to shine above everybody else. It's not about being fair. It's about if I feel I'm the best, right? Basically, it's no different than in boxing. If you feel you're the best, you fight anybody that's put in front of you. If you're going to duck somebody, then all of a sudden the questions are going to start coming up. Well, are you really the best? And to me, when you're trying, again, I don't really, because this is the thing with the super team, right? I guess the first question I would ask is, how are people qualifying super teams? I like the way Moss put it, because I think we kind of knock LeBron James and players like that because we were able to see Kevin Love and Dwayne Wade, how they would when they had their own team. Even though Kevin Love, Chris Bosh, they didn't really do much with them, but still, they were the best player on a team that put up good stats, even though their teams didn't really go anywhere. But what about like the Showtime Lakers or the Celtics? So what is they aren't super teams, even though we would make the same argument that if we put Kevin McHale and he had his own team for 8 or 9 years, he would be like, it's like, well, wait a minute, how come we? Listen, the great players do need great players to play along with them. Like Ma said, is willing to accept the role, right? Listen, I feel that the Bulls had a super team.
Nah, the Bulls definitely did not have a super
Hey,
team.
what happened? When you start capping, your mic go out. So that's what happened.
I thought
God
that was
don't.
me. I keep getting kicked off the stage every time. I thought that shit was
No, yeah, God don't like ugly. God don't like
think the Bulls
ugly.
had a super team.
Life
That's
isn't
correct. They didn't
fair,
have a
so
super
that's
team,
what
bro.
happened.
If we really sit here and
But,
name the
man,
Bulls
we
roster, I don't think they had a super team.
If I could, we could have that conversation, but the point being is, if that's what I'm saying, what qualifies as a super team? Yeah.
Hey, let me
Multiple
ask
All-Stars
you.
in the
Let me
team.
ask you, how was Chicago a super team? I just want to know.
Multiple All-Stars in the
Well,
team.
if you have multiple Hall of Famers, you got 3 guys in the top 75. You got arguably the
Two of
most
them was
versatile.
drafted though. Two of them was drafted. Two of them.
Okay, well, see that goes back to Miles's point.
Uh-huh.
So then it's the same thing with Kevin McHale and Robert Parrish and all these, James Worthy, because they're drafted, they're not considered great. Because I think that's the argument with James Worthy. If you put him on a team where he's the best guy, wouldn't he at least be what Kevin Love and Dwayne Wade and all these other guys were?
Yeah.
So what's the difference?
That's a good point, though.
Yeah.
That
doesn't
that's
take
the
away.
argument that we constantly make, right?
No, and that's why I say we got to differentiate. You got organizational built super teams, and then you got player empowerment super team. It's a difference.
Okay, I get it, but
definition of a super team.
Okay.
Can I give you my definition?
Go ahead.
When you have two or more superstars who are franchise players in their prime, the difference between a regular all-star, like for example, you have different levels of all-stars, right? You have all-stars who are more like role players, and then you have your perennial all-stars, right? Those guys who make the all-star team over and over and over. You see what I'm saying? There's a different quality to those type of players. So when you're dealing with franchise players and you're dealing with franchise players who are playing in their primes, I think that's the definition of a super team.
I know, but I'm going back to Lizzy's question though, bro, because how are their second version of the Bulls a super team? Are you saying because I don't think Dennis made an All-Star team? Pippen was missing half the season in '98, or for sure it wasn't himself in that second three-peat. So are you giving Dennis Rodman credit because of what he was in Detroit? Because by that logic, then LeBron had
He
Shaq
did
and Ben
make first
Wallace.
team all. He did make first team all defense with the Bulls. Though.
Okay, well,
And
listen, man.
he led the league. He led the league in rebounds 3 straight years. And then the thing is we talked about Tim Duncan not being on the court on that last
Yeah.
play, right? We can talk
Right.
about nobody being able to secure that rebound where it was tipped back to Robert Ory and he was able to hit that three. I'd venture to guess if Robin was on the court in both those times, his value would have been, I think he would have came out with the rebound. The point I'm trying to make is, yeah, I'm talking about their value to the team. What they were looked at. Even superstar Magic Johnson said what he considered a franchise player or a superstar. I think it was a superstar. Is if fans are willing to come pay to see you. Everybody wanted to see Dennis Rodman. You know, I think it was Dennis Rodman that made the second three-peat Bulls the on the lines of the Beatles. You know, I mean, not saying
we've never used leading the league in rebounding or somebody come to see you as a third star and put them in that superstar. Listen, Rodman played his role. He rebounded the basketball, but he was not no. Yeah, he was not no superstar.
He's a superstar.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, he didn't make the All-Star team.
Wasn't a superstar.
Why are we giving Dennis Rodman all this praise? We understand what Dennis Rodman was, but do y'all realize before Dennis Rodman signed with the Bulls, the league was David Stern was tired of him. They were about to kick him out of the NBA.
In San Antonio, he was tweaking.
But are you
He
gonna
was
build a team?
tweaking.
But here's the problem: are you going to build a team around Dennis?
No, you're not, bro. No, you're not.
So there's a difference, right? There's a difference between a Hall of Fame role player and a franchise player. There's a difference, bro. Like Draymond Green.
And the last time we had this conversation. Go ahead.
Draymond Green will make the Hall of Fame, right?
Yeah, he going to the Hall of Fame.
You're not building a franchise around Draymond Green. He's a
hell no. He a role
So
player.
that's the difference. The difference is adding a Carmelo is way different than adding a Draymond Green.
For sure.
If we're gonna do that with role players, then Robert Ory is equivalent to Dennis Rodman on every championship team.
Easy, come on, bro. He don't got no accolades.
Well, no, hold on. Nah, hold on. Again, hold on.
As an exception, but
hold on.
No accolades, bro.
The point
won
being
his titles though. He hit the biggest shots in finals.
Yeah, but you can't. Nobody wins nobody wins a title on one shot. I mean, come on, man. Like that's the point.
He helped them get there though.
Well, of course he helped them, but then
he hit that one on the Nets though. Remember, he hit that on that inbound. Nobody gave it to the big shot Bob on that play. He didn't give it to Tim Duncan.
Right, but I got you. But still,
Rodman wasn't a superstar,
and he got 7 rings, nigga. He's better than Bill Russell.
Dennis Rodman wasn't a superstar.
Nigga, Robert Ory first ballot. I don't care what nobody says.
I feel Dennis Rodman was a superstar. Like I put Dennis Rodman on the same level. Okay. Well, hold on, let me finish. Hold on.
Somebody said it.
Well, hold on, let me finish.
Life isn't fair, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, let me finish my point. I don't see any difference between Dennis Rodman, Ben Wallace, Bill Russell, Wes Unseld. They're that type of player. Okay. And well, I mean, like I said, the dude, I'm looking at the accomplishments of Dennis Rodman and what he was able to do. I really think a lot of people, you guys are not say you guys, a lot of people that make these kind of arguments are more video game players. But as far as impact, I don't know what you're talking about, Leezy, when you talk about that Dennis Rodman was about to be out the league. I mean, hold on.
Can I ask you a question, bro?
Hold on, let me finish, bro, please.
All right.
When Dennis Rodman played with the Spurs, he was used as a scapegoat for why Olajuwon was kicking David Robinson's ass. Okay, and the fact of the matter is, Dennis Rodman might have lost respect because he felt David, as talented as David Robinson was, he didn't have the mentality to. He shrunk when he had to go against Olajuwon. He shrunk. And if you go, and again, if you go and you watch, I'm sorry, I'm almost finished. If you go and you watch video when they put Rodman on Olajuwon, Rodman did way better than Olajuwon did, and Rodman called out David Robinson and basically said he didn't have any heart. Right? He
But
didn't.
I'm
He didn't
saying
have it.
it was the antics for him, bro. That what I'm saying, the NBA, it was his image, it was all of the antics. That's why they said when he went to Chicago, Michael Jordan told Phil, let that nigga be him, bro. We ain't finna try to keep him in a box. Let that nigga do all that weird shit, the wild shit. Let him take them hiatuses. Let that nigga do that, because I know when it's game time, I know what Dennis Rodman we gonna get.
Let me
Period.
ask this question just real quick, fellas. Hey, bro. So when the Bulls got Dennis Rodman, how old was he? Do you know?
He was what, like 34?
Okay, yep. Okay, and then you mentioned Ben Wallace in the same breath. You said they're alike. So when LeBron got Ben Wallace, then why didn't LeBron get out of Ben Wallace that Jordan got out of Dennis Rodman? Because they'll say Ben's. Hold on, bro. Because we can't have it both ways. They'll say LeBron had no help, and he had Ben Wallace, who was a 4-time Defensive Player of the Year award, elite shot blocker, elite defensive player, right? Played Shaq, okay, in the finals, but overall he was elite. Yeah. All that, right? But he was past his prime, I guess. We know Dennis was past his prime. They're both around 34, 35 years old, if I'm not mistaken. Why is it that when MJ gets Rodman, they're a super team, but when LeBron gets Ben Wallace, he ain't got no goddamn help. And fucking they're the same goddamn player.
Because I'm not going by age, Miles. I'm going by results. And the results, what we saw, what Dennis Rodman did, maybe Ben Wallace didn't do it. Just because you guys are the same age, two players are the same age, don't mean that they're going to have the same results. Remember, Dennis Rodman came into the league at like 28. Right? He was old when he came into the league.
Yeah.
So
my point of saying that was this, though, bro. I'm gonna give Dennis his credit because he played great in that 3-year stretch, but that speaks to the leadership and the leadership at the top with Phil, Scotty, and MJ. Because I feel like they got the best out of Dennis, right? And so they allowed Dennis. Leezy just talked about it, bro. They let Dennis be Dennis, but he's right though. After that Spurs season, bro, he was damn near out the league, and then the Bulls took a chance, traded for him, I think with Will Perdue, and then it worked out well. But he was nowhere near a superstar, bro. Only thing super about that three-peat was Michael Jordan. That was it.
Or you could have
let me ask y'all. Hold on, let me ask this question. I remember you mentioned Bill Russell, Wes Unseld, and what was the other player you mentioned? Did you mention a third player, or was just those two?
Crazy.
That's a question to the what's your name, bro? Ken.
I don't know if he's there, bro.
Ken, you there?
I'm not comparing Dennis Rodman.
Yeah, he probably doing something. But let me ask everybody a question then. If you're gonna make the Dennis Rodman parable to those two players, let's just do this. Could Bill Russell create his own bucket? Can he go get his own shot? Could Wes Unseld get his own shot? Can you throw the ball to Wes Unseld in the post or the high block? You know what I'm saying? In the block, low block, high post, and can he create and generate offense for himself? The answer is yes for both of those players. They wasn't giving Dennis Rodman the rock and saying, go get a bucket. Dennis Rodman made a career off of pure hustle, grit. That's it. You couldn't just throw him the ball. Every once in a while, Dennis will pull a wide open jumper because guess what? He's wide open and it's in rhythm. So he says, fuck it, why not take the shot? But if you watch Dennis Rodman, even in high school, he was the same exact player through high school that he was in college and from college to the NBA.
Negative. No, that's not true, bro. Dennis Rodman was averaging like 24, 25 points a game at Southeast Oklahoma.
Okay, hold on again.
He was the same player.
Again. Let me add
he was
context
not the same player, bro. Stop saying the lies.
Can I add the context to what I'm saying? I'm talking about his game never changed is what I'm saying, bro. In high school, if you go watch Dennis Rodman in high school and college, he was still that defensive menace. He was scoring on the block. No. They wasn't running set plays for Dennis Rodman. He was doing the dirty work, getting his 20-some points. He wasn't ISOing nobody. He wasn't hitting hella jumpers. He was taking that ball in transition or off the rim, and he was scoring because he was that more physically imposing than the competition he was playing up against. Period.
You're not about to tell me the same person that was scoring points Because I seen Dennis Rodman when he
I
was
watched
scoring
Dennis
points
Rodman
in
too,
high school.
bro.
I go, well, then shut the fuck up about he's
Oh my
scoring 30 and 40 points. You
Who said he was
lying,
scoring
bro.
30?
Stop lying to people.
Who said he
You
scored 30
spreading
and 40
lies.
points? Who said that? I didn't say that.
That nigga
wasn't
was
me.
scoring. He could score 20, 30, and 40 points in high school.
He can score 20, 30, and 40?
In
Man,
college, he
look
averaged
up
like
Dennis
25 points a
Rodman.
game in
Look him
college,
up.
bro.
Did you?
No.
I understand that. Are y'all listening? Are y'all remedial? Are you listening to what I'm saying, bro?
Nigga,
How was he
you
getting his
said it was
points,
the
nigga?
same.
How was he getting his points,
correct
bro?
what you said. You said it's the same. You know it's not the
said his
same.
game was the same.
Man,
his
stop.
game. His game.
Okay, yeah.
Does that
He
make
still
sense?
score-
The
he
numbers
still-
changed,
no, it
nigga, but he
don't.
had the same fucking
It
game.
don't. He didn't score 30
No, his
points.
role changed, bro. His role changed.
So tell me his skill.
When
So
it's
give
not
me
the
a skill that
same.
Dennis
It's-
Rodman got that
okay,
generated all
listen.
those points. Tell me what he didn't do in high school that he did in the NBA, or vice versa.
Okay, it's not the same. But when you say words mean things, you said it's the same. You know what he did in high school is
His
not the
style
same in
of
the
play.
NBA.
His style of play was the fucking same.
You can
Dennis
try to
Rodman
change up
was not
anything
hitting
to correct what you
jump
said.
shots, nigga. He
It's
wasn't
not the
scoring out of the
same.
post. He got all his baskets on the dirty work. Do you not
Well,
understand that,
okay,
nigga?
so what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
But y'all
I'm
making it
talking
seem,
about
but
what
you're
the nigga
comparing him
said.
to Bill Russell and Wes Unseld.
So
They can
Bill
go
Russell,
generate their own offense. Is what I'm telling
they
you.
didn't run no offense for Bill Russell. He got his points the same way.
You can
Hey,
throw
let
the
me
ball
correct-
to Bill Russell on the mid post, and he can go get a bucket.
Hey, stand down for just a second, bro. Stand down
go
for
ahead,
just a
Sands. Go
second.
ahead.
Yeah, what I'm saying to him.
Wes Unseld the same. He was more
He ain't
offensively
no stand
skilled
down.
than Dennis
But go ahead,
Rodman.
y'all keep going. He ain't no stand down. But go ahead. Y'all go
Is
ahead.
that not a fact? Are you telling me that Dennis Rodman was just offensively gifted as far as skills on offense as Bill Russell and Wes Unseld? Or is that what you're telling me?
Man, Bill brother.
Yes or no? I'm just answering the question. Yes or no? I will stand down. Just answer that question. Yes or no? I'm gonna stand down after that.
I've watched games of Bill Russell. I've seen Wes Unseld. They're
Yes.
basically the same type of player. The
As Dennis
only
Rodman.
difference. Okay, you said you was gonna listen, but you're not listening.
No, I asked the question, bro.
He's not.
So how can I answer if you're gonna keep talking?
Because it was a yes or no question. That's what I was
that
asking.
wasn't a yes or no question.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So the point being is that you asked about Bill Russell, Wes Unseld, and what I was saying was those guys scored in the same way. Look, Dennis Rodman
In the same way, okay.
Dennis Rodman, I think it was 1992, I want to say. That dude took 100 threes and made 32% of them. Right? The one year he decided he was going to take a bunch of shots. Dennis Rodman, when he first joined the Pistons, was averaging like 10 or 11 points a game. When he joined the Bulls, they didn't need him to do that. He said it. He said, I can score 20 points a game. What I don't understand, what does it matter if Bill Russell could not score like that, bro? In a league, hold on, let me finish, brother. In a league that he played in, right? Bill Russell as a center, only his field goal percentage is only like 43%, 44%, which really is, even for that time as a center, was not good, bro. You know, they were the same type of player, all of them. They're the same type, the same archetype. You know, I mean, I don't understand why Dennis Rodman gets disrespected because he said, listen, and he played in the league in the 90s where they probably lost like 25% of field goal attempts. So, you know, and then he played with a guy in Jordan. I'm talking about, you know, when he joined the Bulls, where he wasn't going to be getting like, I wouldn't run no offense for him anyway. Let him score the way he's going to score. The point I'm trying to make is to say that he wouldn't be considered a super team, because I don't get it. So if Bill Russell, he'd be doing the exact same thing Dennis Rodman was doing, then it would be called a super team. I don't understand it. I personally feel if you put Dennis Rodman on them Celtics teams, you don't really see much difference. You don't see much difference.
Damn.
I think you got to argue.
You miss out on the elite.
I disagree with that, but it's just a matter of opinion. So it is what it is.
If you talk about the Dennis Rodman from Detroit, I'd probably give you a better argument, but I don't know about the one on the Bulls.
Dennis Rodman in Detroit was the same Dennis Rodman on the Bulls, bro.
He was. He just his role
That's
changed.
my
That's all.
point that I'm making. Are y'all missing my point, bro?
Wasn't that was the Dennis Rodman? That
bro.
was when, the
Niggas wasn't throwing Dennis Rodman the ball and be like, Dennis Rodman, we need you to go get a bucket.
They weren't doing that for Bill Russell, bro. I mean, they weren't doing that for Wes Unseld. They were not running offense for these players, bro.
Okay. All right.
They weren't doing it for Ben Wallace. That's not the way. I'm not saying that Ben Wallace, these guys, or Dennis Rodman were the Charles Barkley,
I seen
Carmelo
them
types.
post up Ben Wallace multiple times, so that's a lie.
Hey, yeah. But hold on. Hey, BJ.
Right.
I apologize. I don't want to cause too much corruption on your show, but this dude is talking. He's talking like he is this frame of reference. Okay, little bro, I understand it and where you coming from. I know goddamn Dennis Rodman came from, I'm in Texas right now. Hey, he Oak Cliff. And what he did, he was averaging 4 points, 5 points and shit like that. And I know later on he could score some points. That ain't what he did, but they don't make him trash because he didn't score points.
I never called I love Dennis Rodman, bro.
Okay,
what are you talking about?
Listen what I'm saying. People can call
you keep
him
saying
trash.
that people calling players trash. Those words never came out of my mouth. I just said that he wasn't. That didn't make the Bulls a super team. That's all I'm saying. He was great. We know what Dennis Rodman is, bro. As a defender, as you know what I'm saying, as a menace, grabbing rebounds, his hustle, his antics, getting in people's head. But that don't make him a super team because they added Dennis Rodman. He almost got kicked out of the league. So you go from getting kicked out of the league to now you're a super team. That doesn't make sense, bro.
He's not understanding. He's not understanding what I'm saying.
So if Patrick Beverly come back to the NBA, whatever team he is, he join LeBron, he's a super team. That's basically what y'all telling me.
Listen what I'm saying. I don't expect Shaq to be the leader in assists and stuff like that. But some people are good at what they do. And they become what they call, quote unquote, specialists.
Right.
Look, Rodman, I promise you, it's been a lot of people played in the NBA. They could not, I don't care what you said I couldn't do and they wouldn't let me do and this, that. He actually did it. I'm talking about rebound wise. Man, that's all I'm saying. And you trying to make up something that he's not. You just saying things that he's not.
What you mean I'm saying things that he's not? What am I saying that he's not?
You're saying that he's not that he couldn't score, bro.
He's not a scorer. He's not a what? You mean to tell me Dennis Rodman is a scorer?
That goes back to what we keep saying,
Dennis Rodman
bro.
cannot carry no motherfucking NBA team, nigga. Is scoring, bro. He can't do it. What are you talking about? That's what I said. That's a fact.
I'm about to rewind it and let you hear that you said he ain't no star.
Hold on, nigga. If Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan was injured, Dennis Rodman is not going to be the nigga to lead the team in scoring. It's going to be Tony Kukoc, nigga. What are you talking about?
Nobody say that stupid ass shit, nigga.
Right, but the hold on, but
I'm about to play it for your
Stop trying to turn Dennis Rodman into something that he's not, nigga, to fit your narrative.
No, hold on. Nobody is making him something that he's not. The point being is the impact that he had.
I understand that.
Hold on. Let me finish, brother. The impact that he had warrants him being what we called back in when the Bulls was a super team or a big three. Right, he was a member of the big three that the Bulls had, and the fact of the matter is that look, I think we all can understand. There's three main facets of basketball. Scoring, okay, Leezy, scoring.
I get it.
Defense,
trust me, bro. I understand, bro. I've been around the game too long, bro.
Right, okay.
I get it.
So
I know what Dennis Rodman was as a defender, bro. I know what he brought to the team. I'm saying his offensive abilities.
Lazy.
Offense. I'm just talking about his offensive skill set, but that's it.
Fine. But I'm talking about
his. Can we agree on that? Okay. That's all I'm saying.
I'm talking about his impact. That's what I'm talking about.
And you know what? Okay. But I agree with you on this impact. That was never my argument.
Okay, but your argument is he cannot be a superstar or a great player, whatever wording you're trying to use
I
to try to
didn't
back
say
out of.
none of that. I
Hold
said
on,
it
brother.
wasn't
But
a super team, and I gave you reasons why I thought it wasn't a super team. I didn't take away from his greatness, though.
you're saying he's not a super is not a you're taking by definition. How can he be great?
So Robert Ory was a super. So Robert Ory was a super team, bro. It's the same thing.
So are you saying that the Bulls, that team, had 3 great players, but they're not a super team?
Yeah, they had 3 Hall of Fame players, top 75.
Okay, so
top
right,
50,
okay,
top 50, actually,
and you're relegating Dennis Rodman by saying he's not a part of the super team because he couldn't score 20 points a game. And what I'm saying is you're saying, well, he couldn't do it like breaking. Let me finish, brother. Like breaking somebody off the dribble, or listen. If he was in a up tempo offense where the minute he got the rebound, he can run the fast break, or he can get out, give it to a point guard, and get out on the wing. He can probably at least, like I said, the dude averaged 12 points a game or 10 points a game, somewhere around there when he was with Detroit. The fact of the matter is that when we're talking about the 3 facets, the main facets of basketball, offense, defense, and rebounding, in the history of the game, of the NBA, I should say, Rodman is considered, by most respected people, at least top 5 in 2.
Top 5, yeah. Okay.
Okay. So how in the heck can you listen? You can take a guy that's a great scorer, like let's say Carmelo Anthony, right? You can take, because I'm sure you would consider him a part of a big 3 because he could score, right? And that dude will give you 28 points and just as quickly give up 29. Right. But because you're enamored with his offensive capabilities, you're going to respect that. That's why the teams he led went nowhere. And again, I can make the argument that Dennis Rodman on the 90 Pistons, the championship Pistons team, was the best player on that team, even over Isaiah Thomas. He finished higher, I think, in Defensive Player of the Year, higher MVP, everything. So that kind of puts the kibosh on your argument that he couldn't be the best player on the team.
Higher in MVP?
Look it up. I'm going to look it up right now. Hold on.
Look it up.
I'll look it up. Hold on.
I know he did win a Sixth Man of the Year award. Dennis Rodman did. I know that.
So listen. I had this argument plenty of times, like about Dennis. And Dennis,
I
think
Dennis Rodman.
if you're looking at the defensive side of the ball, like the Bulls had a lot of guys where hold on, let me finish, dog. When you look at Dennis Rodman, right? Dennis Rodman, Scottie Pippen, you had a lot of guys on those teams in that starting lineup who could guard their man without help. And that's valuable, right? Like they all can guard their man one-on-one, lockdown, and they're great team defenders as well, right? So that's extremely valuable, right? What he's talking about. So I get the argument. My only thing is, like, would you build around Dennis? Like, if you were starting a franchise, would you build your team around him as the star player?
Just find some guys that can score 20 points a game. I mean, again, we have an archetype. We have a reference of teams that have won with his role being considered the best player on the team. So it's not out of the realm of possibility.
If Draymond Green go play for the Lakers with Luka and LeBron, is that considered a super team or no?
Not now. I mean, again, I lost a lot of respect for Draymond Green because I
just asked a question, bro. Like, I don't.
Okay, nigga, but I can still. I answered it. Hold on, brother. Did I answer the question? Yes or no?
No, you didn't answer it.
Yes, I did. I said not now, and then I tried to qualify it. So I did answer the questions. That's what I'm saying. You listening to respond. You not listening to understand. You not listening to understand.
It's no logic.
You're not listening to understand. I don't care what you're saying. You're not listening to understand. You listening to respond.
Okay.
That's
so
your problem.
Draymond Green is not the modern day Dennis Rodman. Yes or no?
No, he's not the modern day Dennis Rodman. No, he's not. They're 2 totally different types of players, bro. They're totally different. So
So Dennis Rodman don't have no. I mean, Draymond Green don't have no impact. Then he's not as valuable
where
as
are you
Klay Thompson and
where are you getting
Steph
that
Curry.
from? Where are you
I
getting
don't
that from?
know. I mean, I know Draymond Green helped win 4 championships and
But
for the Warriors.
okay, hold on. I said
being the anchor of a defense, the anchor.
I said, yeah, but I said not now, right? As far as Draymond Green, and then because you keep cutting me off, you keep trying to talk over everybody. I was trying to say I saw a lot out of Draymond Green when he had the opportunity to take over that main role with Golden State, and his team was trash. They barely won 10 games. They were awful. You know, so I'm sorry. I think that he was well hidden with regards to him being on the Warriors. Whereas, like I said, Rodman to me has more impact. He does.
Okay. So you mean to tell me that you put Rodman on that team, they would have won?
I'm
talking about just the one season you highlighted with Draymond Green, they didn't win when Steph Curry was injured. So
I'm using that as a point of reference because what are we talking about? We're talking about when would they be the best player or whatever? And I'm saying when Draymond Green was the best player, that Warriors team was trash. I mean, I'm talking like, I mean, they're awful. I mean, like just to give some scale, in '99 when the Bulls intentionally tried to tank and got rid of all their best players and had just Tony Kukoc and Brent Barry was his second best player. They were intentionally trying to be bad, and that team in a strike shortened season won more games than the Draymond Green led Golden State Warriors. And that Bulls team was awful. And it was known that they were trying to tank. So I mean, I'm kind of pulling, like your logic and saying, well, what this team was when he was the best player, and Draymond Green was trash. He was awful. So I think he's just been hidden. He's a great player.
But what happened after that season when Detroit lost to the Bulls in the playoffs? That following season, what happened to Detroit with the Dennis Rodman?
Even after that, I mean, when Dennis Rodman was clearly the best player on Detroit, they still was above 500 team.
Yeah, but
with Dennis Rodman being the best player.
Well, isn't that a little bit?
So Dennis Rodman was the best player, or is that what you're saying?
Absolutely, he was the best player.
But hold on.
By 92, when Dennis Rodman was averaging almost 20 points, 20 rebounds a game, and like 10 points, and defensive player of the year, and like top 10 MVP, he was absolutely the best player on the Pistons.
Okay,
for sure.
But isn't that a little bit unfair though? Because like today's is a more offensive era, like a more like scoring is more of the premium of today's era compared to the 90s, the 80s and the 90s. Well, the late 80s and the 90s. Isn't that a little bit of an unbalanced comparison?
I understand what you're saying, and all I'm saying is like with Draymond Green type player, like he's more of like Paul Pressey. I don't know if you guys remember Paul Pressey. He's more like along. I get what you're saying, Leezy, as far as Dennis Rodman, and I think the only thing really that they have in common was that they both are head chasers.
Pressey's son, he was raw too, Phil Pressey.
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, I get the point. I mean, I know they kind of will follow along that same line, but I don't see Rodman's skill set. I'm just talking about overall. I mean, I feel Draymond Green is more like a point power forward kind of like thing. I mean, I know that's, but I don't know, brother.
Do you think Draymond Green adds impact though on winning? Do you think he impacts winning, or
for sure? Absolutely. No, he definitely. I'm not like knocking him or anything. That's what I'm saying. I think
but if you put him in a role where he have to be the guy, then he's probably not going to look that great though, right? If you just put him in a role and say, Draymond, lead us as the guy, because that's not really what he does.
We saw that, and he was,
and that's
the team
my
was awful.
point.
He was awful.
Right. And that's my point. I don't think Detroit could say, you know what, Dennis Rodman, just lead us. Here you go. Here go the ball. Lead us.
Well, offensively, I mean, I feel you. I
That's
understand
my
that,
whole point. That's all I've been saying the whole time, bro.
Right, but okay.
I'm not taking away from his greatness or his impact, bro. I love Dennis Rodman.
Hold on. Right. No, you are taking away from his impact because you're minimalizing his impact by looking at his ability to score.
Okay.
Right. And and at least from my vantage point, I'm saying as far as his impact, I think you can find. I would venture to guess 80% of the NBA players in the league, 85, could get you 20 points a game if offense was run through them. Right. Yeah. Rodman, I don't believe he could efficiently give you 20 points a game. But what I do feel is he could be the best player on a team that could compete at least for a playoff spot. Maybe not a championship, but definitely be the best player. And that comes back to the super team thing. Well, how come he is not considered, along those lines? I mean, Bill Russell, we don't know what Bill Russell would have been. He's always been around Hall of Fame quality players. Remember, he joined Bob Cousy. Bob Cousy was the first Magic. So he already joined the MVP caliber player. We don't know what Bill Russell could have did.
But don't you think?
I mean, you know what I'm saying?
But don't you think it's more disgusting? Like if you see like Giannis and Joker get together with Luka, like that's more disgusting. Don't you think? That'd be like more of a
what
thing.
you mean disgusting is that wouldn't be fair to the league?
That's what I mean. Like there's a difference, right? Like I think there's levels to this shit, right? Like you got certain players where it's like these dudes can do it all. Like these dudes can run everything. You know what I mean? And to me, that's a little bit different than a guy doing this role, like a guy playing this role.
Dennis Rodman was a great role player. I just don't think he made him a super team. Now, if you put Charles Barkley or Karl Malone on that, now I think that's a super team.
Right, because of the offense,
that's just my
right?
opinion, though.
Yeah, that'll be bullshit.
Right? Everything. They can rebound, too. Charles Barkley was an excellent defender and a great rebounder at his
Charles Barkley was not an excellent defender. That guy was trash as a defender. He was awful. As a matter of fact, since we're talking about shots, go back and look at that shot with that John Paxson hit. You know why John Paxson got open? Charles Barkley.
Charles Barkley was the next man in rotation. And
his lazy ass overplayed Horace Grant, right? Which totally broke down the Suns defense, and the rotations was awful, which left Paxson. He didn't rotate because really Barkley should have rotated to Paxson.
Okay,
but leave Charles alone, man.
You're highlighting one play though, bro.
Because I'm only highlighting. I'm highlighting one play because Charles Barkley was always a lazy defender. Even when you go back and think back to when what's that coach name that one had the mean coach? He was for Indiana. Oh my God, why can't I remember this thing?
For Indiana.
He was the coach. Yeah, he was the Indiana coach, and he was the head coach for the Olympic team in '84.
So Hubie Brown?
No, it wasn't Hubie Brown, and he cut Charles Barkley. Remember, he cut Charles Barkley, and again, not saying Charles as far as talent, Charles Barkley is almost on the line of Michael Jordan and LeBron James.
Bobby Knight.
Bobby Knight.
Okay.
And
Bobby Knight said Michael Jordan was the best player he ever seen. He had played.
Yeah. But he cut Charles Barkley, and he cut him because he said Charles Barkley wouldn't stay in shape, right? And because of that, it affected his gameplay. And he told Charles Barkley, "Listen, I'll keep you on the team if I think he said you lose like 10 to 15 pounds." Charles Barkley came in and gained 5 pounds.
Right. I remember that. Charles Barkley always battled weight early in his career. He battled that weight. He was still a monster. That boy was a gazelle.
He was a monster.
He was a monster, though.
Yeah, I mean,
if you I'm scared. 6'5", 6'6". He wasn't even that tall. So
I'm scared to see with Luka, because I'm hearing that Luka is taking his body serious. I'm scared to see what this brother is going to do in the league next year. If it's true that he done lost all his weight and got in shape, he's going to take it serious.
He's been doing, score a lot of points.
But you don't think that'll help his defense, though?
Nah, he ain't playing no defense. The defense don't have nothing to do with your body. It's mindset. If you play defense, if you have a mentality to play defense, that's it.
It'll help him stay healthy. It'll help him stay
Yeah,
healthy.
that too. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But you don't think that physically, if he's in better shape, he might be, you know, maybe, I don't know. I haven't really watched Luka Doncic's defensive
Nah,
mechanics to see. You know, I don't
Hypothetically,
know.
nah,
you
he's
don't know
bad.
what he
The same
is.
thing you talking about Charles Barkley, apply that to Luka. Lazy.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
but
know. I'm
hypothetically,
just saying,
yeah.
like, if he's taking
He's
it
slow
serious,
footed.
man, I'm afraid
Hey,
for the league. So
yeah. Hey,
He's just slow
let me
footed.
say this. Yeah. Hey, let me say this real quick, man. I don't mean to cut you off, but some things what people say, you have to kind of really check what they're saying because they'll slide in. I don't know if you ever been around a con artist and know what they do. They'll tell you some truth to believe the lie. And I was listening to a dude talking about somebody said something about Dennis Rodman. He was in the league at 28 years old and all that shit like that. I'm like, he told no. I'm just saying. But if I listen and I don't know any better, I know he's lying. I know when Dennis Rodman got in the league, he was like 24, 25 years old. He's not old enough to know it for sure because half of the time you was in the ball sack and you just saying something that you think you know and what you read and you think you read. I'm like, what is he talking about? So a lot of times I don't like to defend something I didn't say or whatever type of deal or do. And when
fair.
people say things, I'm like, words mean things. And a lot of times, look, I don't have to go through the bullshit that what the younger people have to go through. I'm already past that. But all I can do, I'll help you before I hurt you. And that's what they don't understand. Old head this, old head that, this, that, and other. No, they not even knowing. These people is gonna actually, we're gonna give you houses and cars, and we can help you with knowledge and stuff like that. But it be the same people that they'll say things they know is not true, and they're just regurgitating things that they ain't even took the time to research and know. Oh yeah, Michael Jordan never went to college, and if he would have went to, now I got to have a argument about Michael Jordan if he didn't go to college. And this is the things that people, like some people on panels, they'll do. You just have to catch it. I know it's bullshit when he was talking about damn Dennis Rodman was in the league at 28. And that's when he got in the league. Like, man, you out your goddamn mind. And if you thought Dennis Rodman wasn't a superstar even when he was in the league, that's your opinion. I'm talking about the general consensus of everyone else. He was a superstar. He was the best at what he did. Ain't nobody said he scored 1,000 points, but he was the best at what he did. And you cannot deny that. You can spin it anyway. Well, he didn't do this and do that. He was the best at what he did. Some people are specialists. Some people can do a whole bunch of things. And I have to sit here and listen to it.
I never did say he wasn't the best at what he did because I understand how great Dennis Rodman is. I just say I didn't think that made them a super team based off of
two cents. I was actually the one that said it. I'm sorry, it wasn't 20. He was 20. I know he was an old rookie. Was the point? Yeah. So he wasn't 28. I looked it up. He was 25, which is still a really old rookie.
I know you misspoke. But that changed the narrative sometimes, and people don't understand that. You can't tell me I cheated on my wife. Now I got to goddamn argue with you about cheating on my wife. Then you come back and say, oh, no, he didn't really cheat on his wife. That was my homeboy that did that. And that's the bullshit that I'm talking about. You don't even know what the fuck you talking about half of the time. But every now and then we'll check. Okay, you admitted to it.
You see that? I'm 51 years old, bro. Okay, so I ain't young. I'm old.
No. I made up an analogy, but sometimes I understand you man enough to say, oh shit, yeah, I didn't mean to say that. But you got to understand it changed the narrative to the young folks. Man, you are impressionable. Everything you say, I promise you, people are picking up on it.
Watch a child mimic a old person and people around the house. They can do the same thing, but I'm the dude. I don't like bullies. I don't like liars, and I don't like thieves. If you
Hey,
one of
the
them,
matter of the fact is he was an old ass rookie. That's old. 25 is old. I don't know, 25, 28, shit. That's old.
no, it's not the same thing. Don't tell me 25 and 28 the same thing.
It's old to be a rookie, is what I'm saying. That's pretty old to be a rookie in the league. Yes, that's what I'm
That
saying.
would be true.
that
would
was
be
the
true.
context,
That
man.
would be true.
It is
That's the
old for a
context
rookie.
behind it. He had some. He was 3 years off, but we
Okay,
understand what
yeah.
he was trying to say.
Just say
Though.
I misspoke. Don't act like I
Right, he
said
just
it was 3
misspoke. That's
months.
all.
I didn't
Right.
say 3 months. I say it because you know what can happen within 3 years, within
Yeah.
an NBA career. That's
Facts.
what I'm saying. But I have to sit here and listen to folks just saying shit they don't even know. You weren't even born. Half of the motherfuckers talking shit, you weren't even born. You got to go on YouTube and listen to that shit that you talking about.
That's facts. That's facts.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
I just looked it up. So the 92 the 91-92 Pistons. Okay, Dennis Rodman finished 10th in the NBA MVP voting, right?
Okay.
And I think he was second in Defensive Player of the Year award, right?
Hold on. Who won it?
The defensive player of the Michael Jordan won MVP, obviously. So it was Michael Jordan, Clyde Drexler finished second, David Robinson, Malone, Ewing, Mullen, Mark Price, Hardaway, Pippen, and then Dennis Rodman. Yeah, Mullen was sixth.
Wow.
And then Pippen, Dennis Rodman finished 10th. He finished ahead of Brad Daugherty, Charles Barkley, Stockton, Larry Bird was old, Kevin Johnson, Danny Manning, Jalen Shrimp. Yeah. And then, like I said, the defensive player of the year, he finished second. He barely lost out to David Robinson, right?
Oh,
so I'm saying that to say now, if we look at 92, the 92 Pistons, right? Their record was 48-34, right? I can't say that Dennis Rodman wasn't the best player on this team. Then I get what you're saying, Leezy. Can I make the argument that he could be the focal point of the offense as far as scoring? He couldn't do that. Do I think he could score more, like maybe 15 points a game if he was looking for a shot? Probably. I don't know. But again, to the whole big three thing, I'm sorry, man. I got to look at that team, and I know people look at, Dennis Rodman was old when he played in 98, and I still remember him shutting down Karl Malone. If he did not defend, if he did not check Karl Malone,
he did an amazing job.
He did an amazing job.
Yeah.
He did an amazing job on Shaq. I mean, I just can't say that the first three-peat, I do feel it was more Jordan and Pippen. Horace Grant was good, Pax and all them guys, but the second, man, that team. I mean, even Kukoc. I think you took Kukoc and moved him onto another team. I don't see why he couldn't give you like 27-7. I don't think his team would win the championship, but neither did Chris Bosh.
Yeah,
Neither did
Kukoc
Kevin
was
Love.
the best international player when he came to the Bulls. He was considered the best international player at that particular time.
Defense is extremely valuable, especially at that
Yeah.
time. So I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying because them dudes, man, between Ron Harper, Scottie Pippen, Michael Jordan, Dennis Rodman, man, shit, them niggas were wolves, bro. I watched, bro. Them niggas couldn't bring the
Dennis
ball
Rodman
up the
was
court.
a menace every night.
Bro, niggas
On
couldn't
no
bring the ball
hours
up
of
the court,
sleep.
dog.
I'm talking about niggas just came from WCW, body slamming Hulk Hogan and all them motherfuckers, and he come to the game, bro, and don't miss a beat. Period.
Right.
Diving in the motherfucking
get you
fifth
17,
row,
18 rebounds. Yeah.
sacrificing his body. You know what I'm saying?
So I'm starting to figure out what is the prerequisite for a super team, and I'm hearing all-stars. So would the 2015 Atlanta Hawks be considered a super team? Because they got like four all-stars on their team?
No, I say franchise players. I say franchise players.
No, don't get fooled by that.
No, I don't think that was a super team. They did have four all-stars, but Kyle Korver, come on now. He's just a shooter. He's not impacting winning like that, especially on the defensive end. He's just shooting. Then Al Horford.
Go ahead.
Because they
My
didn't
bad.
sustain that. They
Go
didn't
ahead.
make
Go ahead.
more. They wasn't perennial all-stars. They just had a couple good seasons and made a couple all-star teams. I'm talking about perennial all-star where you know he's locked in as one of the top best players in the league every year.
Okay, so the 2015 Warriors, the team before they got Durant, is that a super team?
Before they got Durant, no, I don't think that's a super team.
No, because they only had one franchise player.
But then when Durant came, are they a super team?
No,
you
they
can
only had
argue.
two
You can argue.
Technically
People
not.
say that it's a super team, but if you think about it, the bandwidth that Klay Thompson and Draymond Green, I guess, hold on that team. I mean, I don't know. It was a really good team, but I don't know if it's a super. I guess it's a super team because it's a former league MVP who's considered the best in the league at that time, joining up with another league MVP who's also considered the best. So if you're joining two, that's like putting two Michael Jordans on the hoop court. Two Michael Jordans on one team.
So Leezy, you don't feel if Klay Thompson, you don't think he can get? Because I feel like he could easily get the league, give the league like 25 points a game if he had his own team. I don't know how successful they would be.
Oh, I don't know if he can get you 25 a game because he's great at a role, bruh. But I don't think he's a player that you can say give the ball to and he generate his own offense. Remember, he scored 37 points on what? 5 dribbles?
Yeah.
Because he's a pure shooter. But as far as let me go generate offense, that's not really who Klay Thompson is. He can get hot, of course, but it's a lot of players that can do that. But you're not going to say, here, go into an ISO situation. Let me give you the ball and feature you as the main guy. Go get 25. If that is the case, that means he's going to shoot a high volume of shots and his team is going to be really, really bad.
That's like adding D'Angelo Russell. That's like adding D'Angelo Russell to your team back when he was an all-star with the Nets. Like,
you think Klay Thompson is D'Angelo Russell? Wow, that hurts.
No, but D'Angelo could create his own shot. Like, he's good in pick and roll situations. He can create his own shot. If we're just talking about scoring, like, he's a guy who can get you a bucket. You know what I'm saying? He's a guy who can get hot just as well. But I don't think that categorizes
I would
him
trust D'Angelo Russell in an ISO situation over Klay Thompson.
Okay, so then let me ask
8 out of 10 times, I would say.
Okay, so then let me ask. Okay, so then let me ask you this. When I was talking about archetypes, like I said, Dennis Rodman, Wes Unseld, Bill Russell, Bill Wallace, those type of players, right?
Yeah.
Name. Okay, so is Reggie Miller have the same archetype play style as Klay Thompson?
Oh, Reggie's better off the moving without
I
the
think
ball. But
Reggie was more
dribble.
better on ball than Klay Thompson was.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Wait. What do you mean on like on ball? Meaning like you can give
on
Reggie
ball
Miller
as
the
far
ball
as creating
and say
his
break
own
somebody
shot.
off?
Yeah, creating his own
career.
shot. Early in Reggie Miller's career, before they used him as just coming off screens and pin downs, Reggie Miller used to create scoring opportunities off the bounce, off the dribble. If you watch him early in his first 4 or 5 years in the league, later on he turned into that guy coming off of screens because he was just his jump shot was so pure that's where he added more value. And then they start adding other players. That's why they added a post player. He didn't really play with a post player when he first came to the Indiana Pacers. So he was doing a lot of the score, like creating offense for his teammates.
See, I got you. And I can kind of agree with that.
What
I guess
you
I've
think?
always.
What's your opinion?
I guess I have Klay Thompson. I see Klay Thompson as like a poor man's Ray Allen. You know, and again, I think it's the same logic that I felt like Klay Thompson could have did more. Maybe not be the best player on the championship team, but if he had a more significant role, I do feel that I've seen Klay Thompson put the ball on the floor. You know, sometimes I think you get typecast. It's almost like once you hit it, you make a movie and you're a comedian. No matter what, you're always going to be considered a comedian. If you are a child star, when you grow up, nobody's going to take you serious because they're always going to look at you as a child star. Sometimes I think when you get typecast like that, be that type of player, you just can't come out of that. No matter what, you know. And I think that I don't know. I see Klay Thompson as being like a poor man's Ray Allen.
I kind of disagree with that because just a little bit, because I get your point, right? Like, but I think like if you look at James Harden when he was coming off the bench for the Thunder, I pointed out before he even started for the Rockets. I pointed out, I said he could be a star in the league.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yep.
I think certain players, no matter where they're at, you could see that potential. I think with Klay, it's just he was good, but it's like I never thought he could run his own franchise. You see what I'm saying? Like a James Harden, who else? Who else was the third guy on the team? Like a James Worthy or somebody like that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I mean, and unfortunately,
Jimmy Butler was that guy. Jimmy Butler used to be Klay Thompson, just strictly play defense, 3-and-D guy. But we seen what Jimmy Butler developed into. I watched Jimmy Butler in college at Marquette, and I watched Klay Thompson at Washington State. And Klay Thompson's game, he fit perfect in the role that Golden State used him for. But if you try to put him outside of that role, it might get ugly. That's all I'm saying.
But even with Kawhi, like when Kawhi was doing his thing with the Spurs, like you could see what he was going to be if he just kept it up. Like him, I seen it in Shea. I seen it in Shea when he first got to the Clippers. I said, yo, who is this nigga? This nigga nice. I didn't know he was going to do all this, later on. But I was like, yo, if they keep building around this nigga, dog.
Yeah, J-Dub. What y'all think about J-Dub? Jaylen Brown. These are guys that can be number ones on their own team.
Yep. Jaylen Brown was one of them. Yep. J-Dub. I like J-Dub.
J-Dub. Yeah, he can lead his own team. I think so.
Yeah, I think with Klay, it's hard. It's hard because I don't know about his ball handling because they're gonna start keying in on your ass.
Right.
That's the only thing. But he could definitely get to a spot and rise up. And,
No, I seen Klay take it off the dribble, but he's not super comfortable with doing that. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Some players, you could tell they'll look for that. Klay will hit you with, like, if he catch it in the mid block, he'll turn around and try to hit you with like a no dribble thing. See if you give him enough room, he'll rise up and just get his quick release off, though. But he ain't gonna hit you with a under the leg, behind the back, step back. He's not comfortable with doing that.
He ain't Allen Houston, right? Allen Houston, you can see.
Houston,
you know what I'm saying?
Crazy.
He like when you watch him, you're like, oh yeah, like H2O.
Allen Houston was crazy. Yeah. Bobby Fields was like that too.
Yeah.
Glenn Rice was like that. I'm surprised. That's a perfect comparison. Glenn Rice and Klay Thompson. Because Glenn Rice was that food in Miami. In Charlotte. My fault. In Charlotte. Before he went to Miami, in Charlotte.
So let me ask you a question. Another question. So the Laker team that won 67 games that had Glenn Rice on it, was that a super team?
No. Glenn Rice
I'm confused. Wait a minute. How were they not a super team if you had Shaq, Kobe, and then you had Glenn Rice being the third guy, and they won 67 games, went 15-1 in the playoffs? Like,
but Glenn Rice,
I can't say. Glenn Rice. I mean, he was past his prime at that point. He was older, bro. He was older. He wasn't the same. He was like the spot up jump shooter, Glenn Rice, not to get a ball to him, go get a bucket, Glenn Rice.
Yeah,
wasn't he relegated to that role? I think that's what Maz was saying earlier. Like when you get relegated to a role,
right.
You know what I mean?
But then what did the next season? What did he do after that though? But what did he do after that? What happened to him after that?
He was I mean, he came to the Lakers, I think, like, kind of like the twilight of his prime, in my opinion. But
yeah,
I don't know. Like I'm just trying to, just because I hear this super team thing, and I'm thinking, okay, how are we like,
Because hold on, can I ask
if
you?
If you have three of the best players if you have three of the best players who's top 5 at their position on your team, I consider that a super team.
But you got 3 guys putting up 26 a game, bro. Like that matters, bro.
What you said, putting up or capable of?
No, I'm saying they've done it. They've done it, and we're talking about within a year or two within playing with each other.
Okay,
Like we're
so
not talking about.
Glenn Rice in '98, his last year with Charlotte, he was an All-Star. He
Nigga,
finished
he was
11th.
All-Star MVP. That nigga was different.
Yeah, he finished 11th in MVP voting. Right, he was third team All NBA. Then he went to the Lakers the next year. He went from 23 points a game to 18 points a game, and then then 16 points a game, which is the year that he was 32 years old.
Who?
But then,
I'm
okay,
sorry, who you
hold on,
talking about?
just real quick. I'm talking about Glenn Rice.
Okay.
Now, also, I'm looking at his minutes. His minutes went from 40 when he was 30 years old playing with Charlotte, and then when they won that championship in 2000, it went down to 32. So he lost 8 minutes a game, and so that's not so that wouldn't be a super team right there, even though Glenn Rice just took a role.
And he averaged how many points for the Lakers?
Well, okay, he averaged the year they won that championship. He averaged 6. This is just in the regular season. He averaged 16 points a game. What is this? 4 rebounds and 2 assists. I mean, he was there just to be a sharpshooter.
Wow,
I get it.
that's pretty
but
good numbers though.
I mean,
For
as
a
a
role
third
player.
guy, I mean, he's playing a role. He's an all-star. I don't know if you guys, like maybe not.
Hold on, he made the
all.
All-Star with the Lakers?
No, he didn't. I'm saying the year before he came to the Lakers, he was an all-star.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's the Gary Payton logic then, right? What we just discussing earlier.
Yeah. So, I mean, like I said, I'm just I think when I first came on here a while back, I said, I don't argue people's opinions, but I will argue consistency. So I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to poke and prod and see how far I can get with you guys.
No, you good, bro. It's all subjective, though. It's really a matter of opinion. What do you classify as a super team? I gave my reason: top 5 at your position, perennial all-star. I mean, that's a valid reason. If you take the best power forward, the best shooting guard, and the best small forward and put them on one team, that's a super team.
Right. I feel you on that because I'm trying to think of some other teams, but you guys don't think that the back-to-back Kobe Lakers, the team that Kobe led, that's not a super team, right? No way, no how.
No. Hell no.
Hell no. Hell no.
Hell no.
Hell no. Okay.
Hell no. If you consider Pau Gasol, hold on, man. Pau Gasol is only averaging 17 points a game, man.
Who they third star, bro? I don't know who they third star.
Who the third star?
No. I'm just testing the waters because just to see. I would like to one of these days.
What you think though? What do you think?
Do I think?
What player
I knew BJ was gonna do that.
Goddamn right. Who on this team was the third star, bro?
DJ Banger. DJ Banger was DJ Banger on that team? Yeah, there go DJ Banger right there.
DJ Mabanga.
Man, hey man, I love that team, man.
How about Shannon Brown?
Look at this team. Jeremy Lin's little brother at the time. Yeah.
Journeyman, nigga. That's what
How
they
about
were,
Sasha Bullshit? How about Adam Morrison?
After looking at this roster, y'all, come on now. This run that he went 3 straight finals with this roster, bro.
How about Andrew Bynum having 8 points in the final series?
Yeah. Okay. You know what I would like to do one of these days, y'all? Because I'm sorry. I feel Kobe is outstanding, but I think y'all really selling this team short. I always felt this was an awesome team. I kind of felt like this team could have definitely challenged the first 3-peat team. I feel like they could have won 3 straight.
Oh no, I don't know. Oh, you said the first 3 with Shaq. With Shaq.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I feel like they could have won 3 straight. The only reason why they lost to Boston that first year was Bynum and Ariza went down. I think if they had Bynum and Ariza, I think that they could have won 3 straight. Now,
No. Ariza wasn't on that against Boston.
Was he? I know Bynum was out. Maybe Ariza wasn't on that team. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think Ariza was a rookie. Somebody fact check it. I think Ariza the next year in his rookie year he won with is that facts? I don't know. If I can remember straight, I'm not sure.
And then that's you're right. I mean, I don't want to get Brother Sense to chase my ass up and down this stream again because I misquote something. So, okay. So what about the argument for the super team that sometimes the sum is greater than the parts, like Utah? Now I know that's not a super team, but when they was mollywopping, maybe you guys feel like the Rockets team with Olajuwon and Barkley and Drexler. I guess that's not a super team because they were too old, right?
That was a that was a super team, but they were just an old super team. They was old as shit, man.
And then they turned around and then they sweep the Lakers, or they backdoor swept the Lakers.
Who, Utah?
The Utah Jazz, yeah.
Yeah.
So sometimes I'm saying you have teams that are, again, the sum is better than the parts, and again, you have roles, I mean.
Right.
Yes, I'm trying
it
to
was just a two-man show on that Utah team. They just had really good coaching, and they had two of the best players at their position on one team, which was homegrown because they drafted them. So they didn't add any other best players in the league on their respective teams at that particular time. They did everything homegrown.
You know what's scary though? What's scary is, do you guys remember a player named Ronnie Cycli?
Oh yeah, easy. Golden State, Miami.
Yeah, him. Yeah. You know that the Jazz traded for him, right? In '98.
Did
and they did. They did.
Hey, wait a minute. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
My fault. I had to handle some business, but I heard something about that 09 team, that 2010 team.
Yeah.
Man, that team, listen, we had some good pieces, and I believe overall as a roster, those dudes played hard for us. But talent-wise, them dudes they just worked hard, bro. They just overachieved. Like, we worked hard.
Facts.
Like, Kobe. Now, Gasol was a big part of it, too, because he gave us 18 a game, right?
Yes.
But I think people are overrating Andrew Bynum.
Yeah, he was having 7
Andrew
points.
Bynum was a good player,
Hella
but
inconsistent.
he was inconsistent. He was injury prone. He would have his moments, but he only gave us 6 points a game in all 3 finals.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, but it's not. Again, I think that's the problem.
I think the potential was greater than what
it
he
wasn't on the
actually was.
defensive
It was
end
his
either.
potential.
You can't argue either one. It wasn't. He was all right. He won't Mutombo or no shit. He won't.
Nah.
He won't.
But how many? I think maybe one day. When I'm gonna be ready. When Brother BJ pulls this picture up, I'm gonna pull up every starting center, every starting power forward, right? And see how many starting centers would you take over Andrew Bynum at that time? Granted, I know he was hurt a lot. It was a bunch. Okay, well, I mean,
it would have been a bunch.
It would have been a bunch.
It would have been a bunch.
Because I thought at that time the center position was pretty damn bad.
But hold on. 2012, like 2011, 2012. Then we'll be talking. If you mention 2011,
I think he could pull up the top centers in the game at that time that year. Pull it up.
If you put up 2011 and the year 2012, then I'm with you. He was top 2. He was between Dwight Howard and Andrew Bynum. But I think a lot of people are misremembering those years of Andrew Bynum. Mm-hmm. And they're going off of the 2011, 2012 season instead of going off of like those earlier years. He struggled a lot. He really did. He struggled a lot on the court.
Yeah, I'm eager to see what centers was in the league at that time. I can't remember off the top of my head.
I mean, I think if you, at least obviously Kobe's the best shooting guard and arguably the best player.
Theo Ratliff. I would have took Theo Ratliff over him.
Could we make the argument? Okay, what about the Lakers bench with Odom?
Oh my goodness!
No,
Odom was a starter.
But that bench was good. Like, what year are we talking about?
No, that's right. Bynum came off the bench, huh?
Yeah, Odom started though.
Odom started, huh? That's right.
Man, pull that roster back up, man. Come on now. You talking about bench? BJ, put the roster back on the screen.
That now
bro.
the 09
Well,
bench was one of our better benches. Like them dudes came to play, but they weren't like individually as talent. They weren't
right.
great talents.
But
They were
their
just guys who,
cohesion and chemistry
yeah,
was so good. Yeah.
yeah, they just worked hard, and they like we had specialists, guys who did their jobs. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
So it's like
They
it's
weren't
kind of like
like
the sum is greater than its parts, kind of like thing.
That part, the sum is
exactly.
greater than its parts. Yeah. They maximize that team maximized, bro. Because I'm just looking at the roster, bro. Like them
Yeah,
dudes.
the
What
roster
was their
wasn't all that.
record? What
Luke
was the
Walton?
Lakers' record without Kobe?
Shit,
Oh
Kobe.
man.
Well, Kobe
Goodness
barely
gracious.
missed games, so I don't know if you can. I don't know if
I'm
you can
I'm,
use.
I'm gonna see because I know he didn't play 82 games all 3
No,
years.
no,
So I'm
he
just
missed some
curious to
games.
see what his record was. But again, I'm not trying to this is again because sometimes people think that it's to belittle the best player on the team, and I'm not one of them type of people. But I've always, I guess, sometimes I think it's revisionist. Yeah, sometimes I think it's revisionist history when we start. Like I just remember, or at least I think I do. I know I'm old, but I seem like I remember one of the strengths of the Lakers being Kobe and their size, and the
You're right.
size was the
You're
soul.
right. No,
Yeah.
no, no. You're absolutely right. Any Laker fan, you're a Laker fan, right?
No, I'm a Bulls fan.
Okay, so
Yeah,
any
yeah.
Laker fan during that time, they understand that we had one of the biggest front courts in basketball, right? But the size only works when you're there. Like Bynum was always hurt, he was always injured, and then he would get like a lot of times he wasn't even playing, he was on the bench. You see what I'm saying? So I
Yeah,
think the
yeah. No, I
years that
got you. I got you.
the years that people get mixed up are the 2011, 2012. It's almost like when they bring up Lamar Odom as sixth man of the year, they're thinking about 2011. That's after the championship years. That's after our run. Now he was still good as a sixth man, but like when you go to the later years, that's when you start seeing Andrew Bynum be in the tops, like center list, like as far as him and Dwight Howard. And then some people would have that argument whether he was better than Dwight Howard during that time, but that was after the championships.
Right. I feel you. I understand. I got you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're not lying. You're not lying.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I like that team, man. I just felt like, they just I like that team, 65 wins. I think that was a year when they played all them 50-win teams. I mean, the West was deep, I mean, I guess I just have a good a high hold that team in high regard. So I'm gonna have to do more research on that team.
So
I know film. I know you've done a lot of research on it, but I just feel like I remember that team just being looked at as they were that team. They were comparing that team to the three-peat Lakers. So. And some people felt that that team was better. I know that wasn't just because of Kobe, right?
nah, they weren't better than three people.
So you're saying everybody, because the argument I'm hearing is that Bynum, it wasn't that he wasn't good, it was that he was always hurt.
No, well, he would get in foul trouble. He was hurt, and he was inconsistent. Those are the three things with
Okay.
Bynum.
All right. I'm gonna. It's funny, man. BJ almost tore me out the frame, man. I said that, man. He came in swinging.
Hey, BJ, can you pull up Bynum all three NBA finals numbers combined?
With who? With Kobe and who?
With Bynum, in all three finals combined.
Well, I know he didn't play in the first. He didn't play in 08 because he was hurt.
Yeah, but
again, I just remember. I remember before Gasol, and I said this the last time. Before Gasol came, they was one of the best teams in the league, and that was with Bynum. Bynum got hurt, and that's when they traded for Gasol.
But Kobe was having an MVP year. Like if you go look at Kobe,
He was,
and what he was doing, Kobe was going crazy. Now Bynum, he started playing better, but then ultimately Bynum went out, and then we got Powell because Bynum got hurt. But then, like, if you look at it, Bynum hasn't been the same since. You see what I'm saying? That injury set him back. And then when he came back, he finally got healthy in 2011, 2012. We saw a little time span where he was on top as far as his position. But then what happened when he went to the Sixers is those knee injuries started bothering him again. You see what I'm saying? The
Yeah,
knee
yeah,
injuries
yeah. No,
started
I know.
breaking
Yeah,
him.
yeah. He never really able
Now he was a
to
good
pan
player.
out.
Like he was a good player, but I think most people when they think about buying him, it's after the championship.
Mm, yeah,
That's when he was really like
so what?
giving niggas work.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I would. So okay, one last question: is Bynum in the top half of centers at that time? Top 10, bottom 20?
What year? 08?
I'm talking about. Not 08, just 2009, 2010.
29 to 10.
I mean, I know that's asking a lot because who keeps that in their mental Rolodex? Every center that was in the league, but but I'm just
Yeah, there
saying.
was a bunch of. I think Shaq was better than Bonham. Even in 2009 and 2010.
Wow.
Go
Mm.
go look go look it up.
I don't know about that, brother.
Say it.
I ain't gonna argue too much because I am familiar with some of your videos, so I know that you kind of know your stuff. You're well researched on it, but
Oh, you checked out my
yeah,
videos?
yeah. Man, I'm familiar with you. I've seen your videos
Oh,
before.
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. But yeah, you see this? Now,
Now, I'm sorry. Reading this, then my next question would be, how many minutes was this in?
he barely played because he was hurt.
Because
He
he
was
was hurt.
always hurt.
Okay.
And that's what I'm saying. Like as far as his impact, he was either in foul trouble or he was hurt.
Nigga tried. Tristan Thompson better than Andrew Bynum.
Okay. Well, maybe it
But
weren't.
his
It
skill
weren't.
set was improving, but he
Mhm.
wasn't.
Tristan
You know what I'm
Thompson,
saying? He had.
he had a
Yeah,
better
You
it's
said
kind of
what?
like the best ability is availability thing, right?
Yeah, I think what plagued him was those injuries. Just like with if you look at Trevor Reason, right? He probably could have gave us more, like if he was healthy, but he only played like really that 1 year healthy.
Yeah, it's kind of
2009.
scary to think that team won 65 games with Bynum barely playing or whatever. If he was healthy, damn.
But see, Kobe had to hit 7 game winners in 2010. He had to be on top of the conference.
What year did they win 65? That was in 09, right?
Oh, you talking about the '09 Lakers?
Yeah.
60. Yeah, there were 2009, 2010.
Yeah, one of them years they won 65. They won 65 games. And they only 5 wins off of 70. I mean, how many teams have been able to win 65 or more games? Like what? Like 20
Yeah,
in the
no,
history of the league?
yeah, they were a good team. They were a great team. As far as like chemistry and leadership and cohesion and like the thing about that team is that Kobe and Powell played very good together. Like as far as like
They
their
did.
chemistry.
Yeah. They fed off each other well. Yeah, I mean, I love that team, man. I'm not even a Laker fan, and I just love the way that team played, and I've always maintained I felt that they could have won 3 straight. Maybe I don't know. Maybe if I mean, because I just felt like again when you're chugging along, you're one of the best teams in the league, and I'm just thinking if Bynum doesn't get hurt, I mean, well, probably if Bynum doesn't get hurt, they probably never trade for Pau Gasol, But I'm just saying, like, damn, if they had Bynum and Gasol the whole year,
But I think Bynum. I think the problem is if we would have had Bynum in 2010, I think we would have won because, like you said, that height would have helped us get more rebounds because the Celtics' weakness was rebound. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, yeah.
The Celtics' weakness was rebounding, so our front court would have helped out with that. And I think that's what you mean when you talk about their impact. Like they could have got you some of those boards, but because that was their main weakness. as far as their rebounding numbers.
Okay.
But Bynum had skills. He had skills, but the problem is that availability, man.
Yeah, no, I feel you. Like I said, I'm just gonna have to maybe go back and look because maybe I'll just more watch them from the standpoint of a fan and not really like because sometimes you look at the player as a fan and you start the way you look at them may not be the same as when you're just when you're starting to dissect their game and you start really looking at them and you're like, damn, this guy wasn't nearly as good as I thought he was. So
That's how it be, bro. That's how it is with Shaq.
Hey, Swiss life all over Shaq.
That's how it is with Shaq. And Chris Paul. Don't forget him either, man. I'm sorry, man.
Chris Paul.
Really, you don't like Chris Paul, or you think he's overrated?
I mean, he not in my top. I don't think he's a top 5 point guard. Hell no.
Is he
top 10?
Do you think he's top 10?
Yeah, I mean bottom 10. I can name 10 point guards.
Damn.
Over Chris Paul.
You say get that right, huh?
Hey, he didn't even have to say bottom. He could have just said top 10. I like that shit.
I can't name. Y'all don't think I can name 10 point guards over Chris Paul?
I think it'd be difficult.
That's easy work.
Yeah, me too. I mean, because I've always felt that Chris Paul was a pretty good defender as well. I mean, as far as a prototypical point guard, I mean, he just again, it's like Bynum. He just couldn't stay healthy.
You talking about the point guard with the most blown 2-0 leads under his belt?
Yeah. I will say this about Chris Paul. Everywhere he went, he improved the team.
He never let a team.
Do you agree with me?
Like a Jason Kidd did.
But do you agree with me though? Like everywhere he went, the team improved.
I guess.
Wait a minute, man. Did you ask Chris Paul for an autograph and he like shunned you off or something like that? Like, what the hell, bro?
Paul, I never met the fella.
Well, shoot. I hope for you. I hope you don't, for his sake.
Why did he? I mean, I'm saying though, like to put him in the top 5 point guards of all time, I just think that's a lot, bro. I just think that's a lot to put him. Top 10, I got no problem with that. I got no problem.
I mean, okay, but as a point guard, I mean, what's wrong? Are you going to say something, BJ?
I got no problem being in top 10.
Well, okay, so what was wrong? Because I guess
that was my bad. Go ahead.
Okay, because I guess I'm looking at it and I'm saying, okay, as a point guard, he can shoot, right? Mm-hmm. He can get to the basket, right? With either hand. No?
Bro, no way. No way you're going to say no to that.
Come on, bro. Go ahead. I ain't trying to
you ignorant. Hey, I fuck with it, though.
I'm telling you, man. Chris Paul. Well, okay, how about this, Wish? Did somebody that looked like Chris Paul piss you off really bad?
No, bro. I fuck with basketball.
Hey, he finna snuff Chris Paul, kid.
I'm telling you, bro. Man.
Listen, I can name 10 point guards over Chris Paul, bro.
Okay. Before you,
top 10, I'm not mad at that.
I got you, but hold on. Okay, before you name these point guards, right? Okay, because sometimes are you going to base it off of success or skill set? Because the skill set, I don't know, bro.
Skill set.
I don't know to me skill. Yeah, go ahead, Kobe.
I don't think nobody really fucking with him like skill set, like all around.
Yeah, I mean, are you talking about as far as success? I mean, because really, I mean, let's be honest, he was one injury away from probably knocking down the KD Steph Warriors.
We're not doing the probably and the injuries away and the nah, bruh. Hell no, we're not doing that, bruh. Hell no.
Wait, is that not true though, bro?
Hell no. Is it not true that he got outplayed by Chauncey Billups? Is it not true that he got outplayed by Russell Westbrook multiple
Well,
times and got
you know
outplayed by
what?
Tony Parker?
Swish lost money on a Chris Paul bet, man. That's what it is.
Nah, bro.
I mean, I'm just saying, man. As far as
Why he got
like,
why he got the most blown 2-0 leads and he never won a chip? You acting like he a 4-time champion and I'm cooking him. Like, nah, bro, he never won, bro.
right? No, I get
Won,
that, but I
bro.
know. No, you're right. I mean, I'm just saying, like, sometimes context. That's why I was asking. Like, are you basing it off of success, or are you basing it off of skill set? Because with skill set, I don't know too many point guards that basically. I mean, if you list your prototypical point guard, the only thing really you could probably say is that he's not. And that's not really that he's not like 6'5" or something like that. Because
Who
what
did
is
he
Chris
lock
Paul,
up
like
in the
6'2"?
playoffs?
Yeah,
Who
he
has he
like
locked up in the
6'2".
playoffs?
Who did he lock up in the playoffs?
Yeah, if he an elite defender, name some dominant or great defensive performances he had.
I don't know. I think Chris Paul's just. I don't know. I can't like off the top of my head, but I've always felt Chris Paul was a good point guard. Was a damn good point guard as far as just what you expect out of your point guard. Like I can't see nobody just like saying, hey, there's the weak spot on the defense. Go after him. I don't see that kind of logic. Not with Chris Paul. Nah. And like I said, he can shoot. Well, you don't feel he can get to the rack. I'm not saying he's gonna get there and dunk on you. But I mean, still he can get there and finish. He can dish off to somebody. I think he's an excellent passer. I think he was a damn good defender. I think he could run an offense great. From a perspective of being a point guard. I think sometimes and I get it. Like we were saying with Bynum. Sometimes availability. Kawhi. I think Kawhi. Unfortunately, his career probably could have been so much more had he not been injured. So, but it happens. And so I feel you. But if you're going to say based off of accolades, okay, I got it. I agree. But if you're going to go based off of talent, I don't know, brother. So I don't know. Let me start cooking my dinner, y'all. BJ, thanks, man. I might have to come back a little later, but let me hop off.
You
Yeah,
good? Appreciate you, bro.
yeah. As far as Chris Paul finishing, like his floater game is off the charts, man. Like he got a floater.
Yeah,
He
I
got that
don't
shit.
have Chris Paul in my top 5. I got him in my top 10, but not my top 5. I think he needs to win a title. If he wins a title, then he may sneak in somewhere, but right now, no.
So who do you have, DJ, in your top 5?
How you gonna be top 5 with no championship, bro? No, bro.
No, I
No.
don't have him top 5, but I'm just interested in like
Hell no.
who do y'all have?
My top 5.
Oh yeah, go ahead, bro.
My top 5 point guards: Magic, Zeke,
Hmm.
J Kidd. Do you consider Curry a point guard, or we consider him a 2 guard?
Yup, Curry a point guard, bro.
Yeah,
Right. So
yeah, I
we got
would have to
that's
put.
4. I'll put him in front of him. I'll probably put Stockton in front of him. Shit.
Did you say Jason
That's
Kidd?
5 right there. Yeah, I said J Kidd. That's J Kidd for me is after Curry and Magic and Zeke.
Okay.
Isaiah Thomas definitely better than Chris Paul.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Zeke, that's not even discussion for me.
I think Isaiah's starting to become a little underrated, like as far as most people's lists.
Where y'all put James Harden? Is he a point guard or a 2 guard?
Ooh, that's a tough question. I think it's a 2 guard. Even though he plays point, like I think he's a 2 guard. But you would have to put him at point, right?
Yeah, because if you put him at point, I got him over. I got him over CP. If you're talking about if you're a point guard, and I got him
Damn.
over CP.
So you think his
Yeah, Chris
leadership is
Paul.
better than Chris
Yeah,
Paul's
see?
leadership?
See?
I think his resume is better.
Mm,
I think his peak is better.
I
There's
feel
like
it.
a 4-year stretch. There's like a 4-year stretch. I ain't gonna lie, bro. As far as the regular season, I thought Harden was like the best point guard because he was, I think, first all NBA first team from like 18 to like 20, like 3 years in a row, and that's when Curry
Yeah,
was, killing shit.
yeah, his passing was
But he
insane.
just, yeah, he was like 3-time All NBA first, and then 3-time scoring champ and assist leader in there. I'm like, this nigga going crazy, but he just flames out in the playoffs. That's his problem. He flames out in closeout games.
Yeah, yeah, I understand. That's it. Yeah, that's a good one though.
You put Gary Payton in front of Chris Paul?
Yup.
Yeah,
Come on,
yeah, I
bruh.
got. Thank you.
Come on,
I got.
bruh.
Yeah, I got
He
GP.
guarded,
I
he
got
guarded
GP
Mike and them
over.
in the finals, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
But I think Chris Paul is you. If you look at his all around ability, like you can make an argument like as
And
far as his skill.
Luka Doncic's over Chris Paul, too.
Is Luka a point guard? Oh yeah, he is a point guard.
Yup. Yup.
Damn, bro, they got some
Yup.
big point guards nowadays, bro. Yeah, if you consider Luka a point guard, yeah. Yeah, but Luka ain't done nothing either.
Man, Luka went to the finals. The same thing Chris Paul did, and Luka was definitely the best player on the team.
Yeah, yeah,
Chris
yeah. If you
Paul
want
was
to put it
definitely
like
the
that.
best player on the team when he went to the finals. It was Devin Booker too. So it wasn't clear cut. He was no better. I don't think he was better than Devin Booker. No, I got
I
Devin Booker.
don't know though. He had an impact on that team though. He did have an
Was he the
impact
best
on that
player?
team. Nah, I think Booker was the best player,
Yeah.
but I think he had the impact like to where like
I
they
don't
crumbled
want to
after
get
he left.
nasty and put I don't want to get nasty and put Tony Parkers and
Nah,
the Steve Nashes over him. I don't want to be in Chauncey
nah, not
Billups. I don't
Steve
want to be
Nash,
nasty
bro.
like that. Yeah, I
Maybe
don't want to
Tony
be nasty
Parker.
like that.
Yeah, maybe Tony Parker, but not Steve Nash.
I want to bring out the Jerry West and the Walt Frazier.
Shoot, yeah, you can say that about Jerry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. He might not be top 10, bro. Stop playing, bro. I'm trying to tell you, bro.
Yeah, man. But you consider Jerry West a point
So
guard?
what about Shea Gilgeous-Alexander? What is he? Chris Paul better than Shea Gilgeous?
Nah,
No,
he's a
no, he
point
not.
guard. So where you had Shea?
Shea better than Chris Paul. He just won a chip.
Yeah, yeah.
He about to average 30 for the next 5 seasons, bro. What's about to stop him besides a freak injury? What's about to stop that? So that's about to be 30 points for 10 years, 9 years with good defense.
Yeah, man,
Come on,
Shea
bro.
cold,
I mean,
man.
I'm projecting, but come on, bro. What's about to stop him from averaging 28 to 32 a game?
I can't even argue that shit, bro. Cause Shea
On
killed
50,
this whole
on
year.
48 to 52% a game, he gonna do that.
Yeah, that nigga Shea been killing shit, bro. He been killing shit. And he
I got
he
Shea
he.
over Chris Paul.
Yeah, I have to put Shea over Chris Paul too. I feel bad for him though. I feel bad for Chris Paul though, man, because when he had those opportunities, like sometimes the freak injuries, man.
Now Chris Paul and Stockton, man, Stockton records and shit, but I think it's hypothetical, man. But I think Chris Paul I think he could have played in that era and did the same shit, if not better. I ain't gonna lie, I do.
I think he was a better scorer. He a better
He a
scorer than
better
Stockton.
athlete.
Yeah,
He,
quicker.
he don't turn the ball over. He a better shooter. He a more confident shooter than John Stockton.
Yeah. Shoot, that's what
'Cause
hurt
he
them
take more
against
shots.
the Bulls, man. Not shooting the ball like that, not
Yeah,
being aggressive.
yeah.
But then again,
Yeah, man.
he did have them niggas on his ass though.
All right, let me ask you a question. Who greater all time, AI or Chris Paul?
AI. That's easy.
Damn, damn,
That
damn, CP.
AI's a monster, man.
Damn,
Yeah,
bro, I
AI
agree.
something else, dog.
Damn. Who you got? Who you got? CP3 or Kawhi?
All time.
Yep.
I go with Kawhi. Kawhi won.
Man, did we say Westbrook over Chris Paul? We didn't even say Westbrook.
I got Chris Paul over Westbrook
Oh my God,
because I think
man.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Westbrook
All
has
right.
better natural ability, but I think Chris Paul is smarter. Like as far as like IQ and thinking the game.
You don't think he's smarter. We know he's smarter.
Yeah. So when you look at
We know he's
CP3,
smarter for sure.
like you point to the turnovers, right? Like
He's a better ball handler.
CP3 ain't turning over the ball like that. You know what I mean?
No, hell no. No, not at all.
I think that's the difference. Like I think Chris Paul is a more craftier, surgical player. I think Russell Westbrook, if he would have kept his mid-range jumper, then I would pick Westbrook. But once he lost his
Okay.
mid-range, like it's kind of he forces his way into the rack sometimes, like within a crowd.
Okay.
I think Chris Paul is more surgical. He's more patient with picking his spots. But I respect Westbrook though. I respect him for his grind.
Yeah, for sure.
You think shoot, you think the Clippers could win this year with Chris Paul?
No, hell no.
Why not?
Because of the name you just said.
You say he's cursed, huh?
I gotta see it to believe it, man. That's basically what I'm saying. I gotta see it to believe it, bro. Now, do they got a chance? Yes, bro, because it's basketball and they got the IQ and they, you know what I'm saying? They got players to win, bro. They got niggas that can get a bucket and niggas that can pass the rock and all of that. But I gotta see it to believe it, bro. I know one nigga on the team can get it done, but it's a team game. He ain't playing by himself.
Yeah, yeah. But I think like this team got a lot of talent, man. Like they got at least get to the second round.
What
At
Brad gonna
least.
do, man?
You said what?
I said, what Brad gonna do? Bill.
B Hill?
What I said, what Brad Bill gonna do?
Shit. I ain't really got much faith in Bradley Beal to be honest with you, but I ain't gonna hold you.
Damn, see?
Bro, I ain't gonna hold you, bro, because I think like once we enter these pressurized situations where shit get hot, like certain players I don't trust in those situations. So he gonna have to show me something. I got to see him play meaningful basketball, and I don't think I've seen him play meaningful basketball yet.
Yeah, I understand that.
Like when the money's on the line, bro, I need to see that from him. So who do you think is under the most pressure to win this year, as far as a player?
I think OKC is.
OKC, and then I think the Rockets. I think Durant is under pressure. In my opinion, I think he under not legacy changing pressure, but he under some pressure with that team. And then I think OKC, man, because OKC, people still got their doubts about them. So, I
So
think
what do you?
OKC win.
So let me ask you this: since you brought up KD, what do you think pertaining to the topic? What do you think, like with KD, as far as this? Because I know we talk about LeBron all the time, as far as the super team stuff. But what do you think about KD's career with the whole super team stuff? Do you look at it any differently?
Yeah, for sure. Because we all know once we already know how great of a talent and the production is there, and we got to look at the other stuff, how you got your chips, all of that, your performance. Whether you win or lost, we got to look at your performance. So it's all kind of stuff.
Okay.
So,
Do you have
so
him
yeah, his
high?
career. Yeah, he up there. I don't really. I mean, if I'm going off players I seen, he's a top five player I seen. You know what I'm saying? That I seen they whole career, but it's more to it than that. I don't got to rank top 10 though. My greatest of all
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
If I'm just going off best players, then yeah, he a top 5 player.
Yeah, I love KD's game, but the only thing is that there's certain aspects of it that kind of turn you off, you know what I mean, as far as the stacking the deck and the teams and stuff like that. Like I understand like you want to win, but you at least need situations where you're not stacking the deck. Wait, like if you were in those situations, like if he wins with the Rockets, like if we get to see that and see his impact on winning as far as that team, I think he'll be able to make a good argument for himself. You know what I'm saying? As far as his ability, we know what he can do, but as far as his leadership, leading a team to a championship is big. Um, but I got to see that, man, because with the teams that he had, bro, I look at it like this: with the talent you were surrounded by, you were supposed to get to the finals, and you were supposed to win. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just look at that like that. Because at the end of the day, we comparing him to people who earned it, like people who worked like extremely hard to grind it out and win.
Yep. That's what I be saying, man. Yo. Some people don't value the journey of competition and getting over adversity, man. That's a part of sports. I mean, I thought that was a part of American culture and shit, man. Getting over adversity, you know what I'm saying, and all of that shit. That shit gone now. I see. Fuck that. Just stack the deck and just say you the greatest, man. That's what it is now, man.
Yeah, yeah. But see, like the way I look at it, man, is I wanna the reason why I'm against it is because I wanna see who's the best player on the floor. You know what I mean? I wanna see these guys go head to head, and we don't get that many head to head matchups like we used to. Like remember those head to head matchups you would see Jordan versus Drexler and shit like that. And we would have to,
Yeah.
there'd be arguments who's better, Kobe, T Mac, blah blah blah. And we get to see them niggas play each other.
Yeah.
I think that's what's missing from the game. And I think because of the super teams, they kind of took that out of the picture, where we're not really seeing those matchups. Yeah, man, I'm big on return. I think the NBA's heading in the right direction though with these young guys, man. As far as like how these guys are coming in, like Shea, and putting teams on their back. Now he got a good team, but he's still like you can tell who's the head honcho. You know.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, man, I look forward to this season,
Yeah, I think that's the
but
team, everybody looking at. Boston. Ain't nobody else under pressure. Milwaukee, Boston. The Cavs, I mean, that's my team. I'm from Cleveland, but shit, the pressure ain't real because they just choking every time when they get to a certain point. So they just need to get over the hump and see if they can get to a conference final. Shit, Boston injured, Milwaukee Bucks trading their players. But the Cavs ain't got no excuse to lose in the second round this year.
so you think the Cavs have enough to win it all?
Yep.
Okay.
Especially with Lonzo Ball, if he do what he's supposed to do. And DeAndre Hunter, that's who he's on. Jared Allen, them
Yeah.
niggas.
See, I think like Lonzo, what he does is like, cause you guys had Darius Garland. The only thing I like Darius Garland, but the only thing with him is he's too small. And so with Lonzo, you can play a bigger lineup. That help you defensively. But I like the Cavs. I like the way they played this year. They to me, I looked at them as sure. I thought they were gonna go to the finals at one point.
Yeah.
Then y'all just got all those damn injuries. But but yeah, man, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and go on, man.
Yeah, yeah.
I gotta
All
get
right,
on the.
y'all.
Yeah, I gotta get. But all right, man. All right, y'all, hold it down, man. Peace.
Oh, we still in here, man. My fault to step away. I guess everybody left. I just sent the link out again. Let's see. If y'all free to come in, just hit that link. My bad, y'all. I had to step away. I had a call to make. Did I miss anything when I was out? When I was away? Drop the link. I just dropped the link, Helly. If you're going to come in, come in. If not, I'm going to go ahead and end the link or end the show. I just have to step away for a minute, yo. If y'all didn't, I guess my boys KB and what's his face, Swish, they dropped out, but I still see people in here, so if y'all want to come in and chop it in, let me know. I just dropped the link. I'm still here. But based off what I was telling y'all, man, I don't feel like super teams, if you have a super team, that should definitely count up against you. Like, not saying like you can't do what you want, but you can't make a super team and then come back and tell me, oh, I'm still a great player, I'm still a top 5, I'm still this, I'm still that. If you're still up here creating teams trying to stack the odds in your favor, I mean, that's just don't know how it works. You got to be docked for something. We up docking people for stuff like, having a dynamic duo, right? We docking people for having dynamic duos, so we're not going to dock people for having super teams. That don't make no damn sense. That don't make no damn sense. You got a super team. You got 3 of the top 15 players on one team, bro. You talking about you ain't getting docked? I mean, come on, man. That's crazy. But to each is his own. To each is his own. Let's see. I'm like staring through these comments. Yeah, man. Well, if y'all not gonna come in, man, I think we're gonna end the show up here. I guess we're gonna get an early one. But we'll be back in tomorrow. I got one for y'all tomorrow. I got a banger for y'all tomorrow. A banger for y'all tomorrow. All this stuff is off the dome, man. All this stuff I got is straight off the dome. I got these topics every day that y'all getting a chance to listen to it straight off the dome. So y'all just tune in tomorrow. Hit the like button, smash the like button, donate if y'all can donate, subscribe, all that good stuff. But we will see y'all tomorrow. Pull up a seat, pull up a chair, put it up. Out of here like swimwear.